Hey, you guys, if your hair is starting to thin, now's the time to do something about it. Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has been helping men restore their hair and their confidence for over 30 years. Now, thousands of guys have walked in frustrated and walked out looking younger, feeling like themselves again. And here's the key. The sooner you come in, the more options you have, including advanced non-surgical natural solutions that are helping guys see real growth. Now, I know some guys might look into flying overseas because it seems cheaper, right? Turkey comes up a lot. But what they don't necessarily think about is the follow up care. What happens once they're back home? This is medical. Follow up matters and accountability matters. At Michigan Hair Restoration, everything is done locally, medically supervised. You're with the same team before, during, and after, and that is so important. Now, Dr. B isn't just a pioneer, he's a patient too. He's had it done himself, and he's even performed it on his own son. No plugs, no stitches, no scars, just natural, permanent growth you can run your fingers through. And right now, you can get $1,000 off any hair transplant package. Just go to MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Heather, hit him with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So let's see. Livonia police have taken a suspect into custody after they found a man fatally stabbed along the roadway Thursday afternoon. Police received a call about this guy lying on the side of the road. They found him. He suffered what looked like a single stab wound to the upper chest.
Any idea what happened?
Well, clearly he was
Someone stabbed him. Yes.
Clearly he was stabbed.
Let me rephrase that. Beyond that.
No, don't know what led to the stabbing. Obviously, they've taken the suspect into custody, and it is still under investigation. This is a awful story. An 18-year-old Dearborn man is facing felony animal cruelty charges after police say a dog suffered catastrophic injuries during this violent assault inside of a home earlier this week. According to police officers, they received multiple calls about this dog just being beaten inside the residence. The dog, who was a 2-year-old pit bull, was severely injured, rushed to the emergency vet. Unfortunately, it was decided that the injuries were so severe that the dog had to be euthanized. This 18-year-old was arraigned on Thursday, was given a $250,000 cash bond. If convicted, he could spend up to 7 years in prison and pay a $5,000 fine. Detroit's new professional women's hockey league team has officially named its first head coach, hiring Westland native Josh Skiba to lead the franchise into its inaugural season.
They should have hired Berube for crying out. What are they doing? Babcock. Come on.
Maybe not Babcock.
I'm just kidding.
He brings more than 15 years of coaching experience and most recently served as an assistant coach for the gold medal winning U.S. women's Olympic hockey team earlier this year.
Yeah,
so,
there you go.
Very cool.
We still don't have a name, by the way, right?
Oh, I don't think so. No, not yet. Organizers of the new enhanced games, remember those?
The steroid
Yes.
games?
Yeah, where all the athletes are allowed to use performance-enhancing drugs, say that they are now offering a $10 million prize if any sprinter can break Usain Bolt's world record 100-meter run at the next year's event. So back in 2009, Bolt won the race in a time of 9.58 seconds, setting a new world record that it seems may never be broken until next
Until
year.
genetically altered humanoids win
Yes. Organizers say that the larger cash prize is meant to attract elite sprinters after no athlete came close to meeting the mark at this past event in Vegas. Oh, the Scripps National Spelling Bee has crowned a new winner. Do you guys ever watch this?
I didn't watch it this year, but I have watched it in the past.
Me too.
Mina Kimes is one of the co-hosts this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I like her.
Yeah, if I catch it, I will watch it because it is so impressive. Because they say these words and I'm like, wait a minute. Not only can I not spell that word, can you say that again? Like I don't even know if I can pronounce these words that these kids have to spell.
Do you have the winning word?
Oh, probably in here.
Oh, sorry.
I'll look at it. I'm sure it's in this article. I'll get to it. Of course I can find it. I don't know if I can say it. Sure. But 14-year-old Sheree Parkich, I don't know. Can't even say his name. Spelled 32 words correctly in this final 90-second spell off, right? It's like this new lightning round. It was introduced in 2021 where a tiebreaker where they have to just spell as many words as they can in 90 seconds. He beat his competitor by 7 words.
Because it doesn't take forever because these guys know every word.
It's wild. So the winner is going to take home $52,500, the Scripps Cup, this commemorative medal, other prizes as well. Let me see if I can find you this word. Okay, there was 9 finalists.
Well, if it was rapid fire, there might not be one.
No, there was a ton of words, but I'm sure.
I remember in 7th grade, I came in second or something.
What was your word?
I went out on poultice.
Oh, okay.
Do you know how to spell it now?
Yeah. I spelled it Poltis before because I never heard of the word, but it's Poultice.
There you have it.
Classic.
Let's see. According to a new national survey, nearly 60% of Americans say they're too broke to have fun this summer. Have no money. Cash-strapped folks are fueling a fun drought, as it's being called, with more than 57% of people saying that cost and budget are what's keeping them from having a good time. Another 12% said they just don't have the time to have a good time. They can't remember the last time they had a day to just relax.
Depressing.
Obviously, the rising cost of everyday things, gas, restaurant costs, things like that.
Regular groceries, food, everything. All right, that's Heather with the news. Before we get out of here, Mark has been waiting, Mark in Ypsilanti, and he's going to take us back to our Michigan musts.
Oh, excellent.
Things you have to have done to be a Michigander. Mark, you can get us into the weekend. Good morning.
Hey guys, how are you all?
Good.
So two things. My wife and I own a condo up in the Petoskey Harbor Springs area, and one of the things we always do is to go to the Butterfly House on Mackinac Island, and we sit in. You go in. They have drapes so the butterflies can't get out, and it's fun. They land on you, and it's really cool. And then we go over to Drummond Island and hang out there.
Cool. I've never been to Drummond Island.
Me neither.
Tom Monahan used to own it.
Well,
Or right?
that's I worked for him, and that's why I ended up getting there. And we'd take. I was one of the executives at his holding company.
Okay.
And we would go up there, take our families, and spend time up there, and jet ski. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Cool.
Put it on the list.
Yeah.
The Butterfly House has no appeal to me.
No?
My daughter would love it. Emily would love it.
My kids and wife would probably like it.
When we go to the butterfly house at the zoo, she'll sit perfectly still with her finger out, like hoping that a butterfly will just land. And we would stay the whole day sitting there like that.
I like the penguin exhibit at the zoo.
She loves
I
butterflies.
remember when I first moved here, they didn't even have like a chimpanzee. They didn't even have a gorilla here when I came here. They really upped the zoo over the last
Hadn't even
40 years.
discovered them at that point.
Nobody knew who Jane Goodall was.
That's right.
Boys, what's up?
I was at a wedding, actually, in the Butterfly House.
Oh,
A
really?
reception, yeah.
That's
did
kinda
a
neat.
Reception. It was pretty cool. A lot of fun. I loved the zoo.
It
when I
seems
was a kid.
dangerous
Yeah,
for the
I like the
butterflies.
zoo.
Well, I think, I believe it was like a reception area next to the
Okay.
Butterfly House.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool.
Okay.
Drinking in the Butterfly House.
Oh,
You're a pretty butterfly.
no! Crushed.
What do you guys got going today?
You mean like personally?
Yeah.
No, like for the
I don't
show.
care about your show. How's your day?
I think I might grill tonight.
Got a nice
Okay.
little Friday plan, do you?
Maybe make a little cocktail.
All right.
Watch some sports on television.
There is a
Hockey
hockey game
tonight.
That's right. Let's go.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to be all in with the College World Series in softball.
Oh, that's right.
and
This is Doug's time of the year.
NCAA baseball tournament. Let's go.
Yeah.
Who's the favorite?
Probably UCLA.
Yeah, the Big Ten champs
There you go.
Softball team blew a lead last night. I'm sure you guys.
at
talked
the Alabama.
We got obviously super disappointing Tiger game yesterday, but you can't every day. There's fresh scuba reporting.
I know.
And so new teams allegedly going to get involved. Also OTAs. There'll be media at OTA practices today, which is new.
Campbell speaks, right?
Yep. So
Campbell speaks at 11. I'm there.
We hope to. What are you going to ask?
I don't know.
Sometimes you
it's a
ask
mystery.
a really good question.
I know, but for OTAs, I mean, what am I going to ask? I
I don't know, but I have faith in you, my friend.
Okay.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, good morning, everyone. By the way, I didn't tell the story on the air, and I'm going to bring it up.
Who is it? Story time with Doug?
It's about you, really.
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
No, I called you last week, and you picked up the phone and said, hello? And I said, what did you just say? And there's a reason why. Because every time I call you, every time for maybe as long as we've done the show, Gator answers the phone the same way when I call. He doesn't say hello. He says,
How?
every single time. Ring, click.
How?
And so he said hello, and I said, what did you say? And you go, oh, hang on for a sec.
How?
Yeah. I was like, why did you say hello?
I was caught off guard.
Yeah.
I wasn't on my game that day.
So how are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm encouraged by fantastic weather that's finally bestowed upon us.
Yeah, it's good.
That should be here for, at least according to my phone, a couple of weeks.
Let's go.
You go to the 15-day forecast, and every day is like sunny and warmer, not too warm, just looks beautiful, like the weather that we all crave, and the reason why we don't leave this state despite suffering through winter, because the payoff is about to happen.
Yeah, right. I mean, the change of the seasons, I suspect that we appreciate a day like today more than like people who live in San Diego who have this every single day. They just get used to it. Yeah, and we get. I love the change of seasons. I love them all. I know I get it. Not everybody loves winter. Understand.
I think
It's not
most
for
of us
everybody.
still love the change of seasons. We just don't want one season to be as long as it is.
Well, yeah, winter is usually by the time you get into like late February and into March, it's like, okay, I'm not going to ski anymore. I'm none of that. So it starts. I start to think about, hey, when does it start to warm up? Baseball, March Madness. When you get outside during March Madness, and you're like, ooh, it's a warm day. Then you think back to college days when it gets
when it
warm.
got-
Yeah. I got a son living in Chicago now, and I'm looking forward to going. We're going pretty soon out there to hang out in Chicago, and they got beautiful weather.
And that first unseasonably warm day when you're a college student,
Oh,
and if you're living
produces one of my
not in the
favorite
dorm,
things
yeah, if you're
that we see out in the wild. White guy in shorts.
white guy in shorts and everybody else in shorts and stuff. But it's for us. It was when I lived in a house. It was okay. Time to go on the roof.
Oh, really?
That's what we did. We
on the
we
roof?
sit on the roof.
Was it easy to get on the roof?
Oh yeah,
Was
very
it?
much so. For the most part, I lived in 3 houses at Michigan State, and first house was incredibly easy, because it was some sort of duplex that was set up almost, but it was actually all one house. Was not. It used to be a duplex, and then they converted it back to just a big house. The toughest one was the last house that I lived in, which was kind of like 3 floors, if you will, but the second floor had a window that went right out onto the roof, which was cool, but it wasn't the top roof, so it wasn't as fun.
Getting on the roof is a young man's game, and it's a fun part of any roof. Like, I mean, unless you work in roofing,
Right.
you work on roofs, but it's pretty much a young man's game. We used to, have hanging out during the weekend. Buddies and I would go get on the roof of the middle school, Forsyth Middle School in Ann Arbor. There was a tree right next to, an area where the buses stopped that you could climb the tree and hop off onto the roof of the area that covered up the kids where the buses were. And then that led to the roof of the building, and you could walk all around. And there was, get on top, you go up that ladder, that service ladder to the top of the gym, which was up high. Yeah, we did a lot of roof exploration at the middle school.
Yeah, when you're a kid, that's what you want to find some way to get on the roof of the school.
Yep.
And we did that too when I was in elementary school. We were always looking for cops. We thought, oh, we're in trouble now. We're on the roof. Now that we're on the roof, we're going to be in trouble. And you'd find like a Frisbee up there or some kind of, red 4-square ball that was bounced up there. Maybe a football's up there. All good stuff.
Kang, you ever get on the roof of the school or anywhere?
Of
Anything.
any school or
Anything,
of course,
yeah.
man. Like rooftop bars. Rooftop bars.
Oh yeah,
are-
sure.
I mean,
but
that's-
I'm talking about like the trespassing roofs.
Oh. One time we left our friend Doug up there. That was crazy.
Forgot all about it, didn't
Forgot him like completely.
you? Yeah.
It was a funny prank at the time. Till you
Probably.
forget him.
Yeah, that's a problem.
How'd you remember him?
Well, we had this one guy who really he looks like a lot like a bigger guy, beard.
Yeah.
He thought he knew, but he didn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
And it's a crazy story, Doug. I tell you off the air, man.
Yeah.
It was
You
in
might
Vegas.
have told me.
Balls of tiger,
You might have
yeah.
told me already.
Baby.
You saw a mattress and something clicked.
It's a tooth.
Yeah, maybe.
A lot of stuff happened.
Yeah, sure.
A lot.
Wedding.
Kenny, you have any trespassing on a roof stories?
Yes, I do. We were up on a roof of not our junior high, but a junior high in the area, just hanging out, and we were 21 years old.
Okay.
And we were definitely we were drinking a couple of beers.
Okay,
at the legal
definitely-
age of 21.
Okay, sure.
And we were just hanging up there, and there was like this school cop that was driving around in circles. The guy saw us. And so we kind of pushed everything to the side a little bit, and he was like, "What are you guys doing up there?" We're like, "Oh, we kicked a ball up here. We just wanted to come and grab it." And we grabbed because there's like 11 balls on school roofs. If
Sure,
you didn't
yeah,
know that,
usually.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we grabbed the random ball. We were like, "No, we got it." See, and then we walked down and we split, never came back. It was terrible.
Did you not retrieve the beer?
Well, we had to. There was some casualties there. There was some men left behind. Let's say.
That's
Oh, there you go. It does feel like good rooftop weather.
I distinctly remember my last year at Michigan State, my senior year, not my last semester, but my senior year at Michigan State. Beautiful day. We were living on MAC, and we went out, got some beer, sat up on top of the roof, middle of the afternoon. Probably skipped a class or something.
Day drinking.
Yeah, day drinking on the roof. And directly across the street from us was a sorority house. In fact, there were several sorority houses on the street, so it was great. We're just sitting on top there.
Peering through windows.
No, but people coming back from class, you're like, "Hey, what's up? How you doing?"
Yeah.
That kind of thing. It was a lot of fun.
Sure.
Nothing but good memories.
What's that?
Nothing but good memories
Yeah,
when
sure.
you think
Roof.
of good weather in the roof.
Oh, it feels like rooftop weather.
And yet, I have no desire to go on my own roof.
Right now?
Yeah.
No, like I said, it's a young man's game. Our roof would be treacherous at this point. I don't think I want that at all. Yeah. Don't want that at all. Okay, so look, Tiger game yesterday, we were down there. Super disappointing end of this series with the Angels. They continue to provide data that supports the conclusion that they just stink. And, we can sit here and talk about Kerry Carpenter, who could be back next week. And shortly thereafter, maybe Gleyber Torres. But, as still, what do we have yesterday? 106 games to go. So now we're down to 105. That's a ton of baseball.
That's good math.
But, when they're not really chipping away, and, it's like another sand through the hourglass ticks every single day. And yesterday, once again, no offense.
Well, what, you don't think 3 hits is enough?
Yeah.
They did drop 7 walks, which was great. So just one timely hit. That's it. Just one.
You mean
runners
with
on
the
base.
bases loaded and Riley
Would've
Green at
helped.
the plate?
Yeah, would have helped.
You could hear at one point Dirks during the broadcast made the comment, "God, it's been a long time since we put up a crooked number." And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, it just
Sure
missed
is.
opportunities, right? And that's the problem with it. Torkelson had the bases loaded a few games ago, didn't deliver, then has the monster game, and then 0 for last night, and get Riley Green doesn't come up with the bases. Well, comes up with the bases loaded, doesn't deliver. It's been a common theme to the first 55 games or wherever they're at right now. It's really unfortunate that they can't get the big hit. They haven't gotten the big hit. They can't get several guys at the same time that are on a tear. When the pitching goes well, the hitting's gone. When the hitting's there, the pitching isn't there. When the starting pitching's there, the bullpen isn't there. It's just nothing is going right for this team right now. And now they travel to Chicago to take on the White Sox, where typically you'd think, okay, this is a get-right series. The White Sox are playing really good baseball. They're a dangerous team offensively. They're throwing up a lot of runs right now. And we'll see if the Tigers can take advantage of a pitching matchup tonight. Melton's on the hill for the Tigers. And Fetty, I believe it's Eric Fetty on the hill for the White Sox. And he's not had a good season. He's given up 12 home runs in 49 innings. Has an ERA over 5. Take advantage of it. It's a get right series. Because if you don't beat the White Sox in this series, now you're going to be, at best, 14 games below 500 if you don't win the series. At best, you'll be 14 games below 500.
It's essentially answering the question emphatically, should they trade Skubal?
Yeah, it's like now sadly, it's just getting to the point where, all right, I want to see Skubal get back healthy so we know we can trade him.
Yep.
It's not get back healthy so you can help the team, that's just all types of wrong, and yet that's kind of where we're all at.
Well, there are people still talking around Major League Baseball about the accessibility to Tarek Skubal and more names, more teams. It's like a daily thing, including we got today executive quotes about a Skubal trade and some proposals that people are putting together, not teams, but media members. So we'll get to all that coming up. It's kind of depressing, but I guess the best you can do is turn it into an opportunity to hopefully restock your organization and get back to being a better team, that as best a team, better than this, but as best a team you can get given the circumstances. The amount of money that they are paying in payroll right now, if they continue to spend like this, there should be far better results. But you need the talent, and if you can get great young talent, it's even better. So what they may do next, people are talking. You'll hear some of what is being said around Major League Baseball coming up today at 10:30. A little bit later on, an update from OTAs as the Lions have the media in today. So observations from what people are seeing here is they are starting up the ramp up for the 2026 NFL season. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, injured? Well, you know what you got to do? You got to call Sam. Everyone knows that Sam Bernstein Law will fight for you. Seen the results as this family gets the job done over and over and over again, and you don't pay anything unless they win for you. Get the Bernstein advantage today. 1-800-CALL-SAM. All right, so as it stands right now, the Detroit Tigers have a top 10 payroll in baseball. They are arguably one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in baseball. And the way they are playing, of the $210 million in contracts, $105,910,484 are currently on the injured list. So right around half, a little bit more than half, as it turns out, of the Tigers' actual payroll is on the injured list. And it sucks. It absolutely sucks. What I do love about this is a top 10 payroll is where the Tigers organization should be. And I get a little scared that, hey, they went all in and put a lot of money into this year's roster. And because it might be money not well spent in the cases of a couple of their free agents, we'll see how things turn out for Framber and Kenley Jansen and what kind of years they have. I hope that doesn't mean they're going to gear back and say, well, we're going to spend all this money and not get the results, because it's the reason they're not getting the results is because those moves might turn out to be pretty bad, and the injuries we shall see. But this is where they should reside. And if you're going to move on from Skubal and continue to have a top 10, salary in terms of your team salary, the formula there is scoring big in the Skubal trade and continuing to spend. Like, can they be a better team without Skubal? And I suppose they can if they distribute the resources they were going to put into Skubal in a way that makes them more well-rounded in many ways. And they really need some good luck. It would be really nice to come back next year with Framber, Mize, Melton, Reese Olson, Jackson Jobe as a pitching rotation that 1 through 5 has a chance to be pretty good if Reese Olson gets back and is the best version of himself, if Jackson Jobe lives up to the hype, if what we're seeing from Melton is for real. That right there could be a staff that redistribute the money you're going to spend on Skubal and have a better bullpen and add a position player and turn around and score some real legit prospects. I mean, I don't know. There's a path to a better place that doesn't include Skubal. And I guess with each passing game like yesterday, and every time, like I said, another sand falls through the hourglass, and we get a long way to go in this season. But Scott, there is a path to being a much better baseball team than this.
There is, but it's going to have to start with health for sure. And, getting Carpenter back next week should help. Maybe Torres is only a few days behind him. That will help. And I think the Torres is really going to help them out because of his discipline at the plate, his solid play at second base, and it just kind of settles things a little bit on that right side of the infield. But it's got to be more than that. And it's the other players have got to respond. Torkelson can't have one great game out of every 10.
No.
He's got to be way more consistent than that. Riley Green needs to find his power stroke, frankly. He's got 4 home runs this year. He had 36 last year. I love that he's hitting around 300, but he's been in a big-time slump lately. But let's hope that he can – I expect he's going to battle out of that, but I don't know if that power stroke is – where is it? We're not seeing it, and that's concerning. Because you're counting on Riley Green, and you're counting on a lot of these guys, and then there are guys that showed up last year in the first half that may have been a statistical anomalation for the first half of what they did, but because they did it, it's in them. Can they get back to that somehow? Wenzel Perez has actually played really well the last couple of games at the plate. He's raised his OPS nearly 100 points in like the last 4 games. But I mean, I don't think Wenzel Perez is an everyday answer by any means. And he had been, prior to that, the worst WAR player in baseball with the qualified at bats. So there's just a lot of question marks. The lineup as there were to begin the season. There were fewer to begin the season than there are now because of the injuries and whatnot. But it's frustrating. And as we wait, what's to come? I mean, I'm still watching every game. I'm still looking at the minors every day to see
I know you
what's going on with these guys all the way down from Lakeland up through Toledo. 4 levels of the minors. And I don't know. I don't know. there's not a whole lot that you can wait for. You know, it's the players that are emerging at AAA Toledo. I don't know if they're can't miss guys. I don't think they are. I think they're probably likely much of the same, with the exception of Max Clark. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, look, and that's the closest. There's other guys to be excited about. They just
Yes, but
they
they're lower levels.
little bit ways to go.
Yeah.
You know, I maybe it's my nature, but how do you make the best of this bad situation? And it's cleaning house with all kinds. I mean, I would imagine that Scott Harris's phone will be ringing off the hook as we get close to the trade deadline, from bullpen arms to bats like Gleyber Torres, and of course having the best pitcher in the game. This is a hell of an opportunity, because honestly, if you're going to commit the type of money, this kind of money, and continue to spend, now it's up to Harris to get it right. And let's be clear, book is still out on that. But if you're going to continue to spend and you're going to have a massive everything must go sale, the opportunity is there to turn this thing around quickly if you do it right. But you got to get it right, man. You got to get it right. The prospects you get can't be a bunch of Dawal Lugos and so it's Sergio Alcantara. Did I get that right? Was that the guy?
Name your Alcantara. They had a couple of Alcantaras.
Yeah. Des Cameron, you got to do better than that. And if you do,
Is somebody King?
Jose King.
Jose King? I think that's it. Yeah, nice job.
Wow.
Collaborative effort.
Yeah, well, that was the previous purges netted very little. With all respect due to Jake Rogers, who is a fine backup catcher and a fun guy to have on your team. It's also a great 12-run, ninth-inning pitcher.
Yeah, right.
But that's not what you expected to get out of that purge. This has to be a way better executed purge. But I think I keep reminding myself, they committed to spend this year. Top 10 in the game. And maybe they did it wrong. And it's fair to question at this point. But if they're going to spend and properly execute a purge, it's making the best of a bad situation. And it absolutely sucks. I don't want to give up on this season before we've even hit June. We still have over 100 games to go. We've seen a nucleus of this Tiger group go on great runs in the past, but it's been a while. I mean, we're getting close to a calendar year since they look like that team.
Yeah, it's just they have lots of holes, and that's even before the injuries. They had holes, but we thought they'd be pretty competitive. I thought that the pitching staff was going to be so good for this team that they would be absolutely the best team in the division, and maybe to be buyers at the trade deadline and find another bat for this lineup. And here we go. And maybe they got some guys that are just knocking down the door, got to be brought up to the big leagues. And sadly, it's just not the case. It's been a disaster start for this team.
If you're going to be bad, at least you have stuff to sell. And people around Major League Baseball are talking, including an MLB insider went on a radio show in another town, had lots of Scooble opinions. We will get to that today at 10:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, where are you watching the game tonight? If your answer isn't Twin Peaks, we need to talk. We're talking 29-degree frozen draft beer, ice cold every single time, the way it should be. Plus the craft cocktail bar loaded with premium bourbons and top shelf tequilas for when you want something a little more elevated. And Twin Peaks locations have over 50 high-def TVs showing up to 8 games simultaneously. Hockey playoffs, basketball playoffs, local baseball team in action. If you don't get a game because it's being streamed, don't worry. Twin Peaks will take care of that. They'll also hit you with great food. I mean, the food there is tremendous. This is not a sports bar menu. It's a sports bar with a great menu. Twin Peaks has been recognized the best sports bar in the country. And trust us, you'll feel it the second you walk through the doors. So grab your crew, pick your game, and come see why everyone's talking about Twin Peaks. Come for the game, stay for everything else. It's Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, look, in lieu of having a good baseball team to talk about, and until they start playing better baseball, one of the biggest storylines in the summer of Major League Baseball is going to be Skubal and his availability. And, it's our guy, and you're trying to cash in. You hope that the market leads to a bidding war. And Stoney had a theory this morning that because there might not be baseball this year, some owners might be compelled to go all in and do some desperate things to try and make this run this season last as long as possible, and that the Tigers might be in an advantageous position with a sell-off because of desperation to win what might be the last postseason for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So we're going to continue to monitor anything that's being said about it, and it feels like on a daily basis we find stuff, including this from Mully and Huff on 104.3 The Score in Chicago. Talking about the Cubs, they had John Heyman on from the New York Post, MLB insider, does a really good job, and asked him a bunch of questions about the Cubs and Skubal. And it started with, how likely is it that Skubal gets moved? Okay. So that's feeling today. Feelings can change, right?
Right.
Teams can get hot. They can, what direction, the next few weeks, couple months go, will determine what actually happens. Here's the thing. And one of the things that is being reported in Chicago is they think because Harris spent a bunch of years with the Cubs organization and knows people in the Cubs organization, that there's a link there and an open line of communications, and he's familiar with a lot of what the Cubs organization has.
This is true.
And it could give them a bit of a leg up in any talks in a trade for Tarik Skubal. And Heyman was asked about that, and here's what he said. Okay. Have you had a chance to dive into the young players with the Cubs here a little bit? Do you have any?
A little bit, and I'm not terribly impressed with the players that are residing in the minor leagues right now with the Cubs. They only have there's a couple that are on the top 100 list, but of all of baseball, which is where you're going to start looking to see how many. Okay, what kind of depth do they have there? But then gone through like the top 15 prospects they have according to MLB Pipeline, and there's nothing that's terribly impressive there. There's some interesting players there. There was one pitcher they have. I think it's Jackson Wiggins. I guess that has like wicked fastball, but he's a little bit all over the place.
Triple A.
Yeah, and he was. I want to make sure I'm getting it right with him. That he had. Yeah, he's got this wicked great fastball, over 100 miles an hour. He had been terrible in college his first 2 years, had a 6.17 earned run average in his first two college seasons at Arkansas, and then he missed the third with Tommy John surgery, but still got drafted because teams saw that, well, he's got this crazy arm that can throw 100 miles an hour. Let's go for it. They gave him the chance. And
that'll get you drafted.
yeah, and he really pitched well in the minors last year in 19 starts or 19 games at a 2.19 earned run average, only 44 hits in 78 innings with 97 strikeouts. That's good. This year, he's only pitched 8 innings. But that's their top pitching prospect that they have. But I'm looking for bats, right? And I don't see many bats there. The best bat they have is you got to look at the major league roster if you want somebody there, and they're not going to give them up. Michael Busch would be great.
Well,
But they're not going to get Michael Busch.
The names he mentioned were Matt Shaw, Moises Ballesteros, and Kevin Alcantara, who are all up and are all playing for the Cubs, some more than others. And if a guy is part of their nucleus and you're trying to win, it's hard to pry away players that they're using right now.
Right. And Ballesteros has played in 47 games and has a 726 OPS. Matt Shaw has played 42 games in right field, but he's only got 95 at bats. So it's kind of like platoon type thing or late inning, stuff. And he's got a 691 OPS.
Alcantara hasn't played much at all.
Kevin Alcantara's only played in 5 games. And I believe he was he's also was listed as he's their number 5 overall prospect. And in the minors this year, he was hitting 242 before the call up, but had a 906 OPS before the call up.
I mean, that's an interesting player. That's a 6'6" outfielder, 23 years old.
That's intriguing. Yep. He's got that kind of power, and because he's young, he's growing into it a little bit. But the high strikeout guy throughout his tenure, but there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah.
But I don't love what the Cubs have to offer. I kind of love what the Dodgers would have to offer. But this is where you got to get into this bidding.
Yeah, you got to try and figure it out. If you want pitching prospects, final thing from John Heyman, 104.3 the score in Chicago. If you want pitching prospects, the Cubs might not be the team to go to either. Okay. Hoyer, by the way, that he mentioned is their president of baseball operations there that has the link with Harris. All right. So what if would you take, and I don't even know, I almost hate to talk about this because there might be people in Chicago say, hell no, we're not going to do that. But would you take Jackson Wiggins and Kevin Alcantara? So the pitcher that throws 100 and the 6'6" outfielder that's currently with the Cubs but hasn't played much? And so he's probably not one of the core guys right here, right now. Would the Cubs do that? Would the Tigers do that? Would Gator do that?
I mean, I'd consider that. Yeah, you'd have to consider that. You're talking about a pitcher that has tremendous upside because of the arm, but he's already gone through an arm event. And position player and outfielder, the sky's the limit, really. And he's just starting to kind of get into that. I'd be interested in that, but probably more interested in what the Dodgers have.
And the Dodgers are loaded.
They're loaded with
outfielders, and that could be something there. But what we don't know is how aggressive a posture a team like the Cubs or Dodgers would take.
And the other thing is, I go back to it. The lesson that I'm willing to learn myself, and is go back to the Houston Astros trade with the Tigers, the whole Verlander situation. I'll take quality over quantity. Give me one stud over 3 guys with potential. roll on the dice. I want the one thing that would be more of a sure thing than anything else. It's like back in the Houston day, I wanted Kyle Tucker, not necessarily the 3-for-1 deal that they got. And I mean, look, it's hindsight in some aspects, but we did talk about Kyle Tucker back in the day on that. If that comes down to, this with the Tigers, do the Cubs have that one guy? I don't think they do, but the Dodgers might.
248-539-9797, Scooble Talk. It's what everybody in Major League Baseball, when it comes to the trade deadline, it is the number one thing that people are talking about. And the Tigers, they're continuing to position themselves to be sellers at the market, and unintentionally, but they are positioning themselves to be sellers at the market. We'll talk to you, get your thoughts, phone calls, feedback, as we continue on Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking. These are brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. With the composite decking, it just seems to last and last and last. It's very low maintenance, an amazing product. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team is going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Go ahead and visit one of their locations today in Lapeer or Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Happy Friday, everybody.
Oh. Happy Friday indeed.
Today is a Friday. Hell yeah. Friday. 248-539-9797.
I've got a cocktail I've been concocting in my
Oh,
head.
let's go.
So
Imagine Friday and Gator goes, I'm going to start drinking today. And here's what I'm thinking about.
Well, I've been thinking about this for a week now, about a cocktail that I want to create. And I'm thinking about this. Taking watermelon and blending watermelon. So you got like watermelon puree
Yep.
with tequila, little simple sugars or a syrup, simple syrup.
Yep.
What word I was looking for. I said tequila, fresh lime,
Okay.
and maybe instead of the simple syrup, it's agave syrup.
Yep.
Pure agave syrup, which is great.
Yep.
And fresh mint.
Intriguing. Now I got to add to my grocery list. Watermelon.
Try that. Just came up with it.
I like it.
I think I'm going
That
to try
just
it.
popped into your head.
Yeah.
What are we going to call it? The Gator?
Not sure yet. I'm not sure. I'm still thinking, do I add anything else? Like maybe Liquor 43, which is like a vanilla flavored liqueur.
That might be too much.
Just a little splash. It's great. So I don't know.
Can I get a Gator, please? This could take over. It could be your drink. All right, let's talk to the people. Clyde, you're on 97.1. Hello, Clyde.
Hey, how you doing today?
We're good, Clyde.
Oh shoot!
What's that?
How y'all doing? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Clyde.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna comment on why they should not trade Scuba.
Okay.
I was talking to a screener. There's a possibility they may not be a season next year, and you're paid him for this year. And also, if the owners get what they want, as far as the cap, how high and how hard the cap is, the market may be better if he stayed in Detroit, as far as money-wise.
Well, so the cap is the big issue with the next collective bargaining agreement. The owners and the Players Association have actually exchanged proposals, which is fantastic.
It's a good start.
To see that done before June. They've actually already exchanged a proposal.
I don't even know if it's a good start. It's a start.
It's a start.
Which is better than a not start.
But it's going to be the big sticking point
Okay.
because the players do not want a cap, and the owners are pushing for a cap for the first time since 1994, and that did not end well in 1994.
Clyde, it's a valid point because if a cap is put in place, which the players are vehemently against, and that 1994 cap situation led to the longest work stoppage we've ever seen, right? And so, and a depressing one at that, as there was no World Series that year. If they get the cap, or if something is introduced like bird rights, where you can get more money by staying with your current team. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot.
By the way,
work-
that was.
That's why I'm encouraged because they both have exchanged stuff, right? And so
Yep.
you see both sides of it where their heads are at.
Yep.
And it seems like okay, there's common ground on the floor because in addition to a cap, there's a floor that's been proposed of 170 something $1 million.
Yep. And they're currently 12 teams below the floor, 9 teams above the cap.
So that's from the owners. They're
Yep.
going to say we're going to have a floor. The Players Association wants a floor as well, and it's very similar. So that's a good starting point with that. Okay, we understand.
Wait. So the players want no cap, but they want
They
a
don't
floor.
want. They're right. They want to make sure that. Well, and I get it. I mean, if you're a player, you want to make sure that teams are willing to spend money. So you're going to say you got to spend at least this, but no, they don't want a cap. But this is why I think it can be negotiated, like to something else. The players want $300 million before teams start to get penalized with the luxury tax. Although it's not called luxury tax, it's a competitive balance tax, or whatever it's called. The owners want a cap at $245 million.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a big disparity there of the $50 million, $55 million, plus the fact that the
One's a
players
cap and one's
say,
not.
one's a cap and one isn't. I think there's room to work with there. And I'm encouraged that at least they've got these proposals out there. They're out in the open. There's a lot that they haven't talked about. But when you start to look at the finances of it, you can see something's going on. The owners are willing to go with a 50-50 revenue split. And they determined, I believe, after 2025 that they thought that there was like $12 billion in revenue. If you up it to $13 billion in revenue and you go 50-50 split, I did some math on this with a calculator for the 30 teams. That basically, I think it works out to being like $217 million on average per team, which is right in the middle of that salary cap area that baseball is looking for. And that's sharing revenues. This is why the NHL model works. It's transparent. It's out there. You know exactly what the cap is going to be.
It's the most well-run league in sports.
It's great. And the players argue that they're not going to get, at least their association is arguing, well, this is going to limit salaries and it's going to, the guaranteed contracts aren't going to be guaranteed anymore. And I'm thinking, hold on. They're all guaranteed in the NHL. They're guaranteed in the NBA. The only league they're not is the NFL. And their cap is, all messed up. It's weird. It's impossible to follow. And yet it seems like the players and the owners have a pretty good working relationship. Somewhere in there is a blend that should work. Right? You've got the crazy pull cap space out of thin air that they have in the NFL, and then you've got the rigid cap that the NHL works with that actually works. Somewhere there's a solution there. But it will come with some pain to the players that make the most money in the league.
248-539-9797. Jason is next on 97.1. Hello, Jason.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I want to talk a little bit about back to the Skubal trade. I think it's absolutely the right time. As soon as he comes off the injured list, 1 or 2 good starts, and I think it's time to move him. I'd love for the Tigers to call up good old Dave Dombrowski over in the Phillies and see if they want to add him to that stud rotation. And I want to see young MLB-ready at-bats come back in the deal. I think Justin Crawford and Aiden Miller are up for grabs. Would be awesome to add those 2 guys to the roster for next season.
So Aiden Miller is their top prospect. I haven't seen. Did he get called up, or is he still in the
he's still
in the minors?
AAA.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, and he hasn't played this year. He's been out all year. So he hasn't played
adding
since
him to the
last
left
season.
side. So McGonigal at short and Aiden Miller coming in at third. And then we'll figure out what to do with Rainier once he comes up. But at least you shore up the left side of the infield, and you add a high top-of-the-order upside bat in Crawford, who feels like they've soured on him a little.
Is that right? I mean, they're playing him still, right? Every day, just about. I have to look it up. But if they are playing him still every day, if they've soured on him, then maybe that's something they'd consider. I hope there's a Philly fan out there. Would you do that, Philly fan? Would you give up your top prospect and Justin Crawford for Tarek Skubal? And I guess we'd ask Cub fans too, because we brought up the trade with Alcantara, the big corner outfielder, and Jackson, whatever his name is, Wiggins, the 100-mile-an-hour flamethrower at AAA. Would Cubs fans do that? I mean, Jason, it's an interesting thought, and I'm intrigued as to what those fan bases would say. I'm sure somewhere out there there's a Cubs fan. I'm not as sure there's a Phillies fan, but maybe 248-539-9797. Would you make those deals?
Justin Crawford's only 22, center fielder.
Is he playing every day still?
Yeah, he's played 51 games. He's played the last few games recently. He's hitting .231 on the season with a .297 on base percentage and a .635 OPS. He's a negative WAR player right now, but he's 22, getting his feet wet his first season in Major League Baseball. So I don't know if that's appetizing enough, but it's something to be considered.
Yeah. And if you think, who was the Aiden Miller, the prospect who's hurt?
Yes.
If you're thinking, I don't want somebody who's hurt, remember that the Tigers might be trading somebody who's hurt. Right? I mean, the fact of the matter is, if Aiden Miller is, do you know any idea when he's going to be back?
I do not.
Yeah, okay. Because that's it's an important thing. It would right now envision Bryce Rayner being at AAA, because Bryce Rayner was hurt, but that doesn't mean you're giving up on him because he got hurt. I don't know the severity of Aiden Miller's injury though, so we'll have to do some research on that. But Cubs and Phillies fans might be able to say with a little bit more certainty whether these trades that we've been talking about sound realistic.
I see an update here. It says the Phillies top. This is from May 19th.
Yeah.
He's moving in the right direction, they say. He's beginning to do some light baseball activity. He's got a back injury.
Okay.
Which don't like to hear about back injuries for young players.
Nope. No, you don't.
Which is why
248.
they're going to take it very carefully with a guy.
But does he come back before the trade deadline? Does he play a little bit? Does he, same thing with Skubal?
Yeah.
Can he prove he's healthy and be an asset? We'll get back to this a little bit later on. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, got something fun planned for you and Kang coming up straight ahead. And we'll talk some Lions as the show progresses. OTAs open to media today. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. It's a busy weekend in sports coming up, especially in the NBA and NHL. In the association, the breaking news of the day is that Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks underwent surgery on a broken pinky finger yesterday. ESPN says Robinson will play in Game 1 of the NBA Finals next week. New York, of course, needs to learn its opponent first. It will either be the San Antonio Spurs or Oklahoma City Thunder, who both meet in OKC tomorrow for Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. The Thunder are favored by 3.5 points in that game. Tip-off is tomorrow tomorrow at 8 o'clock from the Paycom Center. Tonight in the NHL, elimination is on the line for the Montreal Canadiens as they trail in the Eastern Conference Finals 3-1 to the Carolina Hurricanes. The Canes bring their series lead back home to Raleigh tonight with a chance to get back to the Stanley Cup for the first time in 20 years. Carolina is favored at minus 245 odds on the money line tonight. Puck drop is at 8 o'clock. The Tigers also play this evening. They're on the road to face the Chicago White Sox, who have surpassed most expectations this year. With 75 home runs and a 29-27 record, the Sox are currently second in the AL Central and only 3 games back of the Guardians in first. Troy Melton will pitch for the Tigers tonight. It will be Eric Fetty for Chicago. First pitch is at 7:40 this evening. The pregame show will begin here on 97.1 at 7:15. And Lions head coach Dan Campbell is speaking now at day 3 of OTAs this week in Allen Park. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope you're doing well on this Friday. 248-539-9797. Very, very strange and sad story out of sports. Claude Lemieux, who is one of the all-time bad guys in Detroit sports history, 3 days ago, honored as an honorary captain at a Canadiens playoff game, took his own life yesterday. And, I mean, it just... You never know what people are going through, what demons they have. Mental health is there's been a lot more attention brought to it.
Yep.
And a lot less stigma attached to it. But man, if you need help, reach out, man. This is, it's just a sad and tragic end.
It really is. And, you know, obviously he's forever tied in Detroit sports because of the incident with Draper and then the following year with the brawl with the Red Wings and the Avalanche, and always intertwined with Darren McCarty. And Darren took to social media yesterday and put out a quick video about it. And in the end, he says, look, you know, if you're going through something with mental health, please don't be afraid to ask for help with mental health. And it's 100% true. When you look at this, guy looked like he was on top of the world the other day, bringing this torch into in Montreal before Game 3, and the crowd going nuts for him. And you would think it's one of the highlights of his life, you know, being honored like that and before the crowd, before a playoff game. And 3 days later, he's gone. And that tells you how severe problems can be with people dealing with depression or whatever he was dealing with. I don't know what he was dealing with, but bad enough to commit suicide. And that's it's a tragic end. And it's a guy that, you know, over the years, and we have had a chance to talk to Darren a number of times. I remember we were at like a Detroit sports showcase years ago, and we had Darren up on stage, and he was talking about how he and Claude had gone on this little tour where they were signing books and all types of stuff, and how they built a bit of a friendship. And Darren would say, look, he may have been, you know, a jerk, but he knew he was a jerk, and he owned up to it. And he goes, and I could live with that. And then they formed some kind of, you know, friendship after that. And
seemed that way.
Yeah, and Lemieux had played in a bunch of different places, and I was amazed. Stoney showed me I didn't know this. I was up in a press box yesterday during the game, and Stoney broke the news. And he said, oh, my God, look at this. I'm like, oh, my God, what, didn't we just see him? And then in the story on it, it said that he is 9th all-time in playoff goals with 80. 9th. Claude Lemieux is 9th all-time in playoff goals. And it speaks to his long career that he had that went well beyond just the Avalanche. Obviously started with Montreal, New Jersey Devils. In fact, beat the Red Wings in 95 with the Devils, the Avalanche, and then went to a few places after that. I think he ended up winning 4 Stanley Cups. But a sad ending to that story.
You know, it's interesting because as sports fans, and maybe this happens in all walks of life, but you go through life and you think you hate someone. It just because of who they play for, what they did, what they said.
Right. It's sports hate.
It's sports hate. And there's no greater example for me in my personal life. I've told this story on the air before, but not everybody's heard it, I'm sure. I hated A.J. Przinsky. Couldn't stand him. And then he was on the sidelines at a Michigan-Minnesota game. It's a funny story. It's back in the old Metrodome days, and the White Sox were wrapping up their season in Minnesota against the Twins, and they had an afternoon baseball game and then a Saturday night football game between Michigan and Minnesota. So they played the game at like noon, and then they did the quick switch and played a football game that night. Well, some of the White Sox got a keg of beer delivered to their clubhouse and took it down to where their dugout was, which was in one of the end zones of the football stadium. And you could see them in there with their cups and their keg watching Michigan, Minnesota. And Przinsky wandered out onto the field, and it might have been my first year doing sidelines. And Frank Beckman said, "Is that A.J. Przinsky? Do I see A.J. Przinsky down there?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You got to get him on. You got to interview him." And, I'm a new kid on the block. Frank says, whatever Frank said, I did. And so I went over there and interviewed him and just asked him. And he said, we just decided to stick around and we got some beverages delivered. And he was kind of funny. And then I'm standing there. We finished the interview. "Oh, thanks for being on." He goes, "Thank you." And we get done. And he just stands there with me and keeps asking me Michigan football questions. And he was a massive college football fan. And after a while, I'm like, I kind of like A.J. Przinsky. And look, my sports hatred, I declared it on the air for him for years. And now this guy is sitting here talking college football with me. And I'm like, I have no idea who he is. Claude Lemieux is, you realize that many just normal people, not normal people, they're incredibly gifted, but for Darren to say that he knew he was a jerk, it's one of the great, I think, self-awareness and being aware of your flaws is a real strength. For
Lemieux to say that to Darren.
Yeah, is a real strength, is being aware of your flaws and being aware of the mistakes that you made.
Yeah.
People make mistakes, or you might go through an era of your life, like there's some behaviors in my past, the stuff I did, I'm a little embarrassed by, but you have to,
We've all got those.
And that's why we say a lot on the air, you allow people the opportunity to grow up, especially young, when we get into young athletes that do stuff. And I bring it up with Terrion Arnold, for instance. If he is guilty of just being wrong place, wrong time, or if he's guilty of worse than that, give him an opportunity to grow up and be an older, more mature version of himself, because I can think of examples where it happened to me. Anyway, the Przinsky story I just brought up because it's an example of how somebody you think you hate, and then you hear a story like this, and I'm like, oh my God, the guy, you wonder about CTE.
Did he give you a beer?
No, he did not give me a beer.
He didn't offer?
No, but what's funny is a couple of weeks later, I was watching Florida play a game, and there was a quarterback threw a ball away, and somebody on the sidelines caught it, and it was A.J. Przinsky. Like, he was going around the country after their season was done.
That's fun.
Yep.
Yeah, I had, for me, it was Chris Chelios. I didn't like Chris Chelios. I hated Chris Chelios because of his days with the Blackhawks and just hammering Steve Eisman and Sergei Fedorov and all those guys behind the net and in front of the net because he was so damn physical with those Blackhawks teams. And then when Chicago swept the Red Wings in the playoffs, and that's when my hatred for Jim Belushi started and will remain. But with Chelly, he gets traded to the Red Wings, and I didn't like that 1999 when that trade happened. I was like, I mean, this guy should be great for this team, but I am not going to like this guy. and it took a while. It didn't happen instantly. It took a couple of years because he didn't play the same physical style with Detroit that he played as a Blackhawk. And I don't know if that's because either he was just getting older or because Scotty Bowman demanded you play a different style here. But eventually, I started to warm up to him as a player. And then as someone who was going into the room on a regular basis after games or during practices, when I was covering the Red Wings in the early 2000s, Charlie was great. I mean, he was always there to talk with the media. He wouldn't give you the quick answers. You know, he knew what his job was in that regard, and he was fine with it. And I ended up really, really liking Chris Chelios as a player.
Yeah.
So that was the guy for me that changed.
Well, Again, we just wanted to make mention of it at one of the, if nothing else, he played a very memorable role in one of the greatest sports dramas in Detroit history.
Yep.
We have updates from OTAs, injury updates. Dan Campbell speaking with the media. We will get to that today at 11:16. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, here's the latest from the Lions. Nolan Bianchi, Dan Campbell speaking to the media, says Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, and Sam Laporta are all improving, but not practicing during this week's offseason program. Again, Nolan Bianchi on Twitter. Campbell adds that seeing Joseph and Laporta return to the practice field before training camp is not a priority. Laporta's done some jog-through stuff. Quote, they're in meetings, getting the mental side of stuff, end quote. Campbell says Terrion Arnold, who's coming off a season-ending shoulder injury, and a handful of rookies won't practice, said the rookie stuff is a continuation of their philosophy from a year ago, not trying to wear guys out after they went through a ton of draft prep. Campbell on 2026 training camp. This will be the most competition we've had, in my opinion. On Penei Sewell, who's expected to move to left tackle next season, the talent speaks for itself. He's got all the intangibles. Campbell adds they don't take that for granted. Dan Campbell says he likes where Levi Onwuzurike's at, but is hesitant not to hype anybody up this time of year. Probably wise.
Yeah, particularly with Levi Onwuzurike.
So that all courtesy of Nolan Bianchi, as Dan Campbell is meeting with the media. As there are more updates throughout the day, we will pass them on. All right, question for you and Kang. I went back and looked at our show sheet from 1 year ago today. We had a pretty prominent non-sports topic that was woven throughout our summer. Do you remember, have any guesses as to what we were speaking about, what we were talking about, non-sports related, 1 year ago today?
Best beach in Michigan.
Okay. Kang, any guesses?
Where does up north begin?
Right?
Has that been done before? By anybody in the state of Michigan? We should write that down.
When we did it a decade ago, we were probably like the 500th show to do it. But yes. No, that was neither of those things. You guys can keep guessing, or I could just tell you.
I'd rather you just tell me.
All right. Kang, any more guesses? You want me to just tell you? 1 year ago today was day 13. French Quarter jailbreak on the run.
There we go. Yeah.
Nice.
The update 1 year ago today was that domestic abuse suspect Antoine T. Massey and four-time convicted killer Derek Groves, officials were announcing the arrest of Massey's sister, a 31-year-old woman, and two other women, all accused of helping the escaped inmates. Now, to revisit that story that we were talking about 1 year ago, the final fugitive, the winner, if you will, was Derek Groves. He stayed on the loose until October. So day 13, so this happened on May 16th. Our winner made it to October before he was apprehended in Atlanta.
Day 147. Yeah.
That's a pretty good run.
Yeah, it was rooting for and against them at the same time.
Yeah, it was a really weird deal, wasn't it?
100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Good thing they got him. Good thing.
2 years ago, I did find a funny topic that we were talking about. I'm not going to make you guess this one. We were talking about how Tom Hanks sent a text to his son, quote, "Can you explain the Drake-Kendrick Lamar feud to me?" Which was funny because then
we started asking.
We started having people do the same thing. Text your kids and then text us their response. But, Tom Hanks was need an update on what the hell was going on there.
I still don't understand the feud.
There wasn't anything like this in the hair metal band world, Gator?
Oh, no. There were feuds in hair.
All right,
let's go. What do we got?
There
Do you got any good ones?
Well, I mean, there was a whole Ozzy and Ronnie James Dio because Ozzy was fired from Black Sabbath and went on to his solo career, which worked out great for Ozzy.
Mm-hmm.
Dio took over with Black Sabbath, and Ozzy did not say some very nice things about Ronnie James Dio in the early going there.
Is that right?
Yeah, which was really unfortunate because they were two icons, absolute icons.
Did they do any songs about each other?
No, that stuff didn't happen.
That happens in the rap game a lot.
That is it right there,
Guns N'
man.
Roses. Axl Rose in one of his songs off the Use Your Illusion albums. They released the two at the same time. He went after, I think it was Bob Guccione Jr. or something like that. he really went after one of the people in one of the songs.
Really?
Yeah. There's that. But no, it's nothing compared to the rap game. Are you kidding me?
Wow, that's blown opportunity if you ask me. The hair metal guys did not know what they were doing. This is free material, free publicity.
Well, the thing is, they didn't know, right? They didn't and then hair metal was gone, and then Tupac is like, hang on, I got some stuff for you. And wow, what did I just hear?
What?
Okay, slow down. Then to get the whole the awards ceremony, the East Coast got no love, so Snoop Dogg and all that, and it's unbelievable.
I mean, that was the bigger one, but before that, NWA, Eazy-E,
Dude,
Ice
LL
Cube.
Cool J and
there's,
Cool Mo D.
There's
They went
metal had nothing
at
on
it.
that.
How you like me now? Like they went at each other, and I don't know what the beef. Like what started it.
I don't recall metal artists doing it in songs.
Yeah. Well. Yes, blown opportunity.
Yeah.
But good stuff. Great drama. VH1 behind the music, man. That stuff was fun to watch.
Stuff got serious.
It sure did. Okay, so this morning I'm watching Get Up. Jay Williams eviscerated Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He tried all he could to draw fouls last night, and the refs, there was a lot of ignoring him last night. Williams pointed out a number of possessions in the game that he said this about Oklahoma City. He said it's not just SGA. It's everyone on their roster is turning every possession into a negotiation with the refs.
Yeah.
And he said, SGA is my new life alert. I've fallen and I can't get up player. He proceeded to highlight plays where he was falling down, but then missing very makeable shots, including multiple layups. One where he wasn't even touched. Going down the lane, there were 3 players near him. He took a layup attempt. It was a running one-hander down the middle of the lane, hit the ground, and fell. And Jay Williams, you could tell he's got some old school in him, and he is disgusted by this. Then he pointed out the young bucks for the Spurs are playing through contact. Well, SGA is looking for contact and losing the plot, which is to put the ball in the basket. Now, you pointed out SGA's free throw statistics in this series.
He's 52 out of 54 from the free throw line.
That is insane.
And that's with only going 3 for 3 last night. He only got to the line 3 times last night. The referees are not, they did at least last night, right? We know it's different game by game. But last night they were having none of it.
I mean, honestly, when you start seeing if the game, and we talked about whether or not Adam Silver was going to do something about it, or would the officials try to do something about it? And I mentioned the game policing itself. Feels like something that the game should police itself. If the officials last night were part of a concerted effort, we're not falling for this crap. Because the way that game was officiated makes you wonder, right? If the officials themselves are noticing all the criticism. And the reality is, it's sort of a roundabout, maybe it's not a roundabout, but it feels like a roundabout criticism of the officials. We're sitting here blaming the players, but the players wouldn't do it if the officials weren't falling for the flops.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 reasons, right? You do it because you can get somebody off their game, getting the fouls against them. If they rack them up, they're going to be on the bench, and that's a bonus for your team to keep that other guy off the bench or on the bench. And the other thing is, you get to the line, you get free throws. And if you make your free throws at a high rate, there you go.
Yep.
And this is a guy who's like an 87% free throw shooter in his career, but in the playoffs, this year he's at 90%. So yeah, you can understand there's a reward there for him to go ahead and do that. And unfortunately, as he's doing this, it's taking basketball down with him because nobody likes it. There's a very small percentage of people out there, I think, that are in favor of this. Everybody else is like, this is bad for the game.
Do you think there are people that are in favor of it?
I think there are some.
Would it only be Oklahoma City fans who are getting rewarded for it?
I think there are fans all over. There are some fans. I don't think it's a big percentage, like less than 5%, right? It's a small percentage, but I think some people are just of the mind do whatever it takes to win. And if that means that I'm going to draw fouls to make that happen, then so be it. You know, the difference between drawing fouls now and drawing fouls 30 years ago is that you earned it drawing those fouls 30 years ago. Now you're falling all over the floor just trying to create that attention where they're going to blow the whistle. But if you're getting to the line and you're scoring the points, you're helping your team win, and that's why it's being accepted, and it's awful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure certain New York Knicks fan base that they love Jalen Brunson,
Sure.
right? And they know that he embellishes a lot of calls, and maybe it's not to quite the degree of SGA, but it happened when we were playing Cleveland. Their fans were like, they love James Harden, right? All of a sudden, when he's on your team and helping you win games, you look past it. This is why I thought it might be a kind of a good thing for SGA to be highlighted, and maybe against Brunson in the finals if they make it there, is that now everyone's eyeballs are on it, and you cannot ignore it if you're Adam Silver, is how much backlash you're getting from just the casual NBA fan. And you will have to eventually do something about it, at least behind the scenes. You're publicly not going to say anything. I know he said the other day, the officials are fantastic, the greatest in the world. But behind the scenes, you got to be like, hey, these are being embellished. You have to be, there's a fine line. Do not get fooled by the flop.
Well, more and more attention is being brought to it. It feels to me like it's become Jay Williams' crusade on Get Up every morning to point this out. And if the game, a lot of times the toothpaste gets let out of the tube and it never goes back. It feels like this could go back. And maybe last night was an example of it being put back in the tube a little bit by the officials.
Well, now you got Game 7, right? This isn't like it's Game 43 on the season. This is Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. I think there's a lot of pressure on the officials to make sure that they call it, as even as they can, because this isn't about getting somebody back into a series or any of those conspiracy theories you have. This is literally who gets to play for a championship. I'm curious what people would think is the NBA narrative going into tomorrow night's game.
What do you mean?
Well, how people always have these conspiracy theories. Oh, they just wanted to get to a Game 7, or they want this team to win over that team. They want to showcase their MVP, so they're going to be in favor. So what do you think is going to happen tomorrow night?
So
for
the people that believe that the NBA pulls the strings.
Yeah, that there's a narrative.
Okay.
Or a script.
You're looking for what is the conspiracy theory regarding the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, because now it's Game 7.
Who does the league want to advance?
Yeah. Or is it job done because we got it to a Game 7?
But if the puppeteer, how are they going to play this one out?
Because everybody thought this is the actual NBA championship going on in the Western Conference between these two teams.
Yeah.
And all that's waiting for them is a team that's won 11 straight games or whatever. But, yeah.
Okay. Well, if anybody's got a conspiracy theory or a reason why they think the league is going to push San Antonio through or the league is going to push Oklahoma City through, be fascinated to hear these theories. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, what is
So, by the way, speaking of the whole flopping thing, so SGA is part of the 2018 draft class.
Yeah.
He was selected 11th overall. Other players from that draft.
Yeah.
Luke has been known to flop a little bit.
Yeah.
He was 3rd in that draft. Your buddy Trae Young.
Yeah.
He was 5th in that draft. You have SGA was 11th in that draft.
What an awful collection of unethical scores.
Grayson Allen was 21st in that draft. Jalen Brunson was drafted with the 3rd pick in the 2nd round.
Those guys were all in that one draft?
Yep.
Dude, that's crazy.
That's a little crazy.
A bunch of floppers.
And Svi Mykhailiuk was taken 47th overall.
Former Piston great.
That's right.
Feedback coming in. Joe in Fenton says the NBA wants Wemby. It'll be back to being a flop fest next regular season. I would like to know why you believe both those things. I mean, I guess Wemby, they could be pushing the narrative of the next great star. We're just Gator wanted people to call their shot on their conspiracy theories on who the league is going to try and. For those that believe that the league calls the shots, what's the league narrative?
But does the league want to push a foreign superstar?
Well, given that
the league, I know SGA, but I don't know if everybody understands the SGA is Canadian.
He is Canadian, yeah. Are you asking me, does a professional sports league try to conquer the world? I think yes. They would push a foreign superstar.
Okay.
Absolutely, man. Europe getting all behind Wemby. If you believe in the conspiracy theory, I would say they want Spurs Knicks. I mean, New York City versus the world, basically, in Wemby. Wemby represents the world. He's a freak. He's an alien, whatever you want to call him, right?
I wonder if this is just like the NBA doesn't like. They're like, our job is done. We already have the Knicks in the final, which satisfies the New York part of it, and then you're going to get the best team coming out of the West. Whomever it is, it works for us. It doesn't matter. Personally, I think it's better if Wemby and the Spurs get there.
Yeah.
Because I think you make a good point, King. Do they want to, and so do you, Doug. Do they want to conquer the world, the NBA? Of course. And if you have best player, when they've had the best player from Europe before win championships, Jokic has won it.
Yep.
Luka's won one.
No, Luka's not.
Oh, he hasn't won. I'm sorry. But here they have Wemby with a chance to do it.
Yeah, Wemby's a different animal, man.
Dirk won one.
Yeah, but this is just Wemby's beyond any of those other guys, and those other guys literally have won it. So,
right.
Well, he's past him. I mean, he's so young. Those guys were at the time. I was saying that Jokic at the time was the best player in basketball.
Oh yeah.
Now it's Wemby or is it SGA? Either one.
I mean,
with the 1 and 2 in the MVP voting, right?
Personally, I find a lot of these theories comical.
Sure.
Because and the biggest reason is all you have to do is cite something that we talked about earlier this week with the Knicks. Their inability to even get to the finals, let alone win one, dating back 50 years. Now, they did win the coveted NBA Cup.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
I think that's where the term comes from, because that's exactly something to sneeze at, is the NBA Cup. But honestly, if you believe in conspiracy theories, my retort would be, then how do you explain the Knicks' ineptitude? Because is there a team in the league they would want to be successful more than the New York Knicks? Chris and Romeo says something that I don't hear anybody talk about. The refs themselves might push teams to get back into a series to create a longer series if possible. Refs get paid by the game, not by the series. The more games, the more money they make. Now, the refs change every game, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But, so it's not like a ref is going to, hey, I could use this extra paycheck. I hope we're going to make sure there's a game Saturday night.
I think it's a big miss by the NBA.
What is?
Having different referees every game.
Yeah,
I think you should have by the series. Because that way both teams can get into a flow because they know how it's going to be called. It shouldn't vary one game to the next if you have the same crew, right?
Well, there would be more consistency, that's for sure. Gerald in Detroit, the flops are a part of the game now. It affects the point spread, the outcome, the money line, etc. When is somebody going to take notice that the NBA is an entertainment league and money-making league now? It's no longer about who's the best, but where the most money goes.
Oh, it's a money league.
Yeah, when did that change? I'd like to know where Gerald thinks the line of delineation was. The NBA, when I was a kid, you want to watch the NBA Finals, you waited till 11:30 at night and watch it on tape delayed on Channel 62. They made the move to regular over-the-air network television live in one of the money moves, and they made that move probably, 80s?
Yeah, it was the 80s.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know, 81, 82, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
It was after they realized, wait a minute, this whole bird magic thing is.
That's right.
We might want to see that.
Yeah. David Clarkson says drawing fouls in basketball is essentially the left wing lock in hockey back in the day. It's unwatchable. But the left wing lock, was there something unethical about the left wing lock, or was it just boring? Yeah.
It's like the shift in baseball. And they got rid of the shift in
baseball. They did get rid of the shift in baseball. From Larry in Commerce, Wemby, the greatest viewer draw. New York has tremendous draw. Viewership bonanza for the NBA.
This is viewership bonanza for the NBA. I don't know if outside of New York, I don't know how many New York fans there are, but there's a lot in New York, and then everybody else hates New York, so they watch the hate watch.
I'll tell you what I do not want to hear. I do not want to hear a fan of the Oklahoma City Thunder, if they lose Game 7, forwarding a conspiracy theory that the league is against them. Forwarding a conspiracy theory that the league wanted Wemby. I do not want to hear that from Oklahoma City.
You're going to hear it if it happens, for sure, even though they won the championship last year.
I know.
You had yours. Now we're moving on.
My conspiracy would be that they don't want Jalen Brunson and Shea in the same championship, since it's too much of what they are being knocked for right now. They want the new toy, Victor, in the championship. People really like the Spurs. I bet the NBA does too.
It's like Thor's hammer coming across Iron Man's, force from the chest.
There's plenty of reasons to hate the Spurs. And it goes back to they've been in 10 lotteries. They've moved up 6 times. They've moved up to number 1 3 times, all in seasons when a generational player was available. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and Victor Wembanyama. There was no Anthony Bennett at number 1 when they won the lottery.
And it's always been a center, which is weird.
It is. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Tiger stuff a little bit later on, as there's plenty of reporting about Skubal. Everybody around Major League Baseball seems to be writing about it. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Can this big brand break into the market? And we actually have Evan in studio who runs our website and also a bit of a sneakerhead. And Kang, I'm interested in your opinion on this one too.
What about me?
I'm not as interested in what you have to say because I don't think you're a shoe guy.
I'm not.
He wears shoes. I've seen it before.
Yes, Evan, he does wear shoes, but
Got sandals today.
he's
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
wrong
sure
day to
those
say
toes
that.
are nice and cool indoors.
Gucci is accelerating its push into sports. The luxury brand was announced as the title sponsor for Alpine Formula One team starting in 2027. The partnership for which will change the French team's name to Gucci Racing, Alpine F1 team, is worth an estimated 50 to 60 million per season for at least 3 seasons. Can Gucci land an NBA player?
Yes, absolutely.
You
Not a
think?
doubt in my mind that they can land an NBA player.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Just because of the brand or because of the
100%
money?
because of the brand.
I was gonna say it's because of everything else that they bring to the table.
100%. If an NBA player can start getting that stuff for free, boy, are they going to do it in a heartbeat.
So Air Gucci's
It's
are coming.
no New Balance. It's not Darius Acuff signing with Reebok trying to revive them.
Never lost. What about that?
The
no.
big baller brand.
That's gone away.
Has it done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Shocking.
ended about the moment
Before
it
it started.
began.
Yeah, stunning development there. Kang, Gucci. You see kids running around in Air Gucci's?
I don't know about kids, but definitely athletes.
Yeah.
Evan's right about that. They'll love that stuff. I mean, guys are already rocking like LV, bags, whatever you want to call them, Merces, whatever. So
LV,
high
is that
brand,
like Louis Vuitton?
yeah, high end brand stuff. Yeah, Gator knows.
See what I bring to the table?
Yeah, so yeah, for sure.
Scott just wrote in, flopping is so Gucci.
He's a Converse guy, by the way.
Who's that?
Shea.
Is he a Converse guy?
Even though Nike owns Converse, so
what are the brands?
he's really a Nike guy.
What do we got? We got Nike.
Nike is the major one.
Yeah. You got
have
Adidas.
Adidas, which is few and far between anymore. New Balance.
Mm-hmm.
You have Reebok's coming back into the game.
Yeah.
Puma?
Kind of, not
Who had
really.
Puma? You were
It was some
trashing him.
rookie.
Yeah, you were trashing him a
It
couple
seemed
years
like it
ago.
worked out well, huh? And we can remember him.
Oh, Evan's got receipts.
God, who was that? I forget who it was. It was a big rookie, though, at the time.
I'm
Then
sure that's why they made Google.
is the brand. I don't even know what the brand is called, but the brand that Isaiah Stewart wears. Then there's a Chinese brand, too, that's big in the NBA.
Is that right? Puma, was it Marvin Bagley?
I don't think I would have freaked out.
Also from the 2018 draft.
Good
Was
for
he?
Marvin Bagley to get any shoe deal, to be quite honest with you.
Number 2 in 2018.
Oh, yes, he was.
Behind DeAndre Ayton.
So I guess if
Who
you're,
came after those guys? I feel like somebody good came out of that draft.
Well, we talked.
we just
about
talked
this.
about it. It's
did you?
amazing filled with floppers. It is. I mean, SGA. The fact that SGA and Brunson were both from the same draft tells you something about what
Trey
was
Young's in that draft.
Trey
too.
Young's in that draft. Like you were talking about, that is an era of a very
And then Luka.
unethical era of basketball. What they produced, but
Grayson Allen.
Oh, yeah.
all in one draft.
He's actually a pretty good player. Grayson.
Yeah, whatever.
But Gucci's going to work, and you're going to see an NBA player. You might see an MLB player wearing those.
So
Sneakers that are popular right now, these Prada sneakers. You see so many of these people that have a lot of money wear those
not,
around.
but just not on the court. Does Prada have a
Maybe
Prada have a
PJ
basketball
Tucker did, but he would be like the only one that would do it. No,
Okay.
it's like a sneaker, like a dress sneaker. You've seen it.
Yeah, I
for
have
sure.
seen it actually.
So are these
And then-
actually court shoes, though?
No. Nothing has
Gucci?
happened yet.
Okay.
Gucci signed on to be Alpine's sponsor, and they're going to all have Gucci gear and shoes and all that. They'll go to soccer next, is my guess,
Maybe.
and then eventually the NBA, because they're trying to up their game.
That's
But
sweet. Maybe I still have a shot to go pro and get that Gucci deal.
yes, Evan, I'm sure you do. All right, just wanted your insight.
Thanks.
Never give up, buddy.
He's a sneakerhead himself, Evan Jenkins. 248-539-9797. All right, so a few things on the table today. We are discussing possibility of Scoobel being moved. And that pretty much dominated the first hour of the show. And we'll circle back to it, but we're doing it because the Tigers are coming off a super disappointing end to this Angels series. If you think this team was destined to collapse, they keep giving you reason to believe that. And nobody's mad at you. Everybody reaches a breaking point at some point where they just pull the plug on a team in a season. And it's, we have taken the approach that, well, what's the best you can get out of a bad situation? I mentioned this a couple of days ago, but if you were a person that watched the Tigers the last couple of years and was happy with the success, but thought that they had overachieved and it wasn't sustainable and they needed a lot more, you probably deep down are happy with what you're seeing right now because it's going to force their hand. We ask teams to define themselves all the time before you get to trade deadlines. And they're getting to the point where it would be almost miraculous for them to get within striking distance. It's not yet. There's still 105 games to go. We still have 2 months before the trade deadline, and a lot can happen in 2 months. But what you don't want to be is an undefined team, not sure what to do. You do nothing. You don't make the playoffs. You'd rather have a full-scale sell-off than that, obviously, and they got a ton to sell. And the good news is they're spending money. Whether people realize it or not, they have a top 10 payroll in the game, $210 million. And if they're going to commit to spending money and basically sell off parts that probably aren't going to be here next year and replenish the organization with great young talent, that's making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, they'll have assets, certainly, if they continue to play this type of baseball. And the question is, at what point do they start to sell off those assets? I mean, the biggest piece, of course, is Skubal, and you can't move him until you know that he's 100% with his pitching. But it sounds like that's going to happen sooner than later, which is good news on a couple of fronts, but also a little sad because if this team continues to plummet, and now they're going to Chicago to take on a White Sox team that's playing pretty well, they could find themselves 14, 15 games under 500, which is brutal when you think about it. Nobody wants to see that from the Tigers, but this is where we're at right now. But if they're there, at least, like you said, you've defined yourself so that they know what they have to do moving forward. And they've got the biggest asset of all, the biggest chip in the game, which is Tarik Skubal, assuming he can come back and pitch well enough to prove to teams he's healthy and ready to go for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and everybody's watching, everybody's paying attention, everybody's talking about it, everybody's writing about it. It's one of the biggest underlying stories of the trade deadline, and so we're going to be paying attention to it and talking about it here, and hope that Scott Harris. Now, my faith in Scott Harris, I don't not have faith in him, but I also don't have faith in him. I'm like undetermined. I'm wait to see on Scott Harris. They've made the playoffs with Scott Harris. They've done on the heels of players that were acquired before Scott Harris got here, a lot of these guys. At the end of the day, though, he's got some good stuff on his resume. We'll see how it plays itself out here long term, but he is going to have potentially one of the most valuable pieces to sell in the last decade.
Do you feel like AJ's on a hot seat at all? Like, have you already pressed we did the thing with Eisman with the seat warmer and the 3 levels.
Yep. Most car seat warmers have 3 levels.
Yeah.
1 line, 2 lines, and 3 lines.
Do you think that seat has that button been pressed yet with AJ or no?
Do I think if it's on anything, it's on 1 in reality. And what I mean by that is I think we have a pretty good feel for when guys are going to get fired. And what I mean by that is we can talk about whether or not we think someone should get fired. If you look historically, we've called some shots right before they've happened. And my instinct tells me on this one, it's probably not even on 1. But if it's on anything, it's only 1. And the evidence that AJ can manage a decent baseball team is there.
Absolutely.
And if you didn't think this team was very talented in the first place, and somebody out there, I know I'm talking to you, think that then that's a manager overachieving with a group of players that you weren't impressed with. I don't know what else you're looking for, right? If that's your belief, you have probably a bigger Scott Harris problem than you do an AJ Hinch problem. I do not think he's on the hot seat. Do you?
I don't, but I feel like some fans want him to be. Like, I mean, fans are always going to be, look, they want the pound of flesh. They want changes to happen ASAP.
Somebody punished.
Yeah, and I can understand that to a point. But with Hinch, I just think the evidence is so strong that he's a really good manager. The case being that they've made the playoffs the last couple of years with a roster that I don't think most people would think that they should be in the playoffs, and yet they were and have won multiple playoff series here. But we'll see, because baseball is a sport where managers are hired to be fired. Sometimes guys have a really good run, and then they have a bad run, and they're gone quickly. So I hope he's not, because I think he's the right guy.
Well, there's shakeups, right? Yeah, sometimes you have shakeups, but you just do it to say, all right, we're going to try something different because this ain't working. But AJ's not pushed the right buttons as well this year he has in the past. It's the Hearns Hagler of the sport next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke to the media today at day 3 of OTAs. He said Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, and Sam Laporta are all improving, but they will not practice in the near future. He was asked if he wants to see those guys get on the field at all in the spring or summer.
myself. I delegated oversight over this process to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. She's throwing him under the bus.
Campbell also referenced taking it slow with the rookies and getting them in football shape so they are healthy and conditioned by the start of the season. That will be September 13th at home against the New Orleans Saints. The Tigers are on the road for the next 6 games as their road trip starts tonight in the Windy City against the White Sox. Detroit is a staggering 8-21 away from home this season. The only team with fewer road wins in baseball is Kansas City at 7-17. Troy Melton will make his second start of the year tonight for the Tigers. He will pitch against Eric Fetty for the White Sox. First pitch is at 7:40 this evening. The pregame show begins right here on 97.1 at 7:15. And the NHL Eastern Conference Finals also resumed tonight. The Carolina Hurricanes are up 3-1 on the Montreal Canadiens. The Canes haven't been to the Stanley Cup Final since they won it all in 2006. Puck drop in Raleigh is scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1, 248-539-9797. Got some Tiger feedback we want to get to here in a minute. But first, Gator, I think that this is... Explain to people who don't know what Hearns Hagler was. How would you describe Hearns Hagler boxing match back in the day?
So you had two, I believe they were middleweights or super welterweights at the time. Marvin Hagler was middleweight champion of the world for a couple of years there in the early to mid 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy Hearns, obviously Detroit legend, won multiple titles in multiple weight classes. This may have been the heyday of boxing because you had Sugar Ray Leonard in there as well. And there were others, but those three guys together were amazing boxers at that time, all at the same time. The Hearns-Hagler match lasted what, or 2 rounds?
I think it was pretty quick.
It was unbelievable how it got started. Like they were on level 10 to start, both guys throwing haymakers the entire time. It looked like Hearns was going to knock out Hagler. He didn't. Then Hagler stuns Hearns. Looks like he's going to knock him down, and he doesn't. And then you get to the second round, and it was all over, unfortunately, for Tommy Hearns fans. Marvin Hagler won the fight. But it was a special moment in boxing history because we just didn't see fights like that were just fast and furious for the entire.
As frenetic, it jammed into a short period of time. For people who were around during Hearns Hagler, it is a reference point in sports that you remember because it was just one of the greatest showdowns of all time. Which brings us to Parikka versus Gupta. Are you familiar with Parikka versus Gupta?
I'm not.
It is the Hearns Hagler of the spelling bee.
Oh, boy.
Did you see how they decided this thing?
I did not.
They decided it with a 90-second lightning round where you had to spell as many words as you could in 90 seconds.
Just randomly? No, they would give you
They would give you a word and you'd have to spell it correctly.
Spell cat. C-A-T.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
Here's Parikka, a portion of his 90 seconds.
Come on.
That's a sample from Parikka.
Those aren't words.
I missed cat. Was that in there? That spell?
Here is Gupta.
All right. So
these kids. It was a 32-word outburst as described in the Washington Post for Parika that got him the championship?
Okay, so one of those words was solder, right?
Yeah.
If somebody asked me to spell the word solder, I'm going to say SOLDER. And it would have been wrong in this context. But if you're pronouncing it solder, that's what you use to
Yeah, I mean,
with like welding, right?
One would think that the words they choose for a spell off, a lightning round spell off, would not have multiple spellings and definitions.
I'm just saying.
But which do you remember if it was Gupta or Parika?
It was the second one.
Okay. Can we replay the second one? I want to hear how he pronounced it and see if you're right.
I mean,
okay, here's what I don't know is the case. Whether or not they got it right. They didn't say I think they did the scoring afterwards. So he might have got it wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Just saying.
yeah. I've never heard of any of those words. Unless solder is like in soldering.
I don't know. It was done so fast, and then their spellings was done so fast. I'm like, wait.
It's hard to keep up.
Yeah.
But I think it would be hard to score.
Yes. It would be very hard to score.
Quite a showdown, huh?
Yeah, that's Hearns Hagler. Gupta couldn't get up for the remainder of the second round.
No, Gupta was knocked out. Pretty crazy, though. It's funny that this thing still exists because this is a skill whose usefulness is bordering on zero in modern day life because of spell check.
I don't even try to get things right anymore. I just get in the vicinity, and because I know spell check's going to take over for me at some point here.
And are we worse people for it?
Yes.
Okay.
We are. I mean, I just told you I don't even basically try because I have something that's going to tell me how it's spelled correctly like that.
It's being done for us, but I don't think it's the decay of societal norms. I think that's is it a greater sign of the decay of societal norms? Or is it just cool? We don't need to be able to do this anymore. In fact, collectively as a society, we're probably better in terms of the output. We don't have to spell. The computer does it for us.
But okay, so my pushback on this is, Doug, because Kenny said the same thing that you did. Basically, what's the point, right? Just no everyday use. True, okay? Yep. But when you go to work out in a gym, I know you work out, you're going to do a bunch of these exercises and lifts that you literally will not do in your everyday life. But you're exercising the muscle. You're building it to get it stronger. So when you're spelling words or when you're studying subjects and things like this in school that you would never use in everyday life, what you're doing is you're building your muscle, your brain, okay? So it's going to help you in other ways. You just don't realize it. So yeah, this kid or these kids are never going to spell these words, but they're obviously smart kids. I bet you they're smart. I bet you they know other subjects pretty well.
Yeah,
you're 100%. Not wrong. You're not wrong.
Well,
you're not wrong.
You know, word derivation and origination, it's called etymology, I think, it's great because it teaches you when you're learning how to spell these words. There's a basis in different languages for it. Like if it's Latin based, you have this. If it's African based, it could start like this. If there's Scandinavian in it, each nation has their own way of spelling things, and ENs and ONs and double S's,
right.
Double K's and all that. I think it does. It helps you understand other things. It's not just spelling because it'll give you a glimpse into other culture.
No, I bet these kids are good at math. I bet they're good at other stuff. It's a valid point.
I think they're probably great students, period.
Yep.
Yes. I don't think they're go to take the SAT and it's verbal only.
Yep.
I'm guessing they score pretty well on math.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
But it is a pet peeve of mine that people don't know how to spell.
Dude.
Or the worst, it's not that they don't know how, it's they don't care. And that bothers me.
Well,
when I read stuff on social media,
okay,
it's
that
not
they
just
don't.
social media.
Okay,
social media is bad enough, but I'm not gonna. I'll give that a pass because that's just stupid.
When the final product is misspelled in an email you get or
I mean,
text.
those are terrible. But I can let that pass. What I don't let pass, what really annoys the hell out of me, is when I'm reading stuff on a website like The Athletic or Freep.com or Det News or USA Today or whatever.
Where it should be right?
It should be right.
No,
And it's not. And you got like double words because they didn't proofread their stuff. And I'm like, can you not take the 2 minutes to read through your own article and understand that this is misprinted?
Unless you can't spell the word necessary.
Well, here.
Which I can't spell.
Well, that's what I want. I want the adult version with average IQ adults, all right?
Yep.
In a spelling contest. And that's like the final boss awards is like necessary.
If I get the word necessary, I'm out.
Or like graduation or congratulations. You know, like those are like
regular
yes,
words.
regular words. We're like, oh my God. You're
Spell
sweating.
business, spell restaurant. I can't do either of those.
That's what I want.
Dear.
You know how they want like a regular person competing in the Olympics next to like the supreme athletes?
Right.
We need regular person spelling bee.
Right.
Our station's Kenny standing on stage getting regular words with Gupta before him and Parika after him.
Right.
And they say, spell Wednesday.
You're like, ah!
Is it?
There's a D in there. Some I don't know what WENESDAY.
Wednesday, yes.
There you go.
Business. Spell business, Kenny.
Pass. We'll circle back.
It's a white
Language
flag.
of origin.
Gator, there is a story percolating in one of our favorite sports that I think will be your breaking point.
Oh.
And you might not be the only one. I hate what I'm about to read to you, and we will get to it at 12:17. Excuse me. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Okay, don't shoot the messenger. Will you promise me you won't shoot the messenger?
I don't know if I want to promise that, but all right, I won't shoot the messenger.
This story comes from On3's Pete Nakos. Oh, boy. No, it's a major issue that could arise over the coming weeks in potential student-athlete holdouts if deals aren't paid out. Florida AD Scott Strickland, you run through a lot of scenarios in your head on what if in the environment we're in right now, that's probably top of mind. What if? I don't know what happens in that scenario. It's certainly something you think about. Another AD from the SEC, everything is on the table. If players' contracts are left unpaid before the opening week of the season, nothing would surprise me. So this is unfulfilled NIL deals leading to players sitting out. Holdouts could be coming to college football.
All right. Well, this would be really bothersome, but I'd be right now. My initial ire is squarely on the shoulders of the universities.
Sure.
If you have committed to a player and you have set up NIL,
or a company is committed,
is committed to set up the NIL, whatever, and this player's, let's just say it's $1 million. Make it nice and easy. You're offering this 19-year-old $1 million, and then you don't fulfill. What are you doing?
Well,
you have to be able to fulfill.
Yeah, one would think, but you go back to businesses go out of business all the time.
Yep.
When they get overextended, and I would guess that this is more not the schools themselves, but the companies that made promises that players sign contracts with.
Well, aren't they all supposed to go through the university?
Well, there is a clearinghouse now, but that doesn't mean that those companies, and you would think that the clearinghouse would make sure that the companies could pay them. But let's face it, businesses take loans all the time that they can't fulfill and go out of business, declare bankruptcy. So, we've talked a lot about unintended, unpredicted consequences of decisions. Paying student athletes through name, image, and likeness, in theory, there is nothing wrong with it, okay? Sure. Allow the student athletes to capitalize on their potential earnings, their marketability, and have them realize some potential earnings. In theory, I don't think you can argue that. I wouldn't argue that makes the sport any worse. When the games are played on Saturdays, what I see from kickoff to the end of the game, I still enjoy. And I enjoy it as much as I ever have, to be honest with you. I really do still love college football. But this feels like one of those unintended consequences, one of those things that they didn't anticipate. I mean, we already have players sitting out bowl games and sitting out games at the end of the year that aren't deemed to be all that important. We have had players put their names into the portal. Depth players put their names in the portal where their teams are still playing. And that's because the absolute lunacy of conducting an off season during the season is just absurd. It's one of the most absurd setups in sports. You have players are being asked to put their name in the portal during the season. I can't think of anything more backwards than that, but college football's managed to do it. Now, unintended consequence, overextended businesses, big promises, contracts that they can't fulfill could lead to holdouts.
It sucks, but that's where it is, and it's shameful that it would get to that point.
We should, in some ways, we should have saw this coming though, because it's just like professional sports.
Because it is and it isn't. I mean, in professional sports, if you're holding out, it's because you want a new contract. It's not because they're refusing to pay you. Mm-hmm. And that's more on the player, and I don't like that, right? Because you're under a contract. You're supposed to honor the contract.
Yep.
And we're only talking about a 4 or 5 year span here for the college athletes. because that's how long they have to make money as a college athlete. Although, some can get 6, some can get 7 years, although I think that's going to be curtailed here. And the new proposal from the Senate wants it done to 5, which I don't oppose. But this whole thing now, it is different than that, because this is on the schools and universities that are supposed to have the NIL money set up. And you would assume that they're collecting it. And if not, then they've got real issues. All these schools have endowments that you would think are not supposed to be used for NIL, but would it be used as a backup plan, emergency break glass, if all of a sudden you've got one of your big donors, Bob's Jeep in Poughkeepsie, is decided now they've gone belly up and they can't afford to pay it, so they have to cover the note of Bob's Jeep?
You never know.
I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for this for the universities. They're going to fall short, and then the players end up holding out.
I have a ton of sympathy for the fans.
Oh, of course, of course. But fans we're all willing to get screwed here. But the players' recourse is, okay, then I'm back open to getting out of here, and I'm going to go to another school.
Yeah,
and I would imagine if they wanted to fight this legally, that they would have reason to leave immediately.
Yeah,
that there would be a court that would rule in their favor. Says, yeah, you can transfer
now,
right away.
I don't know if I'm connecting dots here. The 2 quotes he have, one is on the record from the Florida AD, and another is a unattributed quote from an SEC AD. 2 SEC ADs talking about this. I really hope that this is an SEC problem and not a B1G problem.
Right.
I hope that the Big Ten schools doing it the right way, within the rules as they are set up.
We've said a million times, they need to get contracts.
Yep.
This is where you can start to get some guardrails on the whole situation. Players have to honor the contract. The university has to honor the contract. And I'd love them to start at 2-year deals.
2-year deals, NIL deals, 2-year deals. And then the player can't leave and the school can't cut you.
Right.
And if you stink and they've committed $1 million to you and you're not contributing, so what?
Yep.
You signed the contract. So. All right, biggest story in Detroit sports right now is one of the biggest stories in Major League Baseball. It is that Tarik Skubal is trending towards being available. And obviously, because of the way the Tigers are playing, he wouldn't be the only one. Gleyber Torres, I think, would get you a decent return. Some of the bullpen arms. You start packaging like Torres and a bullpen arm together, and you could really see actually a couple of pretty good deals made by the Detroit Tigers. And not only are people speaking about it, and you'll hear some of that coming up, there are also executives around the league. And we got one of those great stories where multiple executives are talking about Skubal, what he might fetch, what trades could look like if he does indeed become available. And we didn't go into this season wanting this, and it sucks to have to talk about it. But it's the reality of trying to turn a bad situation and make it as good as possible for the organization. So we will go out and hear some of what insiders are saying about the Tigers and Skubal next. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Trying to make the best of a bad situation. That might be the Tigers. Keep spending money, trade off your assets, reload in the offseason. Let's go. Now, that's provided there is a 2027 season, but that's a whole nother topic. 248-539-9797. Real quick, just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
I can't remember because it's been a while. If there is a work stoppage, minor league baseball carries on, doesn't it?
I don't know. It's a great question.
Let me just quick.
I sure hope so, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because imagine if they have a sell-off and they get studs and they leave Max Clark down there. At least we'll have Toledo to follow.
Well, yes.
Does minor league baseball play? I'm just Google searching this. Wow. There's no obvious quick answer here.
Huh.
AI mode. Let me try AI mode. There's a work stoppage. Does minor league baseball play? Yes, minor league baseball will continue to play. So there we go. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ned in Oxford. You're on 97.1. Hi, Ned.
Hey, Doug, Gator, happy Friday.
You too.
All right, same to you.
Yeah, the minor leagues will keep going, but my thought is I would love to see Pegas as a Tiger. I would love to see Andy Pegas from the Dodgers, or however you say his name, Pages. I don't know. But is it Paez?
I think it's Paez, but whatever. Yeah, you're talking about their young center fielder who's playing very well for them right now.
Yes, yeah, exactly. But my concern is, what I want to know from you guys is, with that impending lockout, is it more something where you're gonna see the teams like the Dodgers say, no, we're not going to take on a bunch of salary because of this impending salary cap. So is it more beneficial to go? Do you guys think it's more beneficial to go to the Cubs and say, hey, roll us up a nice little package of, like Gator was saying, minor leaguers, potentially Matt Shaw? Or do you think teams are still going to try and make that splash? I'll get off and listen. Have a good weekend, boys.
What do you think, Ned?
Oh, well, so I think teams aren't going to be willing to do it. I think that, I saw a list this morning that was 10 teams, the Dodgers, the Mets. There's a bunch of teams on it that are going to be well over the cap, and I think it's projected at $252 million or whatever it is. And I think that they're going to hold off on it. I don't think they're going to be willing to deal, young players like.
That's interesting. Because
I think it's the opposite.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite too. I think it's teams are like, I'm going to try and score now before there is a cap.
Yeah.
And there's not 10 teams that'll be well over the cap. In fact, there's only 9 right now. Well, maybe it was money committed to next year. I shouldn't say that. I don't know the list he saw.
But Scooble's a rental.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a free agent at the end of the season. Now, you would think that the team that trades for him would have an inside track to try to re-sign him if it's a team that has deep pockets. But that's the unknown, right? The offseason is the unknown. But these teams want to go for it now. They want to win. And some teams have assets and some teams do not. A team like the Dodgers that wouldn't blink at the $11 million remaining after the trade deadline that is owed to Tarik Skubal for this year, they're not going to blink at that. They're fine with that. And if they give up prospects, okay. It's been an amazing organization over the years. They'll find other prospects, and they still have a ton of prospects. So, and if they lose Skubal, if they're not able to sign him in the offseason, if there's a work stoppage or whatever, I don't know if they care.
I would also not call it a pending cap. I think that I
wouldn't call it a pending cap.
The owners have proposed it at $245.3 million. There are 5 teams within $25 million, $27 million of that total. And then there are 4 teams, and then there's 5 teams that are like $50 million from that total. I think that those would be teams I consider way over what is the possible cap, and that's Toronto, Philly, the Mets, the Yankees, and the Dodgers. Yeah, I think owners right now would be more compelled to try and win now, take on the salary now, and deal with the rest later. I think the only way the cap impacts anything is if Skubal and Boris say, wait a sec, if there's going to be a cap, he's not going to get as much money. So sign the deal now that becomes a cap issue for a team later. And the only team he can sign with is Detroit. But it doesn't sound like Detroit's in the ballpark of what the Skubal camp wants. But so the Skubal camp would have to come down either in term or money. But if they think there's going to be a cap, would you advise your client to sign now, pre-cap?
Yeah, and then have to worry out those details later on. Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797. Patrick is next here on 97.1. Hello, Patrick.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too.
So I was listening to the morning show earlier, and I think it was Stoney. He brought up the idea of the Brewers possibly being a trade partner in the Skubal trade. And I just thought that would be really good, figuring they have the top prospect in baseball. Now, I don't know if they're going to want to part with them, but then they also have 4 others in the top 100. And I was just wondering what your guys' thoughts were on that.
So the player that you're talking about is Jesus Made. And, there's I saw some reporting that said Jesus Made should be off the table. When you're talking about Skubal, if you are the Tigers, all right, and I'd have to look here at Milwaukee. Give me a second. Sorry. Would Milwaukee have interest in other things? Could you sweeten the pot where they would move the number 1 prospect in the game for Skubal, where you throw in a bullpen arm, a rental bullpen arm as well? Something else to if this guy's off the table for just Skubal, and Gator, you're in the quality, not quantity thing.
Yeah.
Would you take the top prospect in the game, even if it cost you more than Skubal?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Hey, he's a shortstop.
But that's the problem. Is a shortstop.
He's 19 years old. He's a AA right now, and he's like one of these 5-tool guys, right? So yeah, I mean, Patrick, I don't look. The story I saw that said he should be off the table came from a Sports Illustrated writer, and Sports Illustrated farms out a lot of their stuff. So I don't know how credible this guy is, but he said Made should be off the table. And their second prospect, Luis Pena, should be as well. Made is the number 1 player in the game according to the Athletics' most recent update, which they did that this week, right?
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is pretty fresh in terms of rankings. Look, I think it's worth exploring, Patrick.
Yeah, he's at AA right now. He's played 42 games. He's at 277 with a AA club. 18 steals already. 805 OPS. But he's 19 years old. He's a switch hitter, and scouts rave about him in every category.
Yeah, Milwaukee's got stuff too. Their number 2 prospect, Luis Pena, is a middle infielder. He's 19 years old, and is he at AA? I think
he's
might
at
be.
single A, or high A ball.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little further away. Those guys are hard to project. But I'd certainly have interest in what Milwaukee has to offer. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, let's get to some of these texts coming in from Jim at work. Tigers issue. The problem is not only with the Detroit Tigers, it's with Major League Baseball as a whole. The pay-for-play attitude with the travel leagues from youth to high school has produced mediocre talent. And now you see mediocre talent in Major League Baseball. Some teams have stars, some teams have foreign players, but as a whole, Major League Baseball has mediocre players and talent on every team.
I don't know. I think pitching has gotten so much better in baseball over the years that it starts to attack the great hitting talent that's out there.
I'm fascinated with this guy's theory, having just had 2 boys go through travel baseball. I want to know how he draws a straight line for pay-for-play attitude with travel leagues from youth to high school has produced mediocre talent. Because I will tell you that the kids are playing a lot more baseball today than they played when we were kids. So I'm not quite sure how it's producing mediocre talent.
Well, are the travel leagues oversaturated where, as long as you're paying, you get a chance to play as opposed to...
Again, not sure how that produces mediocre talent. And so with the better
they're not
players...
playing their best players, I don't know.
But the best players are still playing. They might not be playing on this team or that team.
I don't know if I agree with this statement.
Yeah. It's a fast... I want I wish Jim workshopped this a little bit more so we knew why he drew that conclusion.
Or Jim would call in.
Perhaps.
Isn't it like iron sharpens iron? I'm trying to figure out this text that you just read. Like,
Yeah.
kind of, I'm on the same wavelength as you, Gator. Like, they'll take anybody's money nowadays. You can make the travel team, quote unquote, just send your check in, right? And so if there's just more diluted, there's still the good players, but now it's a lot of average players that are in this pool.
If you get into a program, okay, most big travel programs will have an A team with all the best players, and they will take your money and put you on the silver team or the bronze team or the D team or whatever, and they will play like competition. So I don't think there's much merit to this theory, but I'd be interested in hearing about it. The iron sharpens iron part, yeah, the best players are usually on the highest teams with each program. You trade Skubal after his first 2 starts. Pay the rest of his salary this year so you can get a great haul. That's from Ryan.
Well, if you're going to trade with the Brewers, that's probably what you would have to do is pay off some of his salary, because a team like the Brewers that have a lower payroll, they don't want to pay. But would they be willing to add Tarik Skubal to the roster so they can finally win a World Series? Oh, hell yeah. I think they'd be interested. And yes, they have a mess load of prospects to try to get it done.
Okay. I want to send out the bat signal here to a Brewers fan. Would you give up Jesus Made, who's emerged as the top prospect in baseball in most recent athletic rankings? Would you give up Jesus Made for Tarik Skubal?
For a rental.
If you are the Dodgers, the guy who wanted Pages, I don't think Skubal for Pages gets it done. But you know what? The Dodgers' second baseman just went on the 60-day IL, or is on the 60-day IL. Would you give up Gleyber? Would you want Gleyber Torres and Tarik Skubal for Andy Pages?
I don't know if the Dodgers are trading Pages.
I don't know if they are either.
I mean, he's leading the team in home runs, RBIs, batting average.
I know, dude. But it's Skubal we're talking about.
I get it.
But that's why I'm asking for a Dodger.
He's got a higher OPS than Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, this might be a little bit like the guy who wanted the Charlotte Hornets to send Cole Knippel to the Pistons.
He might be the top WAR player in baseball. He's a 3.7 WAR already.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch.
Don't think he's
probably not
part of it.
There's the Cubs deal. Is there a Cubs fan out there? Would you give up? Who are the two? There was the 6'6" outfielder. His name escapes me now. And there was Jackson Wiggins, the 100-mile-an-hour flamethrower in the minor leagues.
Right.
Would you give up those two for Skubal? Be really intrigued if fans of other teams, what you'd be willing to do.
Kevin Alcantara was the
Kevin
6'6"
Alcantara, yes.
outfielder.
So Kevin Alcantara, who
needs to eat a sandwich.
Who is? How much does he weigh?
Care to guess?
At 6'6"?
Yeah, 6'6", and he's 23.
Well, that tells me he's probably below 200 pounds. 190.
188.
Okay. And he's got how many at bats
in his minor league career?
No, right now with the Cubs, because he's up.
with the Cubs. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He has 3 at bats.
Okay, so he's not part of their core as it stands right now. He's probably more a part of the future. Would you give up the pitcher and Alcantara for Skubal? Cubs fans? 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke at day 3 of OTAs today in Allen Park. He said injured big names like Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, and Sam Laporta are all improving, but that they won't get on the field anytime in the near future. Campbell also says the injured guys aren't the only ones who won't practice much. The Lions open the season at home on September 13th against the Saints. The Tigers have hit the road to take on the Chicago White Sox this weekend. Tonight's game is the first of a 6-game road trip for Detroit. Troy Melton is on the mound this evening for the Tigers against Eric Fetty for the White Sox. First pitch is coming up at 7:40. The pregame show here on 97.1 starts at 7:15. Game 5 in the Eastern Conference Finals in the NHL is on the docket tonight as well. The Carolina Hurricanes hope to eliminate the Montreal Canadiens by capitalizing on their 3-1 series lead tonight. Puck drop is at 8 o'clock. And the Spurs and Thunder will hit the floor for Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals in the NBA tomorrow night. Whoever wins there at 8 o'clock will play the Knicks and Mitchell Robinson in the finals. Robinson had surgery on a broken pinky yesterday. ESPN says he'll play in Game 1. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Coming up today at 1:18, some major league executives sound off on the possibility of a Skubal trade. Trying to make the best of a bad situation. That's what we're doing on this Friday. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Devin. You're on 97.1. Hello, Devin.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, nothing. I just wanted to touch base on the caller that called about the talent issue, pay to play, kind of ruining it. I think what he was trying to allude was, and I've actually had this theory myself, was we're getting to a generation where it's not necessarily the best athletes that are getting to play the top level of sports, especially with like hockey and baseball, with travel being more important, end quote, than high school's ball. You're getting the richest athletes, not necessarily the best athletes. I have friends that didn't play certain sports because their parents, and they knew their parents couldn't afford to play certain sports. And these are kids that were light years beyond athletic development than a lot of the other kids that were actually, star players or whatever.
Interesting. I mean, my guess is if you're an elite talent, there's going to be programs that find a way to get you on their roster because no matter what anybody says, and there are a lot of programs that just want to win. The coaches want to win, the parents want to win, and they will find a way to really get the best players on there. But you might be right. That could have something to do with it.
And in that is including pay whatever they got to pay to let their kid to play. I mean, there's coaches. Hey, your kid's not very good. Yeah, well, I'll pay you $1,000. Okay, suddenly your kid's a little bit better than we thought.
Really? You think coaches are taking payoffs from parents?
100%. I would be willing. Yes, 100%.
I'm not going to say. I will just say I'm not going to say that never happened. I can't even imagine like a travel coach. Honestly, look, I'm going to get called naive, but I don't think that happens that much.
I don't know what that much is, but I think it happens. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Gator. What about Doug? Like, I know usually the elite athletes find a spot, right?
Yep.
Find a way.
Yep.
Not everyone's elite right away, though, especially in youth sports. It takes time to develop, and then,
Sure.
you know what I mean? And a lot of those kids don't get a chance if they don't have the money or the avenue to get on travel sports.
There are, like, I've seen a lot of programs that have fundraisers, have scholarships, have ways to, if you can't afford it, to try and get kids involved. But, that's probably a decent, and that guy, that caller articulated better than the first texter did. That it just maybe some of the better athletes can't afford it, get priced out of travel sports, and hence they don't get the at-bats that. Well, and the conclusion, by the way, I'm not sure I even agree with that there's a ton of mediocre talent at the major league level. I don't buy that at all. My guess is it's the game, the athletes, and the way the game is being played, even though they're not hitting as much. I think you take a major league team from now and play a major league team from 25 years ago. What happens?
Yeah, I mean,
I know what happens in basketball, and I know what happens in football, and I know what happens in hockey. I'm not sure if it's true in baseball, but
everybody's bigger, stronger,
Exactly.
faster, and I mean, you go back 20 years ago, you would have a handful of players in baseball that threw 100 miles an hour.
Yep.
Now it feels like there's a handful of guys on every team that can throw that hard.
248-539-9797. Corey is next. Hi, Corey.
How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, so to piggyback off the last two callers, if you take Grok or your nearest AI search engine, if you search Major League Baseball over the last 20 years, batting average, it's decreased considerably. Like back 20 years ago, I think the batting average was about 280s. Now it's in the 230s, the average. So, yes, the talent level has decreased considerably, over the last 20 years. So, and yes.
Is it possible the pitching just got better?
Coaches. I didn't look at pitching. I didn't do that much. But if you look at AI, it'll lay all that out for you. It's a beautiful thing about AI, right? But, yeah, you can see that just watching baseball, the talent level. And also Sheffield, who plays for the Tigers, obviously, he had a podcast, I think, 2 years ago about how he doesn't even watch baseball anymore because he said batters, they hit for power now instead of average. He goes, there's no true batters out there anymore, really. He goes, it's all about home runs.
So
it's
just
not about batting for average.
Circling back to your first conclusion, is it just a different approach that it's not the talent level? If Sheffield is saying that they're going for power and you cite batting average as the reason why the talent is down, or their approach is completely different and it comes at the expense of their batting average.
Well, let's do the Tigers, right? How many times in the last year have we seen the Tigers with a man on first and second, or even first, second, and third, and you just can't get a base hit to bring a guy home, right? That's batting average. Do the Tigers have a go-to player that will put that ball into play?
No, but that's deficiency. But that's a deficiency with the Tigers lineup. I don't know that
batting, but it's all around.
If you think that that's a sign, but if you think that's a sign that the talent is down in Major League Baseball by citing that the Tigers don't have a guy that can quote put it in play with runners on first and third, I don't know that I think that's drawing far too much of a conclusion. Personally, I think the Sheffield thing is interesting because Sheffield says, and you apparently agree with him, that he doesn't watch because players don't hit for average, they're trying for power, and it's hurt their batting average.
Oh.
The players might be as talented or more talented, they just have a different approach at the plate, right?
When the Tigers won the World Series in 1984, I just used 1984 because that's when we won the World Series. I'm not using the Tigers, I'm using the Major League averages. The Major League average in baseball in 1984 was 260.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever 280. He said it was 280 20 years ago.
He misspoke, but here's where things get different. They actually got up to 271 at one point, but the OPS, on base plus slugging percentage, which is the number everybody looks at now, in 1984 was 708.
The average OPS
in 1984 was 708. Then that number started to creep up, and it's been up. It goes up and down. Batting average has gone down. It started to go up in the late 90s and then starts going down in the 2000s.
Personally, I think I'd need more evidence than batting average going down means the talent has gone down. I'm not convinced that the pitching talent isn't better than it's ever been.
I think the pitching talent is way better, and I think really you can look at maybe it's post-COVID how things have changed. There was a OPS in the 2020 season was 740. After that, it's dropped to 728, 706, 734, 711, 719, and it's 706 again this year, right now, which would put it right with what it was in 1984. The batting average is down to 240 this year. It was 245 last year, 243 the year before, 248, 243, 244, 245. So the average is at a low. Might be an all-time low, or it's a low for a long time here.
There was some years in the 30s that batting average was in the 280s.
1968, the year of the pitcher was at 237.
Yeah.
So it's been a minute.
Kind of got sidetracked here. We're talking about Skubal and whether or not he can be traded at 248-539-9797.
To bring it full circle, if you think that pitching is better now, that's why teams would covet someone like Tarik Skubal.
And make it even drive the price up.
Yeah.
I like your conclusion. We will get to more of your phone calls and feedback on this. Gator, the free pre-day is today down the Detroit Grand Prix. I always like making sure people are aware of that, these events. I feel like we need to promote the Detroit Grand Prix. Probably should have done it earlier in the show more so because it's a free day down there for practice. And I always feel like between this and the Rocket Mortgage Classic, I really hope they survive in Detroit.
Yep, it's a big year for Rocket.
Yeah, is it the last year of the sponsorship?
For now, yeah, unless they're able to come to a new deal.
Yeah.
I hope they are.
And if they lose a sponsor, does the event go bye-bye? I certainly hope not, but...
we'll know more in a couple weeks when they have a media day out there to talk with people.
Are you playing?
Yes. No, but then there's a whole.
Yeah, you have
media thing
annually.
for it, yeah.
Gator has annually. So I got a solo show coming up, is what I'm hearing.
That's right.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to the Major League executives, their quotes on Tarek Skubal and whether or not they think he's going to be traded, what he might land the Tigers. We'll get to that today at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Summer is right around the corner, and there's never been a better time to drive home a brand new Chevrolet from Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado for only $189 a month. If you need something sporty and versatile, you can get the 2026 Chevrolet Trailblazer for only $219 a month. Or cruise in the summer in a stylish 2026 Chevy Trax. That's just $249 a month. And every one of these incredible offers comes with just $19.99 down. So whether you need a tough truck, a family SUV, or the perfect everyday ride, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has your summer savings waiting right now. Hurry in today or shop online at sarahchevrolet.com. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where great deals and great service come together at 696 and Telegraph in Southfield. They're open every Saturday. Dealer fees are extra. Offers subject to approval and availability. See dealer for complete details, and together, let's drive!
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines 248-539-9797. Gabe is in Southfield next year on 97.1. Hello, Gabe.
How you guys doing?
Excellent.
So I heard you were taking some calls about Scooble. So I was going to say, as a Tigers fan who watches a lot of Tigers baseball, as much as it hurts me to say this, I think we got to trade him before we lose all leverage so we can get the biggest haul. I mean, even in years past when we were underperforming, the team had verve. It really did. You know, and we got production from guys like Vierling and Perez, and it wasn't just wins, but they had a spark to them that you knew the team was special. And I just don't see it this year. I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel these losses are demoralizing, and they just do not have the spark that they've had in last season.
Yeah, I mean, they're 13 games below 500. No, they don't have the spark. They're not coming up with that big hit with runners in scoring position when you're down by 2 and you get the bases loaded double or whatever. It clears the bases. They're not coming up with those hits, and it's very disappointing. It comes also with all these guys that are out with injuries. You know, guys you were excited about to see if they can grow and be something. Is Parker Meadows going to stay healthy? What's he going to look? Nope, not healthy again. Okay. You know, who's the next center field? That's all right. We got Javi Baez because he plays center field. He's great at center. Nope, he's out.
Gabe.
Okay.
I would argue that a year ago they had what you talked about. I would argue that 2 years ago they didn't. 2 years ago at this time, they were 9.5 games out. 2 years ago at the trade deadline, they sold. Then they caught fire.
Yeah.
So that's when they got they had started playing, but it wasn't as obvious 2 years ago. Last year, they were the best team in baseball had the best record in baseball. Let me be clear on that because we've talked about that quite a bit.
They got up to a hot start in the first half last year, had all the All-Stars, and then nothing in the second half.
Yeah, but they were in first a year ago at this time. They were 6 games into first. So where they are right now is an incredibly unhealthy position, the worst position they've been in the last few years. And do they have that spark, that verve? Interesting. The verve.
Verve.
Yeah. I think it's hard when you're losing. Like, I think that's why there's such a thing as losing streaks, is because it's harder to be as attentive as you need to be. And I don't know if there's a better example. Do you know a couple of years ago, Matt Vierling won that Major League Baseball Hustle Award, or was a finalist for the Hustle Award? And he had a play the other night or on a single to center where he was shading way over to right center. There's a good story in The Athletic about it by Cody Stavenhagen. He was the one that was guilty is on the Angels scoring from first. And that is just not the Tigers. You cannot win with this roster by having plays like that. And Vierling kind of owned it a little bit and said he was shaded as far right as their positioning card allows, according to the story. He picked the ball up, threw off 1 foot. He said his infielder instincts took over. He just wanted to get the ball in quickly. And it's not in Vierling's. He was a former nominee for the Major League Baseball Players Association Heart and Hustle Award. And I think that play happens more when you think the wheels are coming off than it does when you're in every game. So I think that's what leads to streaks.
I mean, when it rains, it pours with this team, unfortunately. And they're not a good offensive team this year. Yes, offense is down throughout the league, but I mean, their numbers as a team are atrocious. They're all bottom third of the league when it comes to batting average and on-base percentage and OPS and runs scored. They're not hitting the ball at the ball. They're 23rd in home runs. They only have 49 home runs in 57 games. They're just not good offensively. And then with the pitching staff has just been decimated with injuries, they're actually getting a lot of quality starts, but the bullpen's not done their job. And it's all a recipe for success. And you add to it plays that you expect teams that normally make. They're not making those anymore. And that's what happens when you lose. You get into a funk. You're frustrated. You can't get out of your own way. And A.J. Hinch talked about it a little bit after the game yesterday. The one positive that's coming out of it is that it doesn't seem like the players are deterred from it, that they still put in the work. They're still working hard to get where they need to. But they got to have results. And they'll get an opportunity tonight at the White Sox against a pitcher that teams have had success against this year. They need to taste the sweet victory before the rest of the weekend gets going, when the White Sox will bring up better pitchers.
All right, so MLB.com, writer there named Mark Feinsand was able to talk to executives around the league about a possibility of a Skubal trade. Here is some of what they said. An NL executive said any club who finds themselves out of the postseason picture while carrying a star player on an expiring contract has to consider moving that player at the deadline. That said, no one should count out Detroit yet. We're only a third of the way through the season. There's a lot of baseball yet to be played. Another AL executive said the following: there's a chance the Tigers will try and trade him, but I don't think it's probable. I always think there's a chance, but they would have to feel confident that they are going to be able to go on a run and that the return would be significant, and that they're not going to be able to go on a run, and that the return would be significant enough to wave the proverbial white flag. Then there's this from an AL executive. If they're way back, I think they'll trade him. However, given the state of the American League, it seems like they'll be within spitting distance of the wild card. An NL executive. I would think they will try to move him at the deadline if they are this far out of contention. They know they're not going to sign him, so you have to do what's best for your organization. And one more American League executive, they are sending him somewhere, no doubt about it. Now, Feinsand writes the following: which teams could be logical landing spots for Skubal if he's moved? The Dodgers are always an obvious candidate given their resources and the front office history of making big summer deals. The Braves have one of the best records despite a rotation that has dealt with numerous injuries. And one AL executive believes that Skubal will be tabbed the Brewers as a potential trade partner, as Milwaukee has made such deals in the past for Zach Greinke and CC Sabathia. So, a lot there to discuss. We haven't talked much about the Braves and what a possible return for the Braves could look like. And Bleacher Report put together trade proposals that make sense. I think they had a Braves one, didn't they?
Yes, they did. It was their top two prospects, both pitchers. Cam Caminiti, who's 19, pitching at high A ball, and then J.R. Ritchie, who's 22, and he's pitching at double A ball. Neither are off to great starts.
No,
but they're their top two prospects in the organization, according to MLB Pipeline.
Interesting. Would you be interested in those two?
I mean, the idea that you're getting their top two prospects is obviously you're like, oh, look at there. But I don't know. I guess call me crazy. I want a bat.
Dude,
I want a bat that can go into the everyday lineup as soon as maybe next year.
Well, you made some comment earlier, and you harkened back to the Verlander trade, and you're right. They would have been better off just going to grab Kyle Tucker in a 1-for-1 swap, Verlander for Tucker, as opposed to the three players they got. Now, maybe Houston said Tucker's off limits, but we talked about Kyle Tucker a lot back in that day.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like, as I recall back then, that there were many suitors for the Tigers. We didn't have Verlander rumors every day.
Right.
We just didn't. And then finally, the news broke on the Houston front, and literally the 11th hour. Like, oh, okay, here we go. But I think it's different this time around with Skubal, and I think that they'll have the opportunity to engage with other teams a heck of a lot earlier this year than what they did years ago. Sadly.
Let's go to JP next on 97.1. Hello, JP.
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
Okay.
Just crossed over the border into Indiana. I'm heading down to see the boys play at Guaranteed Rate tonight. I want to say I'm looking forward to it, but the last month has significantly impacted my hopes for this ball club. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what Scott Harris is thinking. At this point, I don't know what do we need to start bringing guys up from the minors? I mean, we have no pitching.
Well, they've already done it.
We have no hitters. Yeah, and look at McGonigal. They brought him up from he was on the Whitecaps last year, if I'm not mistaken.
He played double A at Erie too, but
he was ready.
Yeah, he was ready to go, but they've already had to dip into the minor league pool because of injuries this year with guys like Gage Workman's up now, and they brought Wenzel Perez back, who didn't remember Jahmai Jones made the roster over Wenzel, but Wenzel's back with his team, and it's so, and they've had Jace Young up and down a couple of times. But I'm not sure if I think we all at some point we're going to see I think when if this team continues to lose and they start trading away players, you're going to start seeing the Max Andersons of the world up here and the Julks of the world.
I want to see what Max Clark can do.
Yeah, well, Max Clark is, I think it's a ways away yet. I think he's got to put together another really strong month before I think there's even consideration with that. Because they don't want to bring him up just to bring him up. They want to bring him up to succeed, which is what they do with McGonigal. When they felt like he was able to handle an everyday load, every game, here we go. We're going to bring him up. I don't think they feel that strongly about Clark just yet.
How do you guys feel about the trade value of Skubal going down because of the injury and the proneness to? I mean, his arm is obviously deteriorating. I mean, he had the Tommy John surgery. Now he had the loose bodies. I mean, he's pushing 30. He's thrown 100-mile-an-hour fastballs for the last 6 seasons. I don't know what they're going to get.
It might scare off some teams. But remember, anybody who's trading for him knows they only have him for a few months.
Right.
And so if they want to re-sign him, that's fine, and they may just choose not to if they're really concerned about the injury. It's a variable. I mean, and some teams might rule out, but you know what? We just ran a bunch of executive quotes. Not one of them said they wouldn't trade him. And that was like 6 different executives around Major League Baseball. Not one of them said they wouldn't trade for him, because of the injury.
Look, 2 years ago when we first brought up Skubal trade talk, and it was hot and heavy with Baltimore and the Mets. Everybody was talking about those two teams, and really more Baltimore.
Yep.
And we're looking at a haul of players in return from Baltimore's their prospects. They were like 3 of the top 5. Could they land this? Could they land that? The top overall prospect, Jackson Holiday, was going to be part of it. And then nothing happened. I don't think it's the same pool they're looking at now. It's because of you're only getting him as a rental as opposed to what it was a couple of years ago. You have him for 2.5 years or 2 years, whatever it would have been. But it doesn't mean that they won't get something done. I think they get something significant done if they're forced into that road where they have to trade him.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you're looking at your home and realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone that you can actually trust. That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. With over 30 years of service right here in Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that is frankly unmatched. We're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners. You don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. They provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs, and when the job is done, you're also protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. And while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community, and they're here to stay. When you're ready for quality you can count on, visit Shaner Roofing. Check them out on the web at mymichiganroof.com and get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Again, mymichiganroof.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Bob in Pontiac writes in, there's no better time than now to load up on prospects in a trade. If there isn't a Major League Baseball season next year, our prospects will still be playing in the minors and developing. So there's no need to have players you can win with right now, right this second. You get a year of development while everybody else is standing around fighting over money. I love this theory. You get, if you unload Glaber, a pitching prospect, Glaber, a bullpen arm, and Skubal, and in return, you get 3 guys that are going to be down to AAA playing next year, developing, because all you got to do is keep them off the 40-man roster. I did figure that much out. If you're not on the 40-man roster, guys are the guys that are have to stop playing. So your minor leaguers that aren't on the 40-man roster, and by the way, there's quite a few down there at AAA right now that are on the 40-man roster. It would suck to be them. You're not in the major leagues, but you're not in the minor leagues either, but you're in a work stoppage and you can't play, even though you spent the year at Toledo. But you get your guys, your guys that you can park at AAA next year with Max Clark, and they can all, and that might be another reason why they don't call Clark up. If there is a work stoppage and he's on the 40-man roster, I'm pretty sure he can't play next year. And that would be really, really, and that, look, this is if they're falling out of it. If they can use him and they got a chance to win, you do everything you can to win. But.
Well, even if he's ready to come up, they'll bring him up when he's ready to come up. I don't think the labor agreement has anything to do with what they're going to do with a 40-man.
I would consider it. Because I'd rather have, how convinced are you that there's not going to be a season next year?
I'm not that convinced. I actually think there will be, but I think there's going to, I think there's going to be, it may not start on time.
Yeah, I would consider.
I don't know if it'll be 162 games, but I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by what I've seen the last 2 days, where each side has put forth a proposal at the very least.
Nice.
What they need to do now is still talk and not say, okay, I'm going to go home for the next month and a half and discuss it with Mike. No, start working this thing out. Get together again next week and get together a week after that. And then after that, get together a couple times a week, whatever it's going to take. But I think that they've started to lay the foundation and the groundwork for common ground. And at least it starts with a floor. I think both sides agree that they need to have a floor for the payroll for each team.
I think it's pretty funny that essentially both sides made proposals that they know damn well the other side does not want. But at least they made
every negotiation in the history of mankind.
Yeah, at least they have started the conversation now.
So it's like that the owners want a salary cap and the players absolutely don't want a salary cap, and that's the biggest obstacle. Okay. So how do you get close to having a salary cap without actually having a salary cap?
Well,
you punish the teams that are going to pay the most,
which is our current system,
right? But they have to make it more punitive.
Gentlemen, the Cubs don't have much to offer. I'm looking at the New York Mets, who are starting to win again and have much more to offer when it comes to pitching prospects as well as good young bats. That's what I'm looking for. That's Marlin and Walled Lake. Well, I'll just say this. Keep bringing on the teams that want Skubal. Yep, sure. Yep, Mets. I don't think we've had one Yankee call today.
No.
Mets, Yankees, Toronto, Cubs, Milwaukee, Dodgers, Padres, Atlanta, Tampa, Seattle. Yep. What's your best offer? What do you got? Now, so then the Tigers get to choose from the best possible offer. LFG, man. More teams. Bring them all on. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Gator, yesterday, we missed it. Yesterday was National Burger Day.
Oh.
National Burger Day. The Free Press had a story a couple days ago about what's your perfect burger. Do you have any burger hacks? Do you have anything you do special? You told me one thing that you'd done before in the past, and it might have been for turkey burgers, but it was grind up Triscuits.
That's for a turkey burger.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
For my hamburgers, if I'm going to make hamburgers at home,
Yep.
I will get the ground sirloin, and I will add maybe a teaspoon of A1 sauce as I'm in each burger patty that I'm forming.
I like that.
I
love A1.
Try to keep some juice in there,
tangy.
Yeah, and then grill it. And you might want. I do the trick where you put the thumbprint in there, and maybe a little ice cube in there, and see what happens.
See what happens.
Yeah, I tried. I mean, I'm not doing smash burgers. I mean, I have a griddle inside the house. I could do that, but if I'm going to make a burger, the grilled burger is better for me.
Okay.
I like the grilled burger, but if I'm going out and buying a burger, I love a smash burger.
Yeah. Kang, what about you? Do you got a burger hack?
No, I don't have a burger hack, but I think everyone prefers their burger a certain way. You know, typically, like I know one way that Gator does his is if you're having a cheeseburger, you like your American cheese room temperature, correct? You don't want it like melted on. You
Yeah,
want
no,
it, like,
I'm not. When I don't put the cheese on the burger until the burger's done.
Exactly. And I like it right like for 5 to 10 seconds as the burger's finishing up cooking, throw the cheese on there, American cheese, by the way, and let it melt and then take it off. Like, so it's not completely disintegrated into like nothingness,
yeah,
right?
That's a bummer for me. Yeah.
But 80-20, charred both sides, obviously. Lettuce, tomato, onion, ketchup, mayo. That's it sounds simple, but that's the way I like my burger, you know? Just, I don't need all the frills. I like bacon. I don't need bacon, you know? So,
Same here. I don't
right?
want. I actually don't want.
Well, you don't
bacon
even want
I don't
bacon,
want bacon
though.
on my burger. No. And I've gotten to the point where I don't even want lettuce on my burger.
Wow, look at you, man.
Onion, tomato, cheese, a little bit of mustard, a little bit of ketchup. I'll throw like probably some Thousand Island on the bun itself, and maybe that gets grilled for a second. And I like to dip my burger into mustard and ketchup.
Okay, yeah. See, salt and pepper, by the way. That's it. Don't need any other seasoning.
Our station's Kenny. Do you have a preferred way for a burger?
You know, I over the years, I think I'm starting to agree with Kang and Gator. I'm more of a keep it simple guy. You got the American cheese, ketchup, mustard, onion, pickle. I also have been removing lettuce from it. I was wondering though, this has been a trend that's occurred over the past, call it 3-4 years. The peanut butter thing when it pertains to burgers. Have anybody tried it here?
We've all tried it.
I have not.
I've not tried it.
Oh, that's right. You didn't want because burger, right? But Kang had a buddy who brought some in.
Yeah, he was a chef, I think, or a manager of a restaurant.
Yeah,
Someone brought up the peanut butter thing,
and so we tried it. It was fine.
Surprisingly, not bad.
Yeah, but I wouldn't ever do it. But when somebody presented it for me, did I try it? I did, and it was fine.
Yeah, it wasn't gross or anything.
No, it was stunning, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Surprisingly not bad at all.
But if it's sitting next to a regular burger the way you'd prepare it yourself, you take the regular burger.
100 times out of 100.
Okay.
Yeah, for me. And we're all glad that Kenny is not eating a possum burger. The afternoon show, like
this bit is like transcended ours now. I don't like this one bit.
You had the issues too with the stomach, so I didn't know.
A couple things.
Draws a line at squirrel.
A couple things that I'm not saying it for everybody, and it's if you guys are simple, you probably won't like these. But I've done this before with burgers, the turkey burger, of course. The like onion straws.
Yeah.
With A1 is one of my favorites. And I've also done a teriyaki with a pineapple ring.
I can see that for a turkey burger.
A pineapple ring, teriyaki sauce, and jalapenos.
Yeah, no,
that's been really, really good to me.
I've actually ordered a turkey burger when I'm out and about every once in a while. I'll do that because I like turkey burgers. I think that they can be delicious.
Yeah.
It was Red Robin.
Red Robin.
had an
Here's the
amazing
thing. Most places will do this if they have a turkey burger. You see a burger that you like and you just ask for a turkey patty instead of if you're a turkey burger eater. Red Robin has a million different ways that they'll prepare your burger and your turkey
I
burger.
haven't been there in like 6 or 7 years, but I do remember getting one like that was great. No, but teriyaki glaze with that sounds delicious. It's
really good. If you got a hack or a perfect burger for you, 248-539-9797. Scuba calls and feedback as well. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, when your garage door strikes out, don't waste time with some call center 3 states away. Call M&M Garage Doors, family owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. Our guy Matt over there and his crew do a fantastic job. Whether you need a quick repair or a full door replacement, they are pros at M&M Garage Door, and they're ready to step to the plate for you. You get easy 24/7 scheduling, a text with your technician's photo, and upfront pricing. All backed by a warranty. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR. Visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Just talking about the Scooble stuff here, and then we'll get back to your phone calls. One, bro who wanted the Mets, who just sent us that text, wanted to get the Mets involved. Update on the Mets top prospects. They've been called up.
Yeah, they have two of the top 100 prospects in baseball. But that's it, only two. AJ Ewing's an outfield second baseman. He has played 16 games, and he's hitting .250 with a .696 OPS. So he is, I believe, still up.
Mm-hmm.
Jonah Tong is the pitcher. He checks in number 36 on the top 100 list. And he's pitched in a couple of games. I have to look at a game log and see if he has pitched. Yeah, it's he pitched May 27th for the Mets against Cincinnati. So he's up with them now. Just made his second appearance. and he's yet to give up a run in 6 2/3 innings.
And then the other one, the we're like the guy who called it wanted Andy Paez from the Dodgers, and we're like, okay, that's not going to happen. Most likely, they're not going to trade a guy who's starting for them, producing for them in center field to Lance Skubal. But they have a second baseman on the injured list. Maybe they take Glaber and Skubal. And while neither of us project that the Dodgers would do that for two rentals,
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking that they would give up their right now statistically best player. However, if I were to make an argument for the Dodgers to make the move, the argument would be that, hey, you guys have a bunch of outfielders in your system that are going to be ready to be called up in the next year or two. You can go afford to give up your star outfielder now, right?
it would be almost a requirement that
they would say no.
Yeah, that their next guy is ready to go.
Yeah, it's a quick no from the Dodgers, I'm sure. But the idea that they've got a glut of outfielders in their system,
yeah.
But Paez wouldn't be the guy they would be moving.
248-539-9797. Matt is next on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Two things. So for burgers, a lot of people don't like it, but I like blue cheese. So I put like blue cheese crumbles with jalapeno and barbecue sauce.
Sure.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I love blue cheese.
Yep.
The second thing, it's just to touch on a different sport. So I was watching the Pat McAfee, which I don't know why, and I saw the Adam Silver interview, and he said that officiating is incredible and there's no mistakes. Like, what? I don't know if you guys watched it, but what do you think about that?
I did not see it, but I think it's a ridiculous statement if that was the actual statement made, because obviously there's mistakes. We know personally watching the Pistons game how many mistakes you can see. It's the officiating is inconsistent from one game to the next. We watch it all the time. Last night they weren't calling fouls when the players were foul baiting, but we've seen them call the fouls when the players are foul baiting. I think it's all ridiculous.
They were asking them about flopping and how officiating is and everything. But that's it. I just wanted to know what you guys thought about it.
Are you sure he said there's no mistakes?
I don't know if I only listened to it briefly. I know for sure that he said the officiating is incredible. And then he was talking about what the officials were doing and everything.
I would expect him to say that the officiating is great.
I would think so too. I think you're going to back your guys publicly and be critical of them behind the scenes. But I mean, seriously, I can't imagine. He said there are no mistakes. If you're going to say that, you're setting them up for failure. You're making it sound like they're perfect, and you're saying they're perfect.
I don't think he said that, because one of the things I know that he said, and I believe it was on Pat McAfee, was talking about how they're going to use AI to help with the out-of-bounds calls. It would be a system similar to what they use with tennis, in or out, that whole thing.
Right.
We see it in baseball. We see it in tennis. And we see it in football, for that matter. We're going to see it in the NBA coming soon.
248-539-9797. Lorenzo is next. Hello, Lorenzo.
Hello, guys. What's going on, man? Love the show.
Thank you.
Listen, burgers. Here's one for you. All right. I use black pepper and salt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of a regular onion, I use red onion. Take a slice, almost like the burger itself, not that thick, and I make the patty, but I put the onion inside the burger.
Oh,
a whole slice. Wait though, then you put a little indentation at the top when you put it in with a teaspoon of avocado oil, and then you have a set of ice cubes on the side, and what you do is while you're cooking it, you choose medium rare, you can choose done. You put the ice cube in the center of the burger. When I say juicy, you could taste a little bit of that avocado oil, almost woodsy, and that red onion in the middle. Oh, it's fire, man. It's fire.
I like the idea of the onion in the burger. That's interesting, because the onion has moisture. So it should help keep the inner of the burger moist.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And the ice
Lorenzo,
cubes-
I may have to try that.
Lorenzo, I looked out at Twitch and somebody posted listening to your call. Kitech said, a whole slice inside the burger? This man is a mad scientist.
I've been doing it for years. And then when it's done, whatever to your liking, you put your slice of American cheese on it, cover it for like 10 or 15 seconds, right? And you take it from there. I use wheat bread, right, instead of a bun. And I sometimes toast the bread, no ketchup, maybe a little mustard, and that's it.
Oh, you lost me there.
I would trust this man with my PIN number.
I don't like bread as a bun. I like a bun as a bun.
Well, did he say whole
He
wheat?
said bread. He said whole wheat. I actually just got done with a pack of hot dogs the other day, and I had whole wheat hot dog buns. I don't mind the bun, but it's got to be a bun. Don't give me the bread stuff.
Burger tip: diced onions or pickles and Worcestershire sauce mixed in the burger. That's from Chris in Livonia.
All right.
Here's one from Twitch from Lord Goofa. Seriously, adding baking soda helps retain moisture and reduce patty shrinkage. It's got to be mixed in, but be careful not to overmix the meat. Should be relatively loose.
Doug, when you go to a barbecue,
yep,
do you eat before you go? I'm not even trying to make fun of you, but like generally speaking, just like unless it's not like a big deal, like it's a small barbecue, you and like another family or two maybe. And everyone knows Gator at a barbecue is usually generally it's burgers, hot dogs, and maybe some brats.
Maybe
generally
chicken?
speaking, maybe chicken, but it's not guaranteed. Okay,
Doug's going to these barbecues with fingers crossed.
that's what I'm saying. Do you do that, or you
Or do
know
you bring your
how
own?
do you do that? Yeah,
Bring my own.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, here's what I don't insist. I don't insist nor expect anybody to cater to me.
Gotcha.
If I'm going to somebody, if I'm invited to a barbecue, I'll say, cool, what's on the grill? And I'll know whether or not I need to bring my own. And that's, I'm the pain in the ass.
Hey, I'm glad you toil over this 14-hour brisket, but I brought my own chicken breast.
That smells delicious. 14 hours, huh?
Wow, that smells good. Okay,
I'm gonna pass.
Can you move it over a little bit and eat some room for my
I
chicken?
mean, if somebody's close enough to me to invite me to a barbecue and offer me dinner, they probably have some ideas.
I'm sure they do. Yeah.
One would think. Jay Bish, 1978, says pepper jack cheese, grilled jalapenos, pickles, A1 mustard. There's a lot going on there.
If I'm going to have mustard, I'm probably not going to go with the barbecue sauce.
I think A1 and
If I'm
mustard
gonna have
sounds like a
barbecue
lot.
sauce, I'm not going to have the mustard. Yeah.
I love zip sauce on my burger now. That's from an unnamed texter.
Zip sauce will get it going.
You gonna be okay over there?
Zip sauce is so great.
Onion ring and barbecue sauce. My burger, my go-to is lettuce, avocado / guacamole, onion, brown mustard, ketchup. Mike, do you have a burger hack?
Oh, what you just read was disgusting. What do you need?
What's your burger hack? Like, how do you? Yeah, well, perfect. How do you like your burger? What makes it perfect?
I mean, a hack is a good burger press if you're going to do them inside, because Lord knows grilling in this area, like half the year we can't.
Right.
A good burger press, and that'll just give you the crust. It helps, but like, don't season the meat until it's on there. Like if you
Okay,
season
yep.
it before, it'll generate moisture, and then you're steaming your burger.
Okay.
But Doug, I like grilling burgers. I just think they taste better. I know smash burgers are the rage. I like grilling.
Yeah,
I do.
Yep.
And the hack. I'm
Go
old
ahead.
school. You know what
Yeah, these guys are old school.
do? You know
too.
what I do? Like I like a McDonald's style where it's ketchup, mustard. I chop the onions fine, and I chop the pickle in with it.
Okay. All
And
right.
it's just a classic cheeseburger. Like nothing super fancy.
Love
I'm
it.
easy with burgers.
Love it.
I don't need exotics.
Yeah.
But you're still on the turkey thing. You don't. Do
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
don't.
that's fine. Yeah, I am, and I'm
At
good.
no point will you return to red meat.
Probably not.
Land.
Probably.
This is forever now.
It's been a commitment for a long time. Real quick, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
A lot. I wonder if the Tigers were taught some bad lessons. I want to go down that road.
Okay.
I got Club Rossini's open today because Vrabel sounded like a skin suit at the podium.
Oh, wow.
And Kyler v. JJ. We're going to get into that too.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by... Yes, it's at Friday Feel, brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Lions coach Dan Campbell said that Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, and Sam Laporta are all improving. They will not be on the field, though. Is getting them ready to practice by training camp a priority there? Campbell says this training camp will be the most competition they've had all in his time as well. Tyrion Arnold also not practicing after his shoulder surgery. Tigers are in the Windy City and getting ready to start a 3-game series with the White Sox. Troy Melton is back on the mound after a solid return from injury Sunday against the Orioles. He went 5 2/3 innings, allowing 2 hits, 1 earned run, and 3 walks. The White Sox have veteran Eric Fetty on the mound. He has a 5.47 ERA. The matchup pits a pair of Rookie of the Year candidates against each other, Kevin McGonigal and Murakami. Murakami has 20 bombs so far this season. Hear the game right here on 97.1. According to Shams Charania, Knicks center Mitchell Robinson is planning on playing Game 1 of the NBA Finals June 3rd with a brace on his surgery-mended pinky. The Spurs and Thunder will decide their opponent tomorrow in Game 7 as well. Wow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ready to roll on a Friday. God, I hope some of you guys get to enjoy some outside time today. We'll try to get you to the end of your workday. If not, we got a lot to get to. And look, I'm not going to sit here. Enrico's on vacation. Apologies. Jeremy, that's your seat anytime you want. Hey, man, I'm not saying nothing. By the way, Jeremy had another kid on the way over. So I'm not going to lie to you and tell you we got like DEFCON 1 topics, but I got a lot of good stuff that I like, and I got stuff that I think is interesting. And one is I wanted to start the show by telling you exactly why I'm not going to do what the 2 shows prior to me did. And that's no slander. It's not. But I want to know if you as Tiger fans are where I'm at, where I have no interest in talking about the team as far as the series against the Chi Sox, there's nothing to talk about. But this Tarek Skubal thing, I turned on the morning show 3 separate times and Doug and Scott 2 separate times, and it's Skubal, and I'm going, yeah, I ain't doing that. I mean, for one, let me lay it out for you where I'm at. And it doesn't make it right. A, the guy's hurt. So you can't trade a hurt guy. Easy for me to get up here and tell you, hey, I hope he comes back, pitches well twice, and I trade him. You may need to pitch him up to a month. He may need to show the ability to put 20, 25, 30 good innings out there. So the guy's hurt. And then you're getting what I hate in this world, which is inane trade rhetoric. Here are the best landing spots for Blobbity Blue. And you're like, all right, well, first of all, I don't even know if these teams are interested. Second of all, the conversations I've heard today, people are going to need a reality check. Hey, maybe we can go get. I know this player, if you read the name on paper, this is a guy that would be the official prospect of Greater Life Church on Tireman. And as much as it looks like the player's name is Jesus Made, it's Jesus Made. But we can go with Jesus Made just for our purposes. If the Tigers acquire Jesus Made, a.k.a. Jesus Made, first of all, there's no world you're getting the number 1 prospect in baseball for a rental. Not now, not ever. Not with a sweetener. You could drop off three buckets full of aspartame. You are not getting the number 1 prospect in the sport. Then I don't know if it was callers or hosts talking about Andy Pages, and I'm like, you mean a dude who's got a better OPS than Ohtani this year? Yeah, you ain't getting him. If you do, you build a statue of Scott Harris next to Ernie Harwell. So I'm just sitting here and I'm going, am I really going to come in on a beautiful Friday afternoon and do a bunch of nonsense Skubal stuff? And I'll be straight with you. I'm not even convinced the Tigers are going to trade him. I know I would. I'm not convinced they're going to trade him. Scott Harris has to show he's got the chops to pull off a deal like that. And oh, by the way, They were delusional enough to run this same roster out here offensively. Why wouldn't they be delusional enough to say, we can get back in it? We did it in 2024. Why can't we do it now? But I only say these things, and I'm not breaking balls in any way, shape, or form. I'm not. The beauty of our station, our shows are very different. And I don't have to like every show, and every show doesn't have to like me. And what we do, no big deal. It's a frat house. The point I make is, are you where I'm at? I don't want to do Scooble trade talk. I don't even want to think about it. I have reached a phase, I don't even want the Tigers to exist. They don't in my world right now. I'm done. After the Angels series, after the Orioles series, after this entire month of baseball, I'm done. They don't exist. They have to earn their way back on the radar. So Scooble talk, wake me up when it happens. Wake me up when there's a report of conversations. Hell, wake me up when the guy pitches. But I wanted to know if you've reached that point because, look, in fairness, the other shows got some traffic dealing in Scooble land. I don't care. I'm being as honest as I can be with my audience. I'm not going to talk about a player who's hurt. I'm not going to talk about these trade packages, none of which are real, none of which are actual. And frankly, I think some people are out there, they're gripping their nuts when they're talking about these deals. You are not going to get these players. And then this whole idea like I'm supposed to tell you what deal you should take here and now. Guys, have you arrived at a point where you're just, the Tigers are persona non grata with your summer? You're done. Not McGonigal, not Melton, not Scooble trades, not Series A, Series B. Are you done? Because that's where I'm at. And I'm not telling you that we're not going to do a Scooble show at some point. I just don't think there's any value in doing it today. I'll say it again. You can't trade someone who's hurt. Heard a caller earlier. Oh, put Glaber in the deal. He's hurt. Also, you'd be trading $50 million, $55 million of player to somebody else. Do we know the Tigers and Chris Ilitch would pick up the tab on that? There's no value in these conversations. So have you arrived where I'm at? We're done. They don't exist. And I mean it. I'll check the score tonight. I'm not watching. I'm not doing this anymore. They're 13 games under 500. They are 10.5 games out of first. And above it all, they're terrible to watch. It's a terrible product. That's why I don't want to, because I'm at a point, and I want to be careful when I say this. And John, if you're out there in LA and you're going to clip this for video, I'm begging you, buddy. Just hear me out before you go crazy. I'm not mad at Tarek Skubal, okay? I have an infinite respect for what he's done the last few years. But I'm so tired of hearing about Tarek Skubal that I don't want to see Tarek Skubal. Like, I don't want to talk about him. I don't even care if he's here. I don't. When a team is this bad, I don't get any joy out of him pitching. And frankly, knowing that he doesn't want to be here, and before you, again, go crazy, this is the way the world works. If Tarek Skubal wanted to be a Detroit Tiger, he would tell Scott Boras, make me a Tiger for life or you're fired. And Scott Boras would say, but you're going to cost yourself money. I don't care. Get me 10, get me 8 at 250. I want to be here. I love it here. Juxtapose what Jack Campbell just said. And I'm not going to play all the audio, but Jack Campbell basically just said, I love it here. I love these fans. I don't need to be the highest paid. I need to be told I'm elite. I have more than enough money. I love being a Lion. Even the other night, Kevin McGonigal was wearing a Red Wings hat. And I think it was Stoney who asked him, like, hey, would your boys in Philly approve of this? He goes, no, but I've fallen in love with this city. Don't cape up for Skubal and act like he wants to be here. I actually think, even with the labor nonsense coming up, any deal you make, it would be only because he had to. So I want to know where you're at. And if you want to call in about John Heyman, a.k.a. Scott Boris's ghostwriter, and you want to talk about Scooble trades, I'm not going to say no, right? This isn't North Korea. I'm not going to do that to you guys. But I'm done. I don't want to see him. I don't want to look at him. I don't want to hear about him. I don't care. I honestly, I'd rather just wake up tomorrow and he's traded. I'll talk about it then. I'm done. It's been 2 years of this. And do I have thoughts and what they could have done, should have done? It's not worth it, guys, because the only thing that matters is what is. Show me a report they're actually shopping him. First layer of interest. Show me a report he's healthy. First layer of interest. But I'm hearing 8 hours of talk on our radio station, Coleman Farm Systems, and this is this, and this is that. And I'm going, I can't do this. Maybe I'm just not as good of a radio host. I can't do it. I'm done. You could load Scooble in a cannon and don't even tell me that you launched him. Just tell me where he ended up. I don't care. This team has been so taxing. It's been so annoying to watch that it's May 29th, and I don't even want to know that we have a baseball team. I want to pretend we're in Nashville or Charlotte or Portland, and they don't have a team. That's what I want my summer to be. I said everything I needed to say yesterday about the loss and the end of the line, and nothing's impossible. Not going to make fun of you if you still believe. Not going to make fun of you if you still love your team. You're free to do it. I'm done. I can't do this. And I'm not going to sit here doing prospect baseball. The guy's hurt. I don't know if the team's actually going to move him, and you have no idea who actually wants him. I mean, you are 0 for 3 if you want to sell me on talking trades. Have you arrived where I have? Put a bag on Scooble's head. I don't ever want to see him again. I don't care. He pitches. He doesn't pitch. I don't care. Oh, but what about this package? Don't care. But the Dodgers, don't care. I'm done. I love baseball, and this team has made me hate baseball. 22-35. They haven't won a series since May 1st. And you think I'm going to be up here on May 29th talking Scooble trades for a guy who's on rehab assignment? Do we even know they'll trade him? Do we know they'll pick up the tab?
Let me correct you. He is not on rehab assignment. They haven't even done that yet.
Oh, he did the simulated game. Sorry. My bad. 248-539-9797. I'm not in a bad mood in any way, shape, or form. Please don't take it that way. And I'm not attacking anybody at the station. Nope, not in the least. I'm giving you reasons why I'm just simply not going to do what everybody else on this station did. They didn't do anything wrong. If anything, I'm asking you if I'm doing something wrong. I'm just in an effort mindset with anything related to Comerica Park right now, and that includes Scooble. We'll get your phone calls, and we'll get Friday rolling. I have a lot of stuff. I got audio. Club Rossini is going to open up a little later. Oh, yeah. Right now, the doors are closed, and the red velvet rope is outside. We've got a Club Rossini update. I've got audio from Walking Skin Suit Mike Vrabel. No, it's nothing salacious like that. It's just Vrabel looking like he's wearing a skin suit at a podium. We also have the suboptimal quarterback competition audio from Minnesota. Yikes. And I think it's an absolute window into who has that job. We will have some fun later on because David's going to explain the NBA lottery proposal to me like I'm a second grader. We'll play yes or no. We got some blitzes. We got who said it. Oh, and by the way, a new low in the transfer portal. Since Rico's not here, I get to do this today. All that and more on a Friday. Buckle up. 97.1. Just getting started. So, kind of just gave you my rundown. And if you were expecting me to do the Scooble stuff, I'm not. And I've given you the reasons why. I want to get to you guys. I want to know what you guys want, and maybe I'm making a mistake. But I truly just don't care anymore. I don't even care. The Scooble conversations are so exhausting. Show me he's healthy first. Show me 2-3 starts. Show me the Tigers have a willingness to trade him. Then I'll do what hosts did today and callers did today. But I'm telling you, people got to get their heads together. I mean, I some of the proposals I'm hearing people talk about, you're not getting those things. So just, I'm begging you, stop. Go to Joe. He's batting leadoff today. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. I gotta say, I love you starting off with this because I am so sick of hearing Scooble on 97.1. It has nothing to do with the other guys. It's just we're beating a dead horse. It's like we're obsessed over a girl that doesn't like us anymore, and all we want to do is talk about ways to win her back. And it is like you just said, it's exhausting. It's pathetic. I would rather you talk about the Red Wings minor league system for the next 4 hours than hear anything about Scooble going forward. I mean, to me, he's no longer relevant to me as a Tiger fan. You said something last year, and bro, I've hold it so tight to the chest since. You said root for the sweater, not for the player.
Yes.
And ever since then, I've been on board with that, man. I've been totally on board, and it's helped me immensely detach myself from Scooble.
Yeah, no, I mean, Joe, it's a lesson I think we all learn, whether, right in front of our faces or subconsciously. Like these athletes don't care about you. It goes all the way back to it's one of my dad's favorite movies and one of mine, A Bronx Tale. Like Mickey Mantle's not going to pay your mortgage. It's just not. That's the deal. And frankly, Joe, when I say it, people get upset. But if he wanted to be here, he could be here. He could be wealthy beyond his dreams. He could sign a deal, and the structure might be a little different. The money might be a little different. If he wanted to be here, he could be here. He didn't want to be here.
Agreed. And I just thought one more thing to say is, I do a lot of these autograph signings, right? And meet the players and see the players. And, some of the dudes are just so gregarious and they don't care. And, they'll let you take pictures and they smile, they chat with you. I went to Scooble the right after he won the first Cy Young, and the guy wouldn't even look up. He'd sign the autograph, and when you went to take a picture, they had a handler right there trying to push you right away. The dude just doesn't care. He's here for the money. And as soon as we accept that, the better off we're both going to be, us as fans and he as a player.
Yeah, and look, there'll be plenty of time to talk trades. I don't care what ESPN pumps out or what Scott Boras told John Heyman to put out. I'm not interested. Guy's not even healthy. And I'm not sold they're going to trade him. I mean, I think they will, but I'm not convinced. It wouldn't shock me in the least if they went down with the ship. They were delusional enough to run this lineup out here again this year. Hey, once you do that, you're crazy enough to do anything. Let's go to Roy, 97.1. Roy, how you doing?
Michael, good afternoon. Hello to the boys behind the glass.
Roy?
Who's your unofficially favorite Florida Gator from Clarkston? How are you guys doing today?
Excellent, brother. Can't beat it. And you can't beat this weather, damn it.
No, you're right. I just got a 12-hour shift cut down to a 10-hour shift today for the first time since Christmas. I'm ecstatic.
Beautiful. So what's on your mind?
I'm going to tell you why I believe Scooble's not going to get traded. And if you give me another second, I'll tell you how this team can turn it all around.
Sure.
So my belief is they're bringing Scooble up way too fast. And he's going to have another arm event after his first or second game. And he's not going to be able to be traded because he's going to be out until after the strike's over.
Oh, boy. Well, I'll tell you, if that happens, that is a nightmare scenario. Doesn't even cover that. Go ahead.
I don't want it to happen, but that's what I feel is happening because they're moving him too fast. And to get this thing turned around, what we do, now follow me. You get a life-size cardboard cutout of Sheila Ford Ham in a bikini. You cover it with little patches. And every time we win a game, we peel a section.
All right. Roy, I need you to go
You're a
enjoy.
Major League fan.
Yeah, I know, but you got to enjoy your weekend. We are not going there. We are not going to comp her to the owner from the movie. Please, Roy, go enjoy your weekend. You're on probation. Get out of here. David, are you okay?
I think that movie might be the worst thing to ever happen right now because everyone is bringing that movie up. We get they suck. We understand the movie, but let's come on now.
Let me say this, okay? Because I do love that movie, and I make references to it all the time. I wouldn't have made that reference. Dave, I mean, I know it's not what we're doing currently, but one of the things I said to you before the show is I think the worst thing that happened to this team was making the playoffs because it fooled them. It kind of taught them the wrong lessons. Like when you look at the miracle Pixar comeback in 24, and then they got away with murder by making it last year after blowing a 15.5 game lead, it told them this hyper-aggressive platooning can work. Pitching chaos can work. Our guys can work. And when Scott Harris's remark, and I'm not trying to overdo it with this, but it borders on something they'll put on his gravestone. I lie awake at night wondering how a top 5 offense became a bottom 5 offense. Well, because it was never a top 5 offense. It was nonsense that was taking place. Lucky at the end of 24 and lucky to start 25. Primarily outside of that, it's been garbage. And when you look at the run the team's been on since the hot start last year, it's over 90 games of being about 25 games under 500. Making the playoffs allowed Scott Harris in back-to-back years to not improve the lineup, specific to the right side of the plate.
See, but that's why Kenny made fun of me yesterday for still being upset, because that quote still in the back of my head tells me, well, then you seem like you weren't getting confused. You seem like you were figuring it out that the team.
Sorry in listener land. Almost dropped my water. Carry on.
Like when he says that, it makes me feel like, okay, so he's understanding that the lineup wasn't as good as we thought,
right,
and he yet still did nothing in the offseason. That's why it's confusing.
Well, David, I was making fun of you more because I went through all the stages of acceptance a little quick. I'm not saying you're wrong. Okay. I'm saying I just gave up much quicker than you did.
It's true. No, Kenny was ahead of it with the Wings, too. Kenny gave up before everybody else. And he was right.
I got called a bad fan. Everybody was, oh, you're so mean.
Do you understand where I'm coming from about?
Absolutely.
I don't want to talk about Tarik Skubal. I'm done.
I agree with that primarily because A, we haven't seen him pitch. We don't know what other teams are going to glean from that. And B, we're seeing these ideas of what he could be worth on the market. That could all change the second that he does pitch. I'm not interested in having that conversation until you went through the steps of that process in the first segment.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in doing that until we see those steps take place.
Well, I think the other thing that kills me is just they're clueless about value. Oh yeah, we're gonna go and get the number one prospect in baseball. What?
Then people are talking to about prospects that they definitely haven't seen play, and they have no idea what their actual value is. Spare me. Let's at least get to the point where he pitches before we start doing that.
Well, there you go. And ultimately, look, I kind of just want him gone because then you can just close the lid on the casket of this season, and I can just move on. I've reached move on phase. Because like, Kenny, this is the problem. I compare them a lot to the Pistons. The difference is the Pistons would win games. I don't enjoy watching them play. Sports is supposed to be fun. Or maybe I should rephrase it. Sports is supposed to be entertaining. I am not. The only entertainment I get is morbid. Like when they're floundering and getting drilled by the Angels, I love watching the broadcast try to spin their way out of it. Oh, I saw Hamilton last night. Nobody cares. Call the game. 248-539-90. I'm sorry, David, you're down 7-1 to the Angels. Chipper is not an adjective I need to describe the mood. Just once I want somebody to say, this is entirely unacceptable. Matt Vierling hot dogging it in center. Unacceptable. Wenzel and Wright. Unacceptable. Will Vest, the managerial decision to let him implode on 40 pitches. It's okay to say this isn't good enough. I'm not asking for ad hominem attacks and hey, let's talk about the bleep hole of the game. No one's doing that. But I don't need Chipper. So sometimes I get a little bit morbid, I get a little bit dark, and I kind of hate watch.
But they had Tom Selleck up there, Mike. You saw that.
You know what? Cancel the appearance. Don't need it. You're in dead last.
He was eating a hot dog.
I don't care. Oh, let's talk about the glizzy of the game. No. Sorry. That's all. I'm done. We'll get more of the calls next. And yes, David, text. I know I'm behind on that. 97.1.
Hey guys, Fan Cash Friday is today, powered by Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller. Call up right now for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook every Friday. Winning hits different here. Give us a call, 248-539-9797. 10th caller gets the $100 in Fan Cash.
Okay, David, I know I didn't do my job. If you're just joining, welcome. it's and I promise you, it's not a topic of, hey, I don't care about this, so let's talk about it. I think if you actually listen to what I said, I want to know if emotionally you're where I'm at, where, look, the rest of the other shows are free to do whatever the hell they want. I'm not doing 8 million Scooble trade shows. It's a waste of time. And moreover, I don't care. I truly this team has taken from a team that I thought had World Series aspirations, from a team that I thought in a bad division, in a bad AL, would be in the mix and could get to the World Series, to be playing this level of, as the late Pat Caputo would say, clown ball. Yeah, I've reached spite phase. And as far as Scooble goes, he's not healthy. I don't know that the team's going to trade him. And even if they do, what are we doing here? I'm hearing people bringing up packages today, hosts bringing it up. I'm not doing it. I am actually, if I never saw Scooble pitch again, I wouldn't care. I'm done. It's been 2 years of it. And now that the team sucks, maybe it's realizing it's all been a waste anyways. The fact that they made the playoffs actually hurt them. And look, you could pick which side of that you like better, whether it's 24, the Pixar movie, or whether it's last year. See, I think last year might be more dangerous. Last year's what really seduced them. Think about this. You had the miracle, and you get in. Then last year, you collapse by 15 and a half games. The fact that they still got in allowed them to not fix this lineup. And it allowed Scott Harris to do his melatonin routine about, I lay awake at night wondering how a top 5 offense became bottom 5. I think last year, the fact that they didn't have to pay the price for their sins has set this organization back. And I think that's why I'm so annoyed today, sitting here today and knowing that Scott Boras basically has strings attached to John Heyman's body. And then for 8 hours on this radio station, it was Scooble Trade Fest today. I don't care. David, the text. Have you guys arrived at that point?
Mike, I've never agreed with you more on a subject than this one. I am so done talking about Scooble. Stay, go. I don't care anymore. Someone else says, no chance they get Andy Pahi.
No, it's
that dude is the Dodgers' best hitter.
He has a better OPS than Ohtani.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that was brought up, I'm going, all right, stop. What is there, crack in the vending machine? Are we selling 8 balls in the bistro?
Nick at work says, it's over, Mike. I'll scoreboard watch, hoping they keep losing so Scott is forced to do something uncomfortable. I'll be watching the World Cup. Another one text in, or Kyle in the car rather text in, and says, I'm so sick of Detroit sports, quote-unquote, trade talk. We've heard these talks of J-Mo, Larkin, or Duran. None of our GMs will even pick up the phone to make that happen. It's irrelevant to me. Preach, Mike. I'm so sick and tired of hearing about these guys, or this guy. If he went away for nothing right now, I wouldn't bat an eyelash. Get him out of town.
It sounds terrible, but it's just you get worn out. And knowing the reality is, if he wanted to be here, if they wanted to negotiate in good faith with this organization, the organization would have negotiated in good faith with them. They don't want to be here. And that's where it'll actually anger me if the labor strife somehow, I'll sign a 1-year deal. Go to hell. Get out. We're done here. We're done. Let's go to the people. Go to Casey, 97.1. Case, what's good, buddy?
Oh, nothing about our baseball team. Tell you that.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Well, besides McGonigal, I mean, we got the equivalent of, 8 Bernie Lomaxes out there on a daily basis. And you're 100% right that the 2 years that we made the playoffs was the worst possible thing that could have happened, because I would have rather them not made it. At the very least, sold off, especially the first year, 24. We could have sold off Scooble, and actually I would have been fine with them just blowing it up and waiting for the kids, which is what they want to do anyways, instead of lying to us and putting some fraudulent product out there that I can't even listen to on the radio anymore. Like, I get the notifications of the scores on my watch, and I just laugh every time they get scored on. That's what I've come to. Is just I'm so glad that I didn't pay for the subscription to watch them and the Red Wings disappoint me game after game after game, because it wouldn't even be worth hate watching at this point. That's where I'm at.
That's a pretty low place to be. That's it. Honestly, Casey, that one-liner ought to get put on a T-shirt. That's about as low as it gets in Fanville. It's not even worth hate watching at this point. Put that on a hoodie.
If this was Fanville, it'd be the zero sugar version of Dr. Pepper, which is
it's fair. It's fair.
Casey, I got some news to cheer you up. If you're interested in $100 in fan cash from Fanatics Sportsbook, does that sound good to you?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Casey's
listen.
our grand winner for the $100 in fan cash.
It may not be worth hate watching, but Casey, it was worth calling. There you go, buddy. Kenny, take care of him. By the way, Kenny is dressed as meth head Tom Selleck today. He does have
Floral Friday.
You do. Dude, I just looked up and realized you're in your Magnum PI reset today.
Or as it's been called, the Magnum PU reset. Go ahead and make the joke.
Hey, you're projecting, mister.
I'm stepping on the rake before you can even put it in front of me.
Pre-rake. Let's go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing, man?
Good.
I totally agree with you when it comes to Skubal. But it doesn't matter, because whatever Scott Harris does is going to be wrong. The guy has no eye for talent. He has yes, you need pitching, but you can't win a game 0-0. This guy's I'm not trying to be mean, but this guy's an idiot. To think that we can run back with 6 of our players batting at or below the Mendoza line. This guy needs to be fired. And I'm so sick and tired of AJ Hinch and his little let's the fourth inning we gotta switch our designated hitter for the other side when they bring in the only left-handed pitcher.
That happened. Yeah. Listen, Brett, let me unpack everything you said. So a couple of notes. All right. The other night they take Keith out of the game and put in Jahmai Jones, and now I got Jahmai Jones getting 2 at-bats versus righties after Keith had already drawn a walk. That's this devotion to the hyper-aggressive platooning. I'm not interested. I want ball players. I've told you it's never won a World Series. It never will win a World Series. There's no substitute for having real players. 2, they're not firing Scott Harris. Now, you can. I think you have to look at 2 distinctly different silos with Scott Harris. He's an A when it comes to modernizing the organization. I think he's done a very good job with the prospect pool, and from a development side, modernizing that side of things. When it comes to the pro personnel, free agency, and trades, and I don't want to be flippant, I'm not going to say an F. It's a C-. That's really the problem, because the stuff that Scott Harris is good at doesn't pay dividends for years. Years. The stuff he's bad at impacts you every day. So you have to take good and bad. They ain't getting rid of it. And the Hinch thing, look, I think the seduction of 24 into the first couple of months of 25, there's potential this set the organization back big time, because they were empowered to continue their voodoo, aka what I term laughable nonsense. The stuff to where I'm like even 2 years ago, it's like, we want the Yankees. No, you don't. You're going to win a 7-game set against the Yankees doing that? Oh, okay. Where's that Rico drop? Oh, or whatever the hell it is. Enjoy your cute series against the Guards. You want nothing to do with a 7-game set and your little voodoo nonsense. Stop that right now. 248-539-9797. That's not the one we were speaking of. That is, and you damn well know that's not the one. Come on, man. No, again, that's the one right there. Oh, you want the Yankees? Yeah, sure. Here's me. All right. Why does it sound worse when you play that twice? All right, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride before summer, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row, they make car buying simple. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Silverado, $179 a month. Perfect for hauling the toys up north, getting all your projects done. For GM employees and immediate family members, you can lease a 26 Trax LT, $229 a month. Both deals $19.99 down, and you're ready to rock and roll. It's Moran Buick GMC. They're best in class, also Moran Chevrolet as well. You want to stop out and see them? Go ahead, visit the Chevy dealership, 15 Mile in Clinton Township, where you always get the best price period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, we'll take a quick timeout. I know David's got 17 different things. I know yes or no possibly, but go ahead, David. What do we got? Oh, football. Oh, man. You
Yes,
know.
football.
Oh, boy. All right. I got a couple things, but go ahead.
So what I wanted to do is go through a few things of predictions of what they think could happen for the NFL, the upcoming NFL season. First one here. This was kind of funny to me. Kyler Murray will make the Pro Bowl and win Comeback Player of the Year.
Oh, boy.
That's funny to me.
No, it's not funny to me. Look, first of all, this is sports. Okay, we're not brokering peace in the Middle East. So, David, I'd be lying if I said to you that the ability to win a Super Bowl with a ginger has altered my perspective on bold takes like this. What do we say about Kevin O'Connell? He can fix just about anyone.
Very true.
Right?
Very true.
He fixed Sam Darnold. Kyler Murray has the pedigree. Kyler Murray is going to be entering a situation where he has weapons everywhere. He has the best play caller, arguably, in the NFC. And a change of scenery can work. We just saw it work with Sam effing Darnold. I'm going to buy the take. I'm not guaranteeing it. I'm just saying I can't laugh that take out of here. If you told me Minnesota ended up winning 10 games, would you be stunned?
No, I would not be stunned when you have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Juwan Jennings, and you said it already, Kevin O'Connell. You have pieces around you already. So,
and it is a team that generally wins, right? It's not a losing culture. Arizona is arguably the most toxic franchise in the league. I'm going to buy it. And I'd be lying if I said it's not intriguing that he's there. I know he's not tall enough to go to Cedar Point, but damn it, it is interesting. I'm buying.
He can't ride the ride inside of the Mall of America.
You know, like the squirrel with the ruler attached to it, and your kid's got to stand there to see if they, poor Kyler's all the way down there.
But I'm the starting quarterback of the Vikings.
You know, it's interesting. I saw a video with him when he was talking about McCarthy, and he was wearing a winter hat, and it just made his head look so small. It just looks so tiny. Looked like a little baby.
Well,
I felt like he should have been in a bassinet during the interview.
Let's go from tiny to a giant. Nope, not a New York Giant. One Derrick Henry. Says Derrick Henry will lead the NFL in rushing at age 33.
Sell, Mortimer. I'm out on this.
He said over 300 touches each year in Baltimore.
Yep.
He had a lot of fumbles last year.
And running backs, when they go off a cliff. It's not gradual. I'm going to sell it. No way. Out on that
So he
one.
doesn't kick Father Time in the face?
I don't think so.
No, I think you're right about that one.
I don't think so. And I think people undersell the loss of Linderbaum.
That's a huge loss there. Next one on the
Yeah, hey,
list.
Lions fans, remember when Ragnar left? How'd that go?
Next one on the list here. Now, I understand, and I can already hear you saying, that's hard to predict.
Go ahead. I'll play. I have to
do
say
it.
yes or no to these. I can't do that. Go ahead.
The New York Jets will be the first 0-17 team in NFL history.
No, absolutely not.
It's tough to predict, right?
No, I'm saying I sell the take. No one will go winless ever again.
Okay.
The parity in the league has never been higher. The amount of bad teams, therefore, have never been higher. And they play in a division where you could make the case the Dolphins are going to go 0-17 because they got 80 non-roster invitees.
So they'll beat each other. They'll split.
There's opportunities for the Jets. I just don't believe in modern football anyone will go winless again.
But Geno Smith.
Listen, no one's going winless.
Next one here is... Now, we will go to the actual New York Football Giants.
Sure. Is it smart for your QB when he's young to do politics? Probably not.
I just don't see this one as bold. I honestly think this could happen.
What?
The New York Giants win the NFC East. I think that could happen.
And people, I have to play the game where it's yes or no, right? I'll say yes. I don't trust the Eagles. I don't like the Commanders. The Cowboys would be my pick, but David didn't ask me about them. Do I think the Giants will be a lot better? Yes. They have talent. They've just had idiotic coaches. I love John Harbaugh. I do. I think he's a winner. Culturally, he'll get this thing going. I do think the front seven will be really good. Yeah, I'll go with it. Now, if Dart gets hurt, It's all over.
That changes everything.
It's all over.
All of this changes. And I think that's why it's easy to predict for me to say yes as well, because when you do what you just did, you deduce it down to the Cowboys and the Giants, because I don't believe in the other teams either. I don't know what the Eagles will look like.
And
I don't
again,
trust Commanders either.
We're sitting here on May 29th. If you tell me that Malik Neighbors is going to miss the first month of the season, it would alter my take. Or non-contact injury in training camp. Sitting here today, I buy that take more than I sell it. I still think people got to pay attention to the Cowboys.
Let's move over here to the Chicago Bears here. And yes, while they did replace their center, because their center left and retired, the Chicago Bears will lose 10 games after winning the NFC North.
I'm going to sell
last
it.
Year.
I'll sell the take. Ben Johnson is too good of an offensive mind for that to happen. And when you factor in year one with Caleb and Luther Burden and Colston Loveland and Monangai, and from a system standpoint, year two is going to be even better. And you can make fun of Caleb. I'm never going to deny he's not a weird kid. The bottom line is the pedigree, the ability, the off-platform throws, a maturation. And I know the Iceman thing is annoying unless he's on your team. He's shown multiple times to be able to rescue a game from the fire late. I'm going to sell the take. I think all this anti-Bears hope casting is just that. It's hope. I don't think it's real.
The only reason why I would think that it would be no is because they did have 8 wins in one-score games, including the one in the playoffs, and they lost some defensive players, and they were plus 22 last year
in the
turnover differential. And that could change things, and maybe you lose more, but maybe not 10 games.
That's my point. You put a number to it. I didn't say they were going to go win 13,
Correct.
14 games.
Correct.
I said offensively, they're going to be too good to lose 10 games.
And then the last one here, which happens every other year because the Bengals are bad every other year, Joe Burrow will win the MVP and lead the Bengals to the Super Bowl.
No, full sell, full liquidation on that one. They're terrible. They're bad offensively. They're bad defensively. And look, Burrow's got to prove he can stay healthy. I'm just going to sell it. And I do think at the end of the year he asks for a trade. And he'll be your quarterback for the New York Jets in 2028. I'm serious.
Doubt that.
Joe Burrow, Joe Cool, New York City, Jets fire Aaron Glenn, hire an offensive coach, trade 17 first-round picks to get Joe Burrow in New York. Burrow wants to be in a big market. Guy's out here wearing fur coats and assless chaps. He's in Paris Fashion Week. I mean, Kenny, you laughing at me? You think he wants to sit there on the Kentucky border the rest of his career?
No, I'm surprised he hasn't demanded out.
Well, that's my point. This year it's going to happen.
Yes.
That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions coach Dan Campbell back at the podium this morning. He said that Brian Branch, Sam Laporta, and Kirby Joseph are improving, but will not be practicing in terms of who we will see on the field. Campbell weighed in on that. Terrion Arnold also absent right now after his shoulder procedure. Stoney asked about his potential off-the-field ramifications. Campbell said they're good as far as he knows. The Tigers open up a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox on the road. Troy Melton back in the mound for Detroit. They welcome him back Sunday off the injured list. He looks sharp, going nearly 6 and allowing just a single earned run. Hear how he does tonight right here on 97.1 at 7:40. The Orlando Magic fired Jamal Mosley as their head coach after the Pistons beat them in 7 games this playoff. According to Shams Charania, they've hired former Pistons coach Sean Sweeney. He's currently with the Spurs as the associate head coach there. Knicks center Mitchell Robinson also planning on giving it a go in Game 1 of the NBA Finals June 3rd with a brace on that pinky finger that he had repaired. The Spurs and Thunder will decide their opponent tomorrow in Game 7 as well. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, good to have you on an absolutely beautiful Friday afternoon. And I think it's been a good response, and I think people are vibing with it. And I'll just try to reset it. I want to add something to the mix, Tiger related. Nothing to do with actual baseball. It's deeper than just apathy or anger. Listening to this radio station today, and there's no slander, no smarm. I'm not breaking any of the other guys' chops. You'll know when I am. I mean, it was 8 hours of Scooble on the radio today. And I'm going, I'm not doing that. And I'm very honest with you guys. If you think I should, you can tell me. If you think I'm making a mistake, tell me. I'm so effing done with Scooble. I don't even care if he ever pitches here again. I don't care. If I had my druthers, I would go into a sports coma and I would wake up to find out he's gone. I just don't care. And I'm not going to do all of these trade packages and John Heyman, a.k.a. Boris's sock puppet. It's an absurd discussion on May 29th. For one, Scooble's not even healthy. You can't trade him. Second of all, are we 100% convinced the team's trading him? Think about it. Are you convinced they'll trade him? And then part 3, he's got to put tape out there. He's got to come back. It's easy for us to sit here. Hey, first start he pitches, then trade him. You probably got to pitch him for a month. I mean, would love to read a report the Tigers are actively shopping him. Then the conversation changes. But is the Scooble thing a window into where you're at with the team at large, which is their persona non grata? After yesterday, after the end of that Angels series, yeah, I'm good for a while. I'm done. There's one thing to being bad. There's another to be bad and boring. This is a bad baseball team that's no fun to watch. And I want to know if you've reached that point. You're not even angry. And you're not even apathetic. You've taken them off your radar for summer. And therefore, you're done with Scooble too. Like, I said this in the 2 o'clock, and I'm only repeating it just for the new audience, okay? If he wanted to be here, we never arrive at this point. He goes to Scott Boras or whoever his agent is. And remember, he doesn't work for Boras. Boras works for him. He could have said at any point, Scott, I love what Jack Campbell had to say. Jack Campbell said, I don't need to be the highest paid. I love it here. I just need to be shown I'm elite. I already have more than enough. Jack Campbell's audio, by the way, if you want to listen to it, it was fabulous after signing his extension. The reason I say it is Jack Campbell made it very well known, I want to be a Lion. Wasn't trying to reset the market. Wasn't asking to make $4 million more than Fred Warner. Wanted to be here. Loves it here. If Skubal wanted to be here, all he would have had to have said to his agent is, make me a Tiger for life. It's not that the team didn't want Skubal. It's that the team wasn't going to negotiate against a nutcase like Boris, who doesn't want his client here and wants something absurd like $400 million. So that's why I'm at a point after 2 years of these ridiculous Skubal shows. Now the team blows. I don't care. And I'm not going to do what the other shows did and even entertain these nonsense trade packages. Guy's not even healthy. Hasn't come back and pitched. I have no reports they're actually going to trade him. I mean, hell, if you're going to do Skubal trade shows, you may as well do Casey Mize trade shows, because he's probably gone at the deadline too. And that's my point. We would never do a Mize show. I'm not doing any show. If it's up to me, I won't talk about the Tigers until the trade deadline. I know that won't happen. I know invariably something will happen. But have you arrived at that point? I'm just so done. I can't even be angry. I was pissed yesterday. I slept on it. And I started to get angry listening to our station. Not that I'm mad at any of my fellow coworkers. I'm not. I just am like, I have no interest. I don't even care what happens to Skubal. And you go, well, how can you say that? Because whatever you get for him won't be here. And we might not even have baseball next year. I don't care. Wake me up later. Nona's going to go take a nap in the Barca Lounge here. Wake me up for supper. I don't care. Have you arrived at that point? That's a bad place to be because I love baseball. But this team's wretched. And Skubal trade stuff, I know it. I know we'll get reports. But David, I said this to you pre-show, and I'll say it when Rico's back here on Monday. The threshold to clear for us to do a Skubal topic, I am setting very high. So when you or Rico bring something to the table, it's going to have to be something substantial for me to do a Skubal show. I'm done. And frankly, they're going to trade for players no one's ever seen. There is no emotional response to it. None of it matters. I mean, case in point, you just got bodied by a former number 1 overall prospect who stinks in Grayson Rodriguez. He stinks. Eternally injured. Oh, but he throws a zillion miles an hour. Right, he doesn't know where it's going. And the Orioles gave him away for Taylor Ward. I'm done. I'm done getting excited about any prospect. It's all nonsense. Have you arrived at that point? And if not, that's fine. You're not a bad person. But I just think this team's got to earn you back. 10.5 games out of first, 12 games under. Do I plan on giving them time tonight? Nope. I will Sunday because I'll be on the air Monday. And maybe I tune in. Go ahead and lose the first 2 in Chicago. Watch what happens. But I want to know where you guys are at with it. And if I'm making a misstep, not covering the Skubal news of the day today, tell me. Not mad in the least. And if you want to talk about it, I will. But I'm going to do it in a distinctly different way than the 2 shows prior to me. Because I heard some stuff from both hosts and callers that require a baseball bat to the head. I'm just... Andy Pages. You mean the guy who's leading the Dodgers in home runs? I mean, what are we? What are we selling? 8 balls in the vending machine? 248-539-9797. You tell me. There's no anger in my voice. How could I be angry? It's gorgeous out. Sure, I wish we were doing... Kenny, if it's Floral Fridays, why can't we make Friday shows patio shows? Why can't we be out on a patio right now?
We used to have a grill out back. I say we just hook up a Comrex and just chill back out there.
Like patio Friday, you'd think, well, no, hold on. Let me check on sales. Oh, wait, they're not in office on Friday. I can't. And that would be an interesting sellable opportunity. Patio Fridays.
We could do a patio bar tour, go from one patio to another patio every Friday. Exactly.
Hey, David. Is sales here? Got it. 248-539-9797. Sorry. We'll get to your phone calls next. Kenny's mortified. All right, America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. Perfect view of that big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. Straight to the phones, and don't worry. Kenny's already in the back with IT. We're prepping Club Rossini to open up later. And by that, I mean, look, I know there was that controversy on, Fox, where people thought the guy was wearing a mask. I'm sorry, Vrabel was in a skin suit today, because that's not Mike Vrabel. This dude is a carcass. I got some audio for you. Yeah, this sounds like it's going swimmingly. Sounds like, you know what? No. No. It's too nice out to
That's
get.
my fault. I'm so sorry.
No. I could have said something there, but there's no need to be gratuitous, David. We'll just go to Mike in Clinton Township, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. I want to step through door number 3 between what you're asking.
Okay.
This is making me just full of regret. We've seen 2 teams, the Lions 2 years ago, the Tigers last year. You had to know these were outliers. You put that second half of the Tigers season and the first half together, you have an all-time team. There's no way they were an all-time team. And same thing with the Lions, showing that greatest show on turf kind of offense they did 2 years ago. They had to know it was an outlier, and they didn't strike while the iron was hot. They didn't make that trade to get a championship the year they had the chance to do it. And anyone could see the wheels were going to come off. So all this is making me do, if we had made a World Series or the Lions a Super Bowl, I wouldn't care if the wheels came off. But we didn't. So this is just filling me with regret because you had to see this coming, and they just let it go, and they missed out.
Well, and that's, yeah, Mike, that's kind of why I brought it up. And it's not, there's no yelling I hate the gotcha society we have now. None of this is that. It's that when I look back at it, or I got to keep the streak alive, Mike, hearken back to it, it feels like now them having the miracle in 25 to lose a 15-game cushion, yet still get in, even though they had no business getting in. Then they win a series, which is even more offensive. That set them back. It allowed them to get high on their own supply. 24, I don't think hurt you because we all knew it was voodoo. None of it made sense. They sold at the deadline. AJ was even in the media saying pitching chaos can't work for a whole year. It was last year. I think last year is what really let them, because Scott Harris in his heart, when you play that audio, not that I ever want to hear it again, Mike, he believed in his heart this was the top 5 offense. And that's the folly.
I think it's even worse because he believed it at the trade deadline. If he would have not believed it at the trade deadline and added a couple bats, maybe we win more than one series. Then when they drop back to earth, I don't care if I'm celebrating going to a World Series as much.
Right, because you got something out of it. No, Mike, that's a really interesting thing. And maybe I let the Lions off the hook too much, is that they made the NFC Championship game. They were 30 minutes away from going to a Super Bowl. And I'm not re-adjudicating, he should have taken the point. We're not doing that. But I view the NFC Championship game, maybe it's weird, like a World Series. Like getting to that game, being in that game. I feel like the Lions have still gotten something out of this. But that's in the rear view to where now it's, man, they missed the playoffs this year. People are losing their jobs. It may not be Campbell, but I tell you, if you're Brad Holmes and you go 3 years without winning a playoff game, 2 years in a row, you don't make the playoffs. Yikes. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's good, buddy?
Michael, beautiful afternoon.
What's on your mind, pal?
Calling about the Tigers. I'm past them. I've been past them. You said Kenny called the Wings, and he did. You're right about that. I've been calling Kenny and David during the Tigers broadcast for the past 2 years, just asking if there's any other type of sports we could get on the radio. That's the anger that I have with the Tigers, is not actually the roster. It's that they're interfering with my time of listening to sports radio. I got 2 little kids. I can't watch sports the way I used to.
Yeah.
Time slot where I'm in my car driving, and that's where my anger's at. The roster's washed. We know it. Anyone who's been watching the team, following any of the Detroit sports teams, just kind of all of them across the board, they're not making championship moves. They're making business moves, and it's destroying the product, and it's upsetting the local fan base.
Yeah, and Joe, the problem is, look, when they signed Framber Valdez, when we zoom out, right, and we look at what the rotation was supposed to be, while pitching isn't the reason they're 22 and 35 or whatever it is. No, they haven't had their rotation. It hasn't been dominance. They thought they were making a championship move adding Framber. And I did. I thought the pitching would elevate them to a point. It'd be very hard for them to be bad. But then we get to the offense. And that's where we all had concerns. And I admit it. I even said it when I talked about them making a World Series. They'd have to address it at the deadline. They would have to just be.
It's never been addressed once.
No. And that's, the previous caller, Joe, I think his name was Mike, he said it. And you're saying the same thing. It's almost like the failed trade deadline of last summer, where they offered you the dead body of Charlie Morton and Chris Paddock and Paul Sewell. That's the moment where this thing set them back. Because had they done something, they may have made it last year. They were right there. They needed one more hit against Seattle. One. Good talk. I think Joe had enough. All right. No, I didn't want to cut him off. But then I just, I also didn't want to stand there and hear like Mel Gibson breathing. Oh man, Kenny? You've heard those, right?
Yes.
Oh my God,
about that.
You sound like Darth Vader on Adderall. David, some text if you'd be so kind.
Yes, some text communications here.
Mm.
Someone says, I've been saying, wake me up when Scooble is gone for months now. Truthfully, ever since the World Baseball Classic antics. Glad to see you are finally on board, Mike. That is
Yes.
Jared in Woodhaven.
Yeah, and remember, the Seattle thing, while I agreed with people who said I wish he would have been out there again, I never was mad. People are unhinged about the Seattle thing, Game 5. I think the World Baseball Classic thing annoyed me more. Well, I want to be there with my teammates. Then be on the roster. And if you don't, then don't. You can't do this and be like, well, I'm going to pick up an extra shift of overtime. That's not how this works. That's the stuff that bothers me. His little, look at me, around town. I'm wearing all the jersey. Go away. You don't want to be here. Stop it. You don't need to wear all the jerseys. All you got to do is tell your agent, make me a Tiger for life.
Simple as that.
Because again, and I know the money's not the same, but if Jack Campbell was hell-bent on resetting the off-ball linebacker market, not only do I want to be paid more than Fred Werner, I want a deal that I want to be paid beyond top dollar. I want the Nick Saban deal. I'm going to make $1 more than the next highest guy in Continuum. He could have done that to the Lions. He didn't. I want to be here. I already got more money than God. What else do I need? If Scooble wanted to be here, he could be here. When he did that shaking his ass around town thing, that's what drove me nuts. Stuff like that. I never crushed him about the Seattle thing. I didn't. I was disappointed. I wasn't mad. You had people calling up wanting to get him out of here. He's a P. I'm like, whoa, you can't say that on the air. I'm like, guys, come on. But, people went nuts. I never did. Remember how many calls we had to drop?
Oh, we had a lot.
My God. Like, you can't turn on your guy like that.
Well, they turn quickly.
But if you put everything together, I think that's where people are where I'm at. We're done in totality with Scooble. Therefore, I'm not doing what the other shows are doing.
Well, listen, the Milwaukee Brewers would be an interesting destination.
Have you seen the Dodgers farm system?
I'm poring over the Chicago Cubs. What about Frank Alcantara? I couldn't believe what I was listening to.
I don't think the Dodgers are giving up Pajes for a rental. I'm sorry.
Right. I heard that one earlier. I'm going, yeah, guy's got a higher OPS than Ohtani. Yeah, sure, they're ready to deal him. I can't do it. We'll go over to Ron, 97.1. Ron, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, Mike. Hey, thanks for taking the call, and I'm all in for the patio.
Okay.
Let's do it.
The patio show. Hold on. Let me see. Yep. Sales isn't here. Okay. Go ahead, Ron.
Let's do it. Hey, so let's do this, Mike. So in November, December timeframe, and when, all the Scooble talk was coming up then and there was no trades there, that's when I started getting frustrated with it, because the one thing that I think that has really hurt the Tigers is that when you look at all these platoon players that were actually doing better at one time than what we thought they would. And I think that's like, look at last year, McKinstry. I mean, there was a portion there but we expected him to continue. It wasn't going to happen. And then, Mike, I can't get past the fact with Boros involved.
Yeah.
I cannot get past the fact that this has not been a setup.
What do you mean?
From the beginning. So all of a sudden, we pitched the World Baseball Classic. Okay, we're going good. Hey, guess what? We didn't get the trade we wanted in November, December. Because if you remember, oh man, Skubal, man, they're listening, they're taking offers. He didn't get traded. All of a sudden, you come out, you pitch a few games here at the start of the season, the World Baseball Classic. You go around town, hey, everything's great. And all of a sudden, we got this very, very, very minor elbow issue. Now, Boros, what he's going to do, Mike, and I'm telling you, this is happening. When he does come back, or let's say he doesn't come back, then he's going to have that in the wintertime. Hey, come out and watch Skubal pitch. Watch him throw. Look, he's throwing 100 miles an hour again. That's what's going to happen.
I mean, Ron, anything's possible, but the one I'll only push back on one thing: having particles or loose bodies in your elbow. I'm not going to term it as minor. Now, I will stick up for you with this. Let me do this, Ron. It is funny to me, in heavy quotations, he's having the most miraculous, expedient return from injury in the history of the game. It is interesting. Remember, the time frame for that injury is months, not weeks. 2 to 3 months. Some go longer. No one ever comes back less than 2 months. From the very moment he got hurt, and you knew it was coming from Boros. Nope, he's ahead of schedule. He's flying through his rehab. I mean, it feels like he's rushing back. I don't think that's to save the season. I think that's to save his contract, personally. And at that point, see, we just returned to the same thing. But until I see actual reporting the Tigers are fielding offers, are shopping him, I'm not interested. And Skubal's returning tonight. I don't care. I could see the box score. Show me how many strikes he threw, how many first pitch strikes. What was the average velo? Show me the spin rate. Show me some of the pitch depth if you want to nerd out a little bit. Those things are what's going to get him traded. I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and watch it. I don't care. I'm so done with this team. I'm so done with the attitude. This whole we're smarter than everybody. I just don't even want to be around it anymore. Day like today, no. Like this weekend, you get a chance to do something. You're really going to turn this team on? No interest. Because that's the other problem. They're not fun to watch. For all the ball breaking, it's fun when a team wins. I may not enjoy watching the Pistons play, but I could never put them in the same pile as this team. Watching this team is a chore. And they're getting high on their own supply. The idea that a Jahmai Jones is still here. Perez. It's Perez. The hell's Perez? Perez. Avila. I mean, whatever. Bad player. Zach Short. They're bad. Nobody wants to watch that. And it's the same thing. Oh, well, Kerry Carpenter's coming back. Kerry Carpenter's a part-time player. No show likes Kerry Carpenter more than 2 to 6. But he's a part-time player. Look what this organization's done to Colt Keith. You don't have a position, and you never get to face lefties. Sick. Awesome development. No wonder the guy isn't a home run in 9 months. He's got no position, and he never gets a chance to just get thrown into the fire and face lefties. Then how do you know what you have? All right, 97.1. David, quick with text. We'll get to the callers, kind of put a wrap on the Tigers stuff, the Skubal, non-Skubal conversation, and move on to some other things. I do need someone, hopefully you, David. Talk to me like I'm a second grader as it pertains to the changes to the NBA lottery. We'll do that, and we got to talk about the walking skin suit that is Mike Vrabel at this point. We'll get to that later, too. David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone texts in and says, thank you, Mike, for bringing up the fact that Kerry Carpenter and Colt Keith never, ever too bad against lefties. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, and look, the Colt Keith thing is more offensive because you signed this kid. He clearly, you thought a lot of him, but the mismanage, it's malpractice what they've done to Colt Keith. He doesn't have a position. So right off the rip, you're not allowing this kid to get comfortable by saying, look, this is where you will play. That's one. Two, oh, so this is going to be difficult for you, so here, you never have to do it, a.k.a. face left-handed pitching. I think what does he have, 10 at-bats against lefties this year? You're not serving the player. And long-term, look, I just can't help but think you've stunted his development. And look, I don't want a roster of platoon players. That doesn't benefit anyone. You're never winning a World Series that way. Well, when there's a lefty, we'll play this lineup, and when there's a righty, we'll play this way. You're not going to win that way. And that's the issue I take. It's a comprehensive, to me, failing of the player. Okay, you're out of the game now for Jahmai Jones. What? Same thing with Carp. Now, look, Carp's had a little bit more runway. And he's devastating to right-handed pitching. But at a certain point, what did I say in the offseason? Pre-Fromber, pre-JV, I was on the trade Skubal train. The other one I was on is trade one of Riley or Carpenter. You're way too imbalanced, too left-handed dependent. All you got to do is run a lefty out there, and basically the Tigers can't do a thing. I don't want to do that. So, yeah, the Valdez JV thing, I look stupid. It's cool. I can own it. It's not a big deal. I got duped. I really looked at the depth. And by the way, yeah, I think like 10 minutes after they signed JV, not 10 minutes, but it was like a day, Reese Olson dies. So it just, from a lineup perspective, yeah, it's, I don't like what they've done with Colt Keith. And I do think it's played into the fact the guy hasn't hit a home run in basically a decade. David.
Mike, when I hear you talk about the Tigers screwing up, I envision you a year from now having the same conversation about the Pistons after Langdon maxes out Duren, and then he disappears again in the playoffs.
I mean, look, I don't want to future cast negativity with the Pistons. I mean, I read the piece from Amari Sankofa. I mean, if that's their off season, you can have it. I'm not interested. Basically, everybody coming back. Uncle T is back. We're going to extend his sore. We're going to keep do whatever you want to do. I have no interest in it. So I'll wait and see. I mean, the Duren thing, what else can I say? I'm not paying him $1 over what the open market could pay him. I don't need to. I don't believe in it. The playoffs are where you earn your money. The regular season is just a show. And the playoffs were horrific for him. The other thing the Pistons have to look at, and then we'll get to the phones. When him and Asur are on the floor in the playoffs, they averaged 88 points per 100 possessions. That puts you 4 points worse than what the Brooklyn Nets did in the regular season on a per 100 possession basis. And I don't know if you're aware of this. Maybe you've been living in a bubble. The Brooklyn Nets blow. So that's a bit of an issue. I'm fine. You want to keep Asur? You got to pick one. I don't think you can keep both. Now, if they can get creative financially, maybe. Are they willing to go into the tax? Maybe. But I still have a problem without a superstar coming in here. You're not beating OKC or San Antonio. That's going to be the next 3 to 5 years. You will make the finals, and it's like in the 80s. If you were in the East, it was going to be the Celtics. If you were in the West, it was going to be the Lakers. Like you know those two teams are going to be there. So you've got to beat them. I don't think what what's being described does that. We'll go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
I'm hanging in there, Mike, and I by fault am an eternal optimist. I live in Chicago, but born and raised Detroiter, still fiercely loyal to all the teams, and I feel the same way you do about the Tigers at this point. Like I'm ready to just take them off my radar for the rest of the year and basically throw this year into the dumpster. And when I think about all the injuries we sustained, last year and this year, I think they want to take a look at what's going on behind the scenes with their players' health and training. Like, I've never seen this egregious amount of injuries so quickly and so early in a year, like maybe ever. But I agree with you. That's not an excuse for what we're seeing, in this team today. We've been sold a bill of goods that there's enough hitting on this team for several years, and there never has been. Guys like Matt Vierling would not be a starter anywhere else.
No.
And that's just symbolic of what's going on. I had a chat with my son who just graduated Michigan State like I did many years ago. We were talking about, okay, let's look towards next year. Who from this current roster would you hold on to?
Oh boy.
And together we came up with 4 position players and 6 pitchers total. Like that's the ceiling.
If that's what you believe. And Paul, here, let's have some fun. Let's say that's what you believe and you're running the team. That's a rebuild.
Exactly. There's no way to sugarcoat it. And I'm thinking, how did we get here when things look so promising as little as 2 years ago?
Well, and that's where I brought up making the playoffs actually set them back because they backed the wrong horse. Right. They bet on the wrong horses.
And they started believing in themselves too much and smoking their own.
Getting high in their own supply. Right. Exactly. No, and Paul, I don't look. I'm not. I don't care about the whole gotcha radio crap. That's not it. It's just like last year, and I'm getting killed by people because I'm like, guys, Zach McKinstry's not an all-star. This isn't real. Oh, you're a jackass. Okay, fine. But it's like, it's not about what I believe or what fans believe. The team has to be smart enough to know that Zach McKinstry or Javi Baez or this is not sustainable. These are not real things. That's right. The problem.
And we were sold a bill of goods that Scott Harris was the next coming of, fill in the blank. And I'm not sold on his skills. I'm sorry. I don't care what his past history was. I don't know if he's the guy.
No, I think from an organizational standpoint, with modernizing it, fixing the minor leagues, getting a development system in, he's done a really nice job. But when you talk about the day-to-day ops of MLB player personnel, trades, and free agency, no, at best it's been a C-. So no, Paul, it's definitely a Harvey Dent situation.
Right, and I think we're lacking the leadership personnel to evaluate talent and bring it into this organization. I don't think we have the people to do that.
No, and look, if this is their belief of how they're going to win a championship with optionality and aggressive platooning, Paul, it's never happened. They would have to make history to do it. It's never won a World Series. The closest that had ever happened was the COVID year, I believe, and the Rays made the series and lost. That's it. Your reminder, check in daily during the NBA playoffs. FanDuel serving up happy hour, special drops, bonuses, boosts, you name it, they got it. Game 7 coming up this weekend. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. You have a gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, I want to knock down these last couple of calls, David, the rest of the texts, and then we're going to have some fun. We usually get loose towards the back half of the show on Fridays. We'll play yes or no. We got Club Rossini. I do have this Kyler Murray v. J.J. McCarthy that if you're a Lions fan, I think the audio is interesting. It's a divisional foe. It's a team who beat you twice last year. Let's just say the quarterback room is awkward. First, we get to the people, though. Paul is up next, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing? Paulie. He gone. All right, we'll go over to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm excellent. What's on your mind?
Okay. Verlander and Scherzer had to get out of town to win the World Series. These pitchers come to Detroit, and they die here. Skubal probably feels the same way. He wants to get out of here also. And let him go. Give him a break. He deserves to get out of here. He can't win the thing by himself here.
No, I know that, but all right, look, we're conflating two things. I'm with you about Skubal. He doesn't want to be here. Get him the hell out of here. Fine.
Yeah.
But I can't do that with Scherzer and JV. I mean, look.
They had to leave. They wanted to win the World Series. Let them go. They left. They forced the trade, and Scherzer.
But I'll say it again. They got into the World Series. Yeah. They were in the ALCS. They had a nice run.
They wanted to win the World Series.
Okay, I think we're speaking two different languages here. I understand what they wanted. Yeah. I'm making a point. They had real shots to win it here. You're saying they didn't. That's not accurate.
Well, it wasn't their fault. Well, maybe it was. I don't know.
JV getting taken deep 3 times by Kung Fu Panda.
You're right. It wasn't. You're right. You're right on that. I agree with you.
All right.
But they can't do it, and then they Verlander, that third baseman from San Francisco, beat the hell out of him.
All right. I've hit my end point. I tried. I want you to have a great day. I'm not mad at you. I can't do this anymore. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what point you're trying to make. Brian, I love you. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I can't spend any more of my Friday with you. I can't do it. I don't know what Kenny, that's one.
Oh.
That's one.
I made it all week. I was pitching a perfect game.
I know.
Damn it.
And that was just a 107-mile-an-hour line drive to the gap. That should be worth 2, what you just did to me. I got Paul back, and then we're moving on. David, you know I'm right. Paulie, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Listen, this is all on Scott Harris. It was just it's malpractice. Okay, that he didn't go out and get a right-handed bat for this lineup in the offseason. And you know what? I was hyped. I was right there with you, man. I was excited when we got Valdez. I'm like, great, they're spending the money. This should be a great, this pitching staff is deep, and this rotation should be able to take us deep into the playoffs. But, dude, when it's 2026 and I'm looking at Zach Short as my shortstop, something's gone wrong here. And I don't think Scott Harris has an effing clue what he's doing here as GM.
As it would pertain to crafting a major league lineup, I will agree with you. And look, I did this the other day, Paul. I went through every free agent signing he's made and every trade he's made. I presented it on the air, and I go, okay, what grade should I give this? I mean, if I'm being nice, it's a C-. Because, like Paul, like if I went on the air and I just said F, all right, then that's me being an ass. But it is bad. It's really been bad. So you juxtapose the drafting, which is hope casting, right? Like we have Bryce Rainier, and I'm like, right, Rainier is 2 years away, and he's got a 40% strikeout rate. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? He might be awesome. He might be terrible. The actual signings of paying people to play baseball now have been terrible. So that's why I do agree with you, Paul. Right? I mean, think about this, Paul. Oh, but the injuries. To what? Trey Sweeney? Who wants Trey Sweeney here? To Javi Baez? Like, you never end up with Zach Short. You just never. You go out and get someone. You make a trade. You can't end up there.
And I think what AJ is doing is Larry David's fight store with
Mocha Joe.
Mocha Joe, I'm just going to keep I'm going to keep playing Short, Wenzel, and what's his name, McKinstry at the bottom of the lineup.
Paul,
unless you call somebody up,
Paul,
but he won't. He doesn't have a clue.
These scones are kind of dry. I love Curb. You're speaking my language. No, Paul, I brought that up where I said, listen, at a certain point, AJ's got to get the lineup right. Where like I can't have Riley hitting fourth or fifth. I just think I think it's dumb. But then you flip the script and you're like, man, when he's running that lineup out there, it's Latte Larry and Mocha Joe. Scott, help me help you. We can't keep doing this. Yet they do. And sure, well, the injuries the injuries are what prevent you from being 12 games over. They do not justify being 13 games under. Okay? Come on. And I'm with Paul there. You can't end up in this spot with these types of players in multiple. And the only reason they did is they kept too much junk around. And then that junk got hurt, and then they ended up here. To Paul's point, you didn't add a soul. Think about that. I mean, the Dodgers had a great lineup. They wasted money on Kyle Tucker, who I never wanted. That's not about the Tigers. And by the way, he stinks. It's just they didn't do anything. David, go ahead.
Tex here says the Tigers are just not a good team and haven't been for years. The last 2 years, they were riding on luck, and now that luck has run out and their true colors are showing. That is from Cooper.
I think there's an element of truth to that. The injuries will make it look better. They'll improve. But the hole they've dug is so deep. And honestly, and I know this will sound negative, and I'm not trying to be that way, but so, okay, you end up a 500 team in the worst American league of my adult life. You're not any good. I mean, it's like, what is that? That's not good. That just means like the whole strawberry's not moldy. It's just like the ass end of it. Like, what the hell is that?
Cut it off. You'll be just
right.
fine.
I mean, it's like, what are we going to put a banner up? We're not totally terrible. 2026. Like, you've lost me. There's no way you can hit me with the deflator drop. Come on, man.
You compared us to a half-rotten strawberry.
All right, fair. 248. All right. Well, are we doing yes or no? Is that what's coming up next?
Yes or no.
I love yes or no.
I'm glad it's finally kicked in.
97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions coach Dan Campbell said that Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, and Sam Laporta are all improving, and they will not be on the field, though. Is getting them ready to practice by training camp important? Campbell says there'll be a lot of guys that won't practice much as well, including the rookies. First-round selection Blake Miller was out there today, however. The Tigers are in the Windy City getting ready to start a 3-game series with the White Sox. Troy Melton back in the mound after a solid return from injury Sunday against the Orioles. He went 5 2/3 innings, allowing 2 hits, 1 earned run, and 3 walks. The Sox have veteran Eric Fetty on the mound. He struggled. The matchup also pits a pair of Rookie of the Year candidates against each other, Kevin McGonigal and Munetaka Murakami.
What did you just say?
Munetaka Murakami. Enunciate. How now, brown cow? Oh, wow. Murakami has 20 bombs so far this season. None of that happening. According to Shams. One more time. According to Shams Charania, Knicks center Mitchell Robinson is planning on playing game 1 of the NBA Finals as well, even after his surgery. That's great. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. This has become a tradition because people continue to demand it. It's shocking, but we deliver. This is yes or no. A game with completely made-up rules that are completely at the discretion of Kenny Cott. Kenny, take it away.
All right, boys. The game is yes or no. I ask you all yes or no questions. You answer yes or no and explain your reasoning, and I will assign points based on your answer. Is everybody ready to play?
Yes.
Kind of.
Say yes.
Yes.
No.
5 points for Mike, -5 points to Evan and David. Also, Mike, you have earned an additional 5 points based on, you were setting up a topic earlier in the show, the Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy. How did you phrase that?
The Cedar Point thing.
It was the Kyler McCarthy.
Oh,
so now we have a new
Kyler
job for you.
VJJ.
So that's an additional 5 points
goodness.
for you.
And also...
All right. So, the categories are...
This is wild.
We haven't even started yet.
This is crazy.
This is fantastic.
All right.
This is what people want. They don't care about the sports takes.
Talk more about Scooble. Nobody cares. All right. The categories are Tigers, events, NBA, NCAA, and a new addition to the pool, Rico's not here to defend himself.
I'd like Rico's not here to defend himself for 400, Alex.
All right. So usually before seasons, we ask Rico a series of predictive questions on how he thinks his Spartans are going to do. And usually we walk away stunned by his optimism level. Do you believe him when he gives you those optimistic takes? Yes or no? Evan Jenkins, we'll start with you.
Oh, I get to start it. You only called the category. I'm going to say yes, he believes all those cool glasses that he has are actually green, and so that is how he sees the world. He does believe what he is saying with Michigan State.
Now, Mike, you know him better than anybody here.
Oh, no, he believes it. He believes it. I mean, and I believe half the time he's on crack cocaine. He believes it.
David Hull.
I want to say no.
But you know in your heart.
Right. In my heart is yes.
That'll be 7 points to each of you, because I also think, for some unknown reason, he does believe his takes to be correct. All right, let's go over to exactly.
Oh, my.
Let's go over to Evan. You pick a category. We got Tigers, events, NBA, NCAA, and we still have another. Rico's not here to defend himself.
I will take events, please.
Events. Now, an event is coming up this weekend. It's not for me. A ton of people love it. It's the Grand Prix in Detroit. Not my cup of tea. What is a popular event that everyone seems to like? Do you have a popular event that everyone seems to like that you just don't understand why? Yes or no?
Evan Jenkins.
Oh, goodness. I'm not a huge fan of all the festivities around opening day. I know that's not a positive around here, but I don't drink, so it has no attraction to me whatsoever.
Michael.
In the theme of Rico's not here to defend himself while answering a question about events, I give you Comic-Con, or as I like to call it, the Nerd Virgin Super Bowl. No interest. I don't understand it. I don't know why we're lining up to get fake autographs from fake people.
Those are real people
They
signing
are
those
not
autographs.
real people.
It's not somebody in a Mickey Mouse costume sitting there signing Mickey.
Whatever. It's all nonsense.
It's Brad Pitt. He's sitting there.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Comic-Con. Nonsense. Immediate jail.
David.
I don't even know if I have to say anything after they both said that one. I'll jump on board with opening day. I just don't get it.
He also doesn't drink.
What are you, a communist?
That's true.
It's opening day.
I don't drink.
It's
Maybe
Americana.
It's the party surrounding it that isn't our cup of tea.
That's fine.
That's all we're saying. Now, Comic-Con, that is a great event.
Yeah, if you're a loser.
Call me what you
God,
may.
it's the Human Torch, you loser.
So that'll be that'll be 5 points away from Evan and David, because working here, I actually never got to experience opening day, and I still would like to. That'll be 7 points away from Michael for putting people in jail and stealing from another category, which is expressly against the rules that I've just now made up. And now it is David's turn to select a category.
I'm going to go NCAA.
NCAA. The recent playoff expansion headlines will be worse for the soul of college football than the boats and hoes hired guns that we've been discussing from weeks prior.
No. I actually think no. Kurt Cignetti actually spoke on the NIL. The money it's ridiculous. It can't keep going that way. I think that's why that's going to be worse. It can't keep going up the way it's going. Can't.
Evan?
By the time this is done, we're going to have 100 teams in the college football playoff, and it is going to be so much worse than players getting paid, in my opinion. I mean, Michigan State could make the college football playoff with how this is going.
Oh, okay, Rico.
With 100 teams, they better make it.
Here, I'll one-up you for my answer. I want to answer the question, though, because that's a requirement of this. I will say, yes, it will be more destructive, because what I think is going to happen is there's only going to be 64 Division I teams. And I think half of them are going to make the playoff. You can't keep going this way financially. Teams can't afford to exist.
That will be minus 1 point from David and Evan, because I don't like the way you answered. I actually fully agree with what Mike just said.
You have kissed his ass so much.
I just lost 12 points the last question.
I don't remember that. I live in the present.
And so that'll be one giant gabagool. That'll be a giant gabagool-sized amount of points for Mike.
How do we define Tony Soprano's gabagool?
And the next,
okay.
Evan, it is your turn to pick a category.
NBA, the National Basketball Association.
No, Rico slander.
Yeah, that can be your question.
You can do that one next, Mike.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right.
NBA, some meaningful form of change will be made this offseason to address foul baiting / flopping.
No, absolutely not. Why would it? The history of the NBA, the best players have gotten to the free throw line. How do they get there? They create those fouls on their own. Why change it now? My favorite player, Michael Jordan. Go look at all the times he went to the free throw line. LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, all these guys. But now we're going to change it because we don't like Shea?
I'll agree with it. I'll say no. And the reason is fans don't want to watch hand checking. In order to stop that, you'd have to stop offensive players having the advantage. You'd have to let defenders get their hands on people the way it was pre-Jordan rules. I'm going to say no. They're not going to do that.
I'm going to say yes, because it's based on the MVP. I think they're tired of SGA winning it, so they will change the rules.
They only won it twice.
They will change the rules because Wemby is the next guy they want. sitting on that throne.
Yeah, but he gets as many foul calls as the next guy.
He also gets physically assaulted.
He does. But he embraces it. I got to give him credit.
So that'll be points for Dave. That'll be 5 points for Dave because I want him to be right, and I really do. I hope he's right for sure. Evan, that'll be minus 10 points. 5 points for I don't like what you said. And B, you called me a kiss ass. So that's minus 10 points from you.
I haven't gotten a single
And then
positive
minus 5 points for Mike for the same reason. All right, Mike, do you want to do the...
I'll take Rico's a bum for 600.
Rico's a bum for 600.
Whatever the category's called.
Oh, this one you're going to like. Rico's alien/UFO conspiracy theories are more real than his made-up high school, yes or no?
I'm going to say no. I think he's an absolute lunatic with his Neil Tyson DeGrasse UFO fantasies. His high school, I know he went to a high school. I can't say he's ever boarded a UFO. So while the name of his high school that we call Bishop Sycamore might not be real, we know he went to high school. He has never been to Venus.
Could have got a GED. We don't know.
David, are you kidding me? The guy tells you every day he got into Harvard.
Yeah, I mean, I graduated high school. I don't go around telling people that.
That's because you did not, in fact, get into Harvard.
I've been to Harvard. I actually have been there. We went a couple summers ago.
Super.
But I think the aliens are more real. I'm seeing stuff on X every day. And have you seen this Disclosure movie that's coming out with Spielberg? Come on now. Go watch that trailer.
David.
I don't know where this high school is. I don't know where it was. I don't ever see pictures. I don't see a building currently.
Yeah, Area 51 exists.
I'm going with
That's
the
where
aliens.
Rico went to high school.
Yes.
Area 51 Lutheran Tech.
Become in peace.
That's minus 10 points from Mike because I agree with David and Evan Moore. Let's go Team Aliens. 10 points for each of you. We'll do one last one. This is from the category.
Rico's a bum for 1,000.
We're out of Rico's a bum. We can do Rico's a bum next week. Even more if you like. Things you can't win with. This is the Mike Valenti category. Okay. I'm hand-picking it. Coaches wearing capri pants.
It's proof. Can't do it. Look at Mike McDaniel.
Those are joggers, man.
Those are not joggers. They're capris. Got to be riding a bike with a French loaf of bread in the front basket. No way, man. That's super Euro capris. No way. Can't do it. Put on some pants or you're not winning games.
I believe Phil Jackson used to wear capris.
That's a lie. You're making things up.
I don't think so.
Fun note, Phil Jackson fell asleep on the subway one time and was photographed.
Oh, that's amazing. Probably a rough night.
Yeah, he was coaching the Knicks.
Yeah, Knicks legend, man.
Carry on.
David?
Yeah, the only coach I can remember that wore capris is McDaniel.
Those are joggers,
They're
man.
not joggers. They're capri pants.
He sucked. So I'm going to go with, you're correct, Mike. You cannot win with them.
Thank you.
That'll be 50 points for each of you, tying you all of your scores together. And so you all tie with a medium-sized gabagool amount of points. That has been, yes.
Area 51 High School.
97-1.
All right. Quick with the text, and then I want to play this audio for you guys. Only because it's a divisional rival, and I think it speaks to a couple of things. And also, look, if you're a Lions fan, you can just delight in something being awkward for one of the teams who beat you twice last year. But we'll get to it in a second. David, the text first, following a rousing edition of Yes or No.
Yes, my new favorite high school, Area 51 Lutheran Tech. Great segment, guys. Adam in the work van.
Poor Rico. Absolutely got hit with a piano from the sky this week.
Rico sucks for 200.
What
was that?
Someone else texts in and says, it's settled, guys. No more Scooble Tiger talk. I'm demanding 5 segments of Yes or No every week. I'm actually requesting a spinoff segment of by Mike called Erroneous or Blow It Out Your
Erroneous on both counts.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is the polar opposite of Rico when it comes to the conspiracy theories. One believes in a scientific method, the other, well, we'll see what Neil deGrasse Tyson is in his mind. Someone else says, the event. You asked the question about the event. Someone says, not a fan of the Dream Cruise. Kenny?
I hear it. I barely go down there myself.
That's shocking. Those
Really?
are your people.
No, don't say that. That feels like you're insulting a lot of people all at once, and I can't figure out
All
who.
I said is those are your people.
Not my people.
Okay.
Dom in a truck says, Kenny taking away points because that is expressly against the rules. I just made them up. That is hilarious to me.
Yes, that's the irony of it all. All right, I want to play this audio for you. So, Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. That's the QB battle, competition, whatever it is. Both were asked about, hey, how's it been? You know, how is your relationship with the other? And it was remarkable because, look, Kyler Murray doesn't have a great rep. He doesn't have a great reputation for being a leader. He's had several missteps along the way. And then that's before you get to his record before November 1st and then after. Go look at those splits. But Kyler Murray came off really good here. And J.J. McCarthy, really bad. So let's play this. And I just want to offer you a couple of takes from this. And you can tell me if you think I'm crazy, David, Kenny. Go ahead. Play the audio. Khakis? All right, so a couple of notes. Am I wrong to assume the decision's already been made? This is Kyler's job. Because JJ sounds just about as butthurt as it gets. I mean, look, it's hard to make Kyler Murray look good as a leader. JJ, congrats, you did it. Part two is this. This is the other thing. If JJ doesn't win this job, he's out of the league. There's nowhere to go. I mean, sure, I guess at one point Josh Rosen got a shot with the Browns and was the emergency QB. This truly is it. JJ has been so egregiously bad when given a chance. If Kyler takes this job, which it sure sounds like he's got the inside track on it, and then JJ puts that out there, I don't even know what he was trying to say. And even if I forgive the fact that he's a certified weirdo, which that's why he was the perfect QB for Harbaugh, 2 peas in a weirdo pod, I still, a classroom where one person's on one side and one's on the other. What are you even trying to communicate? Is this English? I mean, David, am I wrong for making those takeaways from this?
No, you're not wrong for having that takeaway. I didn't understand anything he was trying to do there. And then he's asked if there's any ill will towards one another, and then he repeats that they're in a classroom again. It's like, can you just speak like a human being is what I'm looking for.
Well, he's not. So no. he's been that way his whole, come on, dude. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right.
I really look at this. This will be the end of the line for him. Who's going to give him a real chance?
In the NFL, I see nothing. Now, there's other leagues, but that doesn't mean anything to me.
But what I'm saying is the league moves on hyper fast. Like a great example is like Anthony Richardson. He will never get a chance in this league. Not a real one. He's done. It's just a matter of when the Colts get rid of him. I don't know what's redeemable because for JJ, the play has been so bad. And I mean, it's been incredibly bad to the point of not being able to read a defense, not being able to throw the ball accurately. He's very slight. David, I don't think anyone signs up for it.
Well, I'll say the quiet part out loud so you don't have to.
What?
It goes back to his Michigan days, and we all know how they won a championship. We all know that. And I'm saying the fact that it's not just that he can't read a defense, it doesn't seem like he sees anything without being told what it is. That's what it seems like to me. And I'm a Michigan fan. I'm a Michigan fan. I will still celebrate the championship, but that looks pathetic. We've seen quarterbacks get drafted that can't read a defense before, but it didn't look this bad.
All right, let me do it a different way. He's a kid who had 250 yards rushing per game to support his, 16 passes. I can do it that way versus David straight up saying, he don't know what he's doing when he doesn't know the other team's plays.
It just looks that way. Again, I've seen quarterbacks that have not been able to read a defense, but it still didn't look this bad.
Yeah, it looks incredibly bad. But do you agree this is Kyler's job?
Yeah.
There won't be a competition.
I thought initially when they signed him, it was a competition. I truly did.
But remember, they basically got the guy for free, didn't they?
And that's the thing, because now I feel like the way the conversation is and the way I see certain things, I've seen video. Of course, they put out different videos here for OTAs, and it just looks like it's going to be Kyler Murray's job. Everything I read and hear is his job. And JJ I think he knows it.
And the JJ quotes didn't seem like he was overly confident in anything he was saying, whereas Kyler, I thought, came off very nicely. He was like, or he's overly receptive, yada, yada, yada. Like, it seemed like it also seems kind of like Kyler knew he had the job.
Yes.
That's the vibe I got from it. Maybe I'm way off.
And again, did I overstate it? JJ's done. Like, he'll ride the bench this year, but like, there's not going to be a fifth-year option. There's not going to be a trade. There's nothing on tape. And it was controversial when he got taken by them. So, I just think it's interesting. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. I know we'll get into it in an NFL Blitz. It's just, we've seen what a change of scenery can do for players, including Jared Goff. So no matter what you think of Kyler Murray, or, look, I don't like Sam Darnold, but did the change of scenery help him in Minnesota? And then, look, goes to Seattle, wins the Super Bowl. We've seen it. Whatever you think of Goff or Darnold at their low point, it's no different for Kyler Murray. So saying, look, could Kevin O'Connell get the best out of Kyler Murray? How could I say no? I'm intrigued by it. I am. I still have a hard time with some of the things Kyler does, but man, O'Connell is such an upgrade from a play calling standpoint, from an offensive standpoint, from a sequencing, the cast around him, all of it. I think it's interesting. I think Minnesota is absolutely, it's like we talked about last year where JJ was going to be this wild card. He didn't play as a rookie. If he's really good, Minnesota could have been Super Bowl good. If he's bad, and we saw it. I mean, and then he had the missed, we called it, what was it, the quiet benching? I don't believe for a second he would run around doing cartwheels on the field, and then all of a sudden, high ankle sprain. Stop it. And then he was absolutely terrible when he came back. Horrific. Organizations move quick. If this thing, I wonder. But, man, the audio, awkward. 248-539-9797. We can get more to people coming up. I know we got Who Said It to do as well. 5 o'clock. We may just skip the Tigers stuff because we've done enough of it. I got Vrabel audio, and I have a theory. We'll end the week with a theory, a conspiracy theory, and you guys get to tell me whether you're buying or selling. We'll do that a little bit later. Right. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride before summer, Moran Buick GMC, one of the biggest selections of Buick GMC vehicles in the state, including Denali's in stock. And right now, you can lease 26 Sierra four-wheel drive Elevation Crew Cab, $189 a month, 0 down, or the 26 Encore all-wheel drive Preferred, $269 a month, $999 down. And when it comes to certified service, you know the drill. MoranExpress.com, you get the certified service, but you also get that loaner. Go about your day, do what you got to do. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them, Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime. It's MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David, is this where we're doing the cursed game of Who Said It? All right, this is the ball breaker. Yes or no? Yes or no has risen in my power rank above this. This game is your personal spite store. You're just mean to us. That's what this is. Let's do it. Come on. Yes.
That's right. It is Who Said It. Let me give you eligibility. Let's go 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Number 1. On an 0-2, that might be the worst pitch in the major leagues this season.
Me. If I didn't say that verbatim, I said it damn close. I think that's me. That's Kenley Jansen in Baltimore. He had Kowser 0-2, and he grooved him room service. That's me.
I agree with Mike. I do believe it's Mike. I thought you were going to be stumped there for a second. Came through.
No, because I was so...
I heard you say it out there, and I was like, wow, the worst pitch in all of baseball.
Because it's a guy you got down 0-2, and he's not good with off speed. You can't group... It just can't happen. That's a little league pitch. Sorry, carry on. Why am I doing a monologue here? Kenny?
My knee jerk was you at first, Mike, but is there a chance that Cookies could have said this? I'm just workshopping.
Yeah, of course there is.
Talking out loud.
David is Satan when it comes to this game. He's so mean.
I'll say, and I'll probably be wrong, just to be different, I'll say Cookies.
David, who said it? On 0-2, that might be the worst pitch in the major leagues.
Kenny.
That's right, Kenny.
Minus 11 points.
No, it's a different game.
Damn it.
Just one here. David, let's go.
Number 2, what makes college football special is the Saturdays in the fall. And when you start diluting the Saturdays in the fall and really start diluting the last few Saturdays, what are we doing?
Can I give you my initial thought here?
Yeah.
That feels very Cookies.
It's diluted that I'm hanging on.
Well, it's the what are we doing here? That's a Cookies thing, too.
It is, because hearing it, I was thinking Doug until what are we doing? Yeah, I'm going to say...
Don't let me poison the jury.
I don't know if they talk college football.
Who else says, what are we doing here?
I do.
Rico does. I'm going to go Rico Beard.
I'll say Cookies again, and
I've
be wrong
heard him
again.
say it out there in regards to nothing that pertains to the show. What are we doing here? I'm going Rico Beard.
I'm going Cookies. Dave, who said it?
What makes college football special is the Saturdays in the fall. When you start diluting.
You should have stuck with it.
It was the diluted.
Unbelievable.
Diluted.
Number 3.
I thought you were going to do this, Evan. I thought you were going to get that one. All right. Next. Scooble, when he comes back, let him pitch a good outing and then start the bidding war with all the top teams, get as many prospects and maybe an everyday player.
Ha!
I mean, it can only come from one show with wishful thinking like that, right?
You thinking Gator?
Yes. That's exactly who I was thinking.
Okay, can I just offer an alternate perspective? What if it was Stoney doing one of his really emotional, rants? He goes into the vortex and he ends up saying things he doesn't mean.
You might be right, because Jim did come to me this morning and say that Stoney had a great topic at 8 o'clock. Was this pulled from the 8 o'clock segment, David Hall?
You're not allowed to ask those questions.
See, Stoney did fill in. This could be one of those, exactly what Mike just said, Stoney going on that rant and then going a little overboard. Yeah, I'll say Stoney.
I'm sticking with Gator. I'm going to stick with my gut.
The one that I lean Gator on is the everyday player thing. What world are you getting an everyday player for a rental pitcher?
I could see Stoney saying, we get an everyday player. Throwing that in at the very end.
I'm going to go with the godfather of sports radio. That's Mike Stone. David, who said it?
Scooble, when he comes back,
oh my
let
God,
him pitch a good outing and then start the bidding.
Now, was this Wednesday when I wasn't here?
It was, which is why I thought these guys would get it.
It's fair. I wasn't here.
Stoney.
I had all the meetings for all the football products in New York. Damn it. I cannot be blamed.
I had a lot of videos to cut. I couldn't listen to the whole thing.
I think it's a crackheaded take by Rico. That's all I'm telling you. Getting an everyday player.
You didn't say maybe.
What are we?
And a haul.
We're selling crack in the vending machine again. Next. What?
Right.
I wasn't here. I can't be blamed.
All right. Number 4. We're looking at a rebuild here. We're looking from 4 months ago. A team was sitting there, all right. If they're in this thing, you can keep Skubal. And I have one go at it. We can go here. They're so far away.
Sounds like Stoney.
That's Stoney.
That's Stoney.
I think that's Stoney.
I'm going to take a Jeff Rieger with all the you-knows. I think there's a reason he put the you-knows in there.
Evolve and dissolve.
I think that's... I'm sorry. Those commercials have to go to the Radio Hall of Fame.
We can send them in.
It's incredible. Do you think we could get Jeff a Marconi for boner pill ads? I mean, can you imagine the industry would be ablaze?
At least
dissolve and evolve.
A Michigan Association of Broadcasters Awards. They give those out like candy. Yet to receive one, by the way.
For boner pill advertisement of the year, Jeff Rieger, 97.1.
Male enhancement.
Okay, sorry. Kenny?
He walks up.
Oh, boy.
In costume.
How about some good news? It's dick season.
That's his acceptance speech.
Yes. I'm out. Mic drop.
Yeah, can I make my guess now? Or are you going to make it?
Sure, Kenny.
You want me to be hard?
I'll take
the weaker D.
Who'd you pick?
Stoney.
All right.
Stoney for me. Okay, that's quite enough. All right, I think we're all settled. David, who said it?
We're looking at a rebuild.
Yes.
We're looking from 4 months ago. The team was in there.
Evolve and dissolve.
Oh, God.
Dissolve and evolve.
I love the pause. It's like, it's amazing.
Emphasize.
It's amazing.
We should have all of our update guys read it just for our entertainment.
Could you imagine, Shamath? After this drop, he'd have to leave. He'd never recover. He's already going to be a top seed in the Stoney and Wojo Invitational.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
You love that one.
Nah, I don't make the bracket. I just sit here. David, go ahead.
All right. Number whatever we're on.
Evolve.
All right, here we go.
You can tell it's Friday. We're losing our minds.
If they come out and they say we had a players-only meeting, at that point, bring up the entire team from AAA because the season is 100% over.
All right, that eliminates middays, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That eliminates midday.
A players only meeting. God.
So this has to be mornings based on that because I don't think anybody here said that.
But again, I had the corporate stuff Wednesday. So, would Rico have said that? I'm asking.
But it's such an old school thought to have a players only
No, could that have
meeting.
been John then?
No, hold on. Time out. Have David read it again. It's not the original thought of the person. They're saying, if I hear that crap, call everybody up because the season's over. Take a listen to this.
If they come out and say they say we had a players-only meeting, at that point, bring up the entire team from AAA because the season is 100% over.
Stoney brought it up to Jim saying, well, what if they do this? And then Jim just lost it and was like, if they do that, I've had it, it's over. That's the way I see it.
Okay.
I put that same angry sentiment towards the angry one on that program, which would be Tom. I think that makes more sense there. I think Jim would be a little more
Tom, but hold on. Tom, when it comes to the Tigers, has a cape on. That guy always is popping in defending the team. Always.
He knows ball. Nobody says that with baseball, by the way. You don't know ball.
Okay, very relevant. I'll go Cookies, but maybe you're right. Maybe it is the king of Luna Pier. I don't know. David, who said it?
You're going to maximize.
Come on.
Skubal trade.
Wait a minute. That's not the right audio.
If they come out and they say we had a players-only meeting, at that point, bring up the entire team.
One day this week.
Oh, please. The guy was here for 10 minutes this week.
I thought that was normal.
Oh.
That's who said it.
No, I didn't say 10 words. I said 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Warm weather shows up and everybody's on the road. One problem. That includes idiots who don't pay attention to the road. If you're in an accident, you got multiple problems, clearly. But one of them is the insurance company's 10 steps ahead of you. Call David Femininio, the accident response team. They'll help get your life back. And David is going to help get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Oh, football. Oh, man. You
Yes,
know.
football.
Oh, boy. All right. I got a couple things, but go ahead.
So what I wanted to do is go through a few things of predictions of what they think could happen for the NFL, the upcoming NFL season. First one here. This was kind of funny to me. Kyler Murray will make the Pro Bowl and win Comeback Player of the Year.
Oh, boy.
That's funny to me.
No, it's not funny to me. Look, first of all, this is sports. Okay, we're not brokering peace in the Middle East. So, David, I'd be lying if I said to you that the ability to win a Super Bowl with a ginger has altered my perspective on bold takes like this. What do we say about Kevin O'Connell? He can fix just about anyone.
Very true.
Right?
Very true.
He fixed Sam Darnold. Kyler Murray has the pedigree. Kyler Murray is going to be entering a situation where he has weapons everywhere. He has the best play caller, arguably, in the NFC. And a change of scenery can work. We just saw it work with Sam effing Darnold. I'm going to buy the take. I'm not guaranteeing it. I'm just saying I can't laugh that take out of here. If you told me Minnesota ended up winning 10 games, would you be stunned?
No, I would not be stunned when you have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Juwan Jennings, and you said it already, Kevin O'Connell. You have pieces around you already. So,
and it is a team that generally wins, right? It's not a losing culture. Arizona is arguably the most toxic franchise in the league. I'm going to buy it. And I'd be lying if I said it's not intriguing that he's there. I know he's not tall enough to go to Cedar Point, but damn it, it is interesting. I'm buying.
He can't ride the rides inside of the Mall of America.
You know, like they have the squirrel with the ruler attached to it, and your kid's got to stand there to see if they, poor Kyler's all the way down there.
But I'm the starting quarterback of the Vikings.
You know, it's interesting. I saw a video with him when he was talking about McCarthy, and he was wearing a winter hat, and it just made his head look so small. It just looks so tiny. Looked like a little baby.
Well,
I felt like he should have been in a bassinet during the interview.
Let's go from tiny to a giant. Nope, not a New York Giant. One Derrick Henry. Says Derrick Henry will lead the NFL in rushing at age 33.
Sell, Mortimer. I'm out on this.
He said over 300 touches each year in Baltimore.
Yep.
He had a lot of fumbles last year.
And running backs, when they go off a cliff. It's not gradual. I'm going to sell it. No way. Out on that
So he
one.
doesn't kick Father Time in the face?
I don't think so.
No, I think you're right about that one.
I don't think so. And I think people undersell the loss of Linderbaum.
That's a huge loss there. Next one on the
Yeah, hey,
list.
Lions fans, remember when Ragnar left? How'd that go?
Next one on the list here. Now, I understand, and I can already hear you saying, that's hard to predict.
Go ahead. I'll play. I
let's
have to
do
say
it.
yes or no to these. I can't do that. Go ahead.
The New York Jets will be the first 0-17 team in NFL history.
No, absolutely not.
It's tough to predict, right?
No, I'm saying I sell the take. No one will go winless ever again.
Okay.
The parity in the league has never been higher. The amount of bad teams, therefore, have never been higher. And they play in a division where you could make the case the Dolphins are going to go 0-17 because they got 80 non-roster invitees.
So they'll beat each other. They'll split.
There's opportunities for the Jets. I just don't believe in modern football anyone will go winless again.
But Geno Smith.
Listen, no one's going winless.
Next one here is... Now, we will go to the actual New York Football Giants.
Sure. Is it smart for your QB when he's young to do politics? Probably not.
I just don't see this one as bold. I honestly think this could happen.
What?
The New York Giants win the NFC East. I think that could happen.
And people, I have to play the game where it's yes or no, right? I'll say yes. I don't trust the Eagles. I don't like the Commanders. The Cowboys would be my pick, but David didn't ask me about them. Do I think the Giants will be a lot better? Yes. They have talent. They've just had idiotic coaches. I love John Harbaugh. I do. I think he's a winner. Culturally, he'll get this thing going. I do think the front seven will be really good. Yeah, I'll go with it. Now, if Dart gets hurt, It's all over.
That changes everything.
It's all over.
All of this changes. And I think that's why it's easy to predict for me to say yes as well, because when you do what you just did, you deduce it down to the Cowboys and the Giants, because I don't believe in the other teams either. I don't know what the Eagles will look like.
And
I don't
again,
trust Commanders either.
We're sitting here on May 29th. If you tell me that Malik Neighbors is going to miss the first month of the season, it would alter my take. Or non-contact injury in training camp. Sitting here today, I buy that take more than I sell it. I still think people got to pay attention to the Cowboys.
Let's move over here to the Chicago Bears here. And yes, while they did replace their center, because their center left and retired, the Chicago Bears will lose 10 games after winning the NFC North.
I'm going to sell
last
it.
Year.
I'll sell the take. Ben Johnson is too good of an offensive mind for that to happen. And when you factor in year one with Caleb and Luther Burden and Colston Loveland and Monangai, and from a system standpoint, year two is going to be even better. And you can make fun of Caleb. I'm never going to deny he's not a weird kid. The bottom line is the pedigree, the ability, the off-platform throws, a maturation. And I know the Iceman thing is annoying unless he's on your team. He's shown multiple times to be able to rescue a game from the fire late. I'm going to sell the take. I think all this anti-Bears hope casting is just that. It's hope. I don't think it's real.
The only reason why I would think that it would be no is because they did have 8 wins in one-score games, including one in the playoffs, and they lost some defensive players, and they were plus 22 last year
in the
turnover differential. And that could change things, and maybe you lose more, but maybe not 10 games.
That's my point. You put a number to it. I didn't say they were going to go win 13,
Correct.
14 games.
Correct.
I said offensively, they're going to be too good to lose 10 games.
And then the last one here, which happens every other year because the Bengals are bad every other year, Joe Burrow will win the MVP and lead the Bengals to the Super Bowl.
No, full sell, full liquidation on that one. They're terrible. They're bad offensively. They're bad defensively. And look, Burrow's got to prove he can stay healthy. I'm just going to sell it. And I do think at the end of the year he asks for a trade. And he'll be your quarterback for the New York Jets in 2028. I'm serious.
Doubt that.
Joe Burrow, Joe Cool, New York City, Jets fire Aaron Glenn, hire an offensive coach, trade 17 first-round picks to get Joe Burrow in New York. Burrow wants to be in a big market. Guy's out here wearing fur coats and assless chaps. He's in Paris Fashion Week. I mean, Kenny, you laughing at me? You think he wants to sit there on the Kentucky border the rest of his career?
No, I'm surprised he hasn't demanded out.
Well, that's my point. This year it's going to happen.
Yes.
That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. Lions coach Dan Campbell back at the podium this morning. He said that Brian Branch, Sam Laporta, and Kirby Joseph are improving, but won't practice, at least for now. Tierran Arnold also absent after his shoulder procedure. Stoney asked about his potential off-the-field ramifications, and Campbell said they're good as far as he knows. As for the other guys that will be on the field, the Tigers open up a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox on the road. Troy Melton back on the mound for Detroit. They welcomed him back Sunday off the injured list. He looked pretty sharp, nearly going 6 and allowing just a single earned run. Here it goes tonight right here on 97.1 at 7:40. Tigers have their lineup as well. McGonigal, Dingler, and Jones at the top. Green, Torkelson, Perez in the middle. Vierling, McKinstry, and Short rounding it out here today. According to Shams Charania, the Orlando Magic have hired former Pistons assistant coach Sean Sweeney. He's currently with the Spurs as their associate head coach. They've got Game 7 coming up tomorrow at the Corwell House Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$5:00, good to have you with us. And we're going to throw a little curveball here. We did about 2 hours of Tiger talk. A lot different than the other shows. If you want it, go get it. But it's 75 and sunny. I don't want to do something depressive as you're leaving work and hopefully getting to enjoy the weather. I want to do something a little more fun. And I have a scalding hot take to offer. And I'll probably be wrong, but man, do I just feel it in my bones. So Kenny's been working in the back for a while, just getting the strobe lights ready and making sure the bar is stocked because it's time for Club Rossini. I have to play this audio. And this is Mike Vrabel, okay? And we've done all the Rossini shows. This is... If there was a controversy a couple of weeks ago of some guy wearing a mask on the news, it was the retired general, and people were like, he's wearing a mask. This is Vrabel wearing a skin suit. This is not Mike Vrabel. This is an empty husk covered in human skin. This is not Mike Vrabel. So he meets the media. Remember a month ago, he was embroiled in the scandal, and I'm taking the third day of the draft off for some 10-minute rehab. Shout out stopping at Hudson News to buy your wife a memorabilia at the Salt Lake City airport from your 6-year affair rehab. Sweet. Here's your morning coffee, honey. Zzz. But here's today, or yesterday, rather. He was asked questions about this. I think the questions could have been a lot better. Let me just start there. But I want you to listen to how he answers these questions. And the second part of this, he is asked, you've talked about work-life balance, family balance. Do you plan on missing any more time? His answer to that is the reason we've opened Club Rossini up for a little happy hour. David, this is from Pro Football Talk, and it's been edited for context and content. So we've given you just what you need to hear, okay? Take a listen to this. Huh? First of all, how do we go from, are you going to be missing more time? How are you balancing family, etc. to, I love the coaches and it's exciting to hear the conversations in year 2. But can I just put this out there? At any point, is this guy just going to address this and provide closure? See, this is what you call picking at the scab. You pick at the scab, the wound doesn't heal. This guy, he's terrible at this. Look, I don't care who he's banging. It ain't my business. But when it happens to be an NFL reporter that it sure seems like you were, A, she's married, and B, you were doing Love Boat cruises when she was in her 3rd trimester, which don't even get me started. There's no world. I'll go to my grave believing that's his kid. But I digress. Integrity for access and information is a part of what sure looks like a sexual relationship. Yeah, you got to address that. But here's what's interesting. That last part when he talks about, well, are you going to miss any more time? The answer is no. I am the head coach of the New England Patriots. My full commitment is to this team, and I will be here. Here's why. Here's the hot take. All I could think of when he said that was, he knows what's coming. And if I'm representing Rossini, this is a Barry Sanders special. You go, what the hell's a Barry Sanders special? Night before training camp. Night before training camp. She's on Good Morning America. Or she's on 60 Minutes. And I'll tell you this. If Sharon Moore's side piece got to tell her side of the story, not that there is one, well then great. Club Rossini is going to do the same. There's no world I think this is over. And for him to say that the way he said it, well, all I could say is I'm going to be here today. Pretend you're a Patriot fan. Does that give you the warm and fuzzies that thing's over? That nothing is going to... Guys, you know how this works. That whole Chinese water torture effect of small leaks continuing to keep it out there. They're going to fire one more nuclear bomb. And what's the best time to do it? The week camp opens. I know. This is like my Stephen A. Smith take of the month. But it's just what I believe. And I'm sorry, David, that's the equivalent of like Biden at a debate. That is not Mike Vrabel. That's just not him. Am I out of my mind with this, or do you buy what I'm selling?
I didn't think of it that way, but he definitely didn't answer the question. He beat around the bush. He started talking about the coaches. You know what? No, Kenny. He started talking about the coaches and the second year and the players and all this stuff, and he didn't say he will be there. Wow, you got me thinking now.
Because from a PR standpoint, what's the most effective time for Diana to get the biggest spotlight to try to take her pound of flesh, tell her side of the story? And by the way, try to find a job at some point, right as training camp starts. I can't help it. If he answers that question in a better way, provides more closure, just puts a bullet in the issue, I can't walk away with that take. That makes me feel like he knows something's coming. And if the team's not going to let you go, you keep showing up to work until you can't show up to work.
Yeah, they report for training camp on Tuesday, July 22nd. So keep that date in mind. Also, another good day that would be able to do this is the day after the All-Star break or the All-Star game, because there's nothing else going on.
And no pun intended, maximum exposure.
Correct. They have nothing else to talk about on these sports shows or any show.
David, all I ask is this, brother, and I need you to pray for me.
Woo.
Pray that I don't have jury duty when this story breaks. Or I will call in live from the jury lounge. David, don't let Club Rossini move on without me.
Oh, boy.
I really hope I don't. I mean, look, if I got to do jury duty, I got to do it. It's my civic duty. I'm not mad about it. I understand it. Man, do you think I could tell them, listen, can we delay this appearance until Club Rossini's closed?
We have to find a conclusion.
Can
We have
I
to
just
hear
can
this first?
Guys, I got Diana on Good Morning America. I want to help you.
I'm willing to go on this as long as you want me, but it has to start after we hear from Diana.
Man, please. Good heavens. Look, I couldn't help but feel the way I feel because this is his first public speaking. How was he not asked about the boat? Mike, we got pictures of you and an 8-month pregnant Diana Rossini alone on a boat. Do you care to comment? How is that question not?
See, and that's the problem that I have. It's because it is New England Patriots media. That's the problem. They're never going to do that, but that is part of the story.
And that's not mean-spirited.
It's part of the story.
It's just, Mike, we have the pictures. We have the receipts. Your comment. Now, if you go 3-4 steps further, what were you doing on that boat with a pregnant woman? That's a different way of asking it. That's like 19.
Now you're TMZ.
That's different.
Yes.
But my God. He comes out and he thinks what? People forgot? I'll say it to you again. It's not my business who you're sleeping with. I really don't care. But you're married, so she. You have kids, she has kids. See, the kids is the part where you lose me. Not that any of it's good, but if you don't have kids, what am I going to tell you? I don't know. You do your thing. Also, too, it's not like he had one lapse in judgment. It sure feels like a 6-year affair. These are all different levels of bad. We're not going to power rank adultery. I'm just making a point. Like, no, we shouldn't.
No, Kenny.
But Kenny, I said it when that story broke. What world is he on that boat with a woman who's pregnant with not his kid? What world?
I don't think there's a world that exists. I also agree with you about how they didn't ask the questions that needed to be asked specifically about the boat. And Vrabel, if he didn't know something was coming, he could have very easily just have said, my entire everything. I'm focused on the Patriots. I will be there. That's my whole commitment.
Yeah,
right
no
now.
secret. There's been personal things going on, and I'm working to repair those relationships. I'm here to coach football. He didn't do that. And the way he said it, well, I could tell you, I'll be here today. I'm going, he knows.
It was the most non-committal answer he could have given.
I'm waiting for it. What does Rico's think? Comic-Con? Rossini-Con.
Club Rossini.
I feel, can you imagine if she does a Barry Sanders? She releases a memoir the night before camp to the Wichita Picayune or whatever it was, and she uses a fax machine.
See, I'm thinking out loud. There's another date that she can do this.
What's that?
Sunday. What do we all be talking about off season? A.J. Brown getting traded on June 1st to the New England Patriots.
That was her story.
On May 31st.
That's her story she got from Vrabel.
There you go.
Oh, no. No.
She's on 60 Minutes on Sunday.
No. Oh, boy. I can't get enough.
Like, you better not be on jury duty, man. That would suck so bad.
That would be terrible because it would be like the zenith of this story.
I like the idea of you deliberating with fellow jurors. Hang on, guys. I got to take this.
Listen, I know we're here to settle a murder, but guys, can we get consensus on Rossini Vrabel? Please. We'll see. Things will happen as they should. I can't control it. We'll figure it out. All right. Spring, full swing. Weather's getting nice. Hopefully your home can handle the heat. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ensure you stay cool with a $79 AC tune-up and free on-check when you tell them you heard it here. You're looking for a total upgrade, now's the time. You buy a new furnace or AC, get half off that installation. And the experts at Mastercraft, they know comfort can't wait. Same-day service, 24/7 availability, all work backed with a 5-year warranty, and they offer great financing for your budget. So call the pros at Mastercraft today for all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. And for every power failure or seasonal shift, Mastercraft has you covered. Visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. I mean, how do you answer that question this way? How? I mean, forget about the questions that were asked. I mean, look, this is why all these press engagements are a complete waste of time. You get gaslit, you get lied to. But the idea that this guy hasn't spoken in a month, you got pictures of him on a boat with an 8-month pregnant married woman that is not his wife on a love cruise, and you don't ask that directly. But then he's asked, hey, work life, family, balance, the whole thing. Are you going to take more time away? That's a direct reference to him missing the third day of the draft. How do you answer the question that way? There's no closure to it. You've invited more questions. Listen, I'm currently working to repair the relationships and the people I have hurt, but my commitment to the Patriots is absolute. I will be here every day. The issue is done. Unless, of course, he knows something's coming. And if I'm repping Diana and I'm her PR rep, oh, no, we're not doing this today. We're going to wait till the night before training camp. Fabulous bump back by you, Dave. That was tremendous. How about the text? What do we got, buddy? And again, you want Tiger talk? We did 2 hours of it. I'm done with that team. Put that whole team on a boat and put them out to sea.
On Club Rossini. Tell jury duty you're already on a high-profile case.
No.
Lenny versus Club Rossini.
Could you imagine? Listen, respectfully, I'm already a juror on an incredibly high-profile case. It's Rossini v. Vrabel. They're going to be like combing their legal documents. That's not even a case.
Yeah, another text here says, you cannot tell me that he knows that he's probably already out of here.
Look, David, they have capable staff members who could take that job. And again, I'm not sitting here demanding anything. I'm just saying, how can this continue? He didn't answer that question like somebody who's confident. Like I know I'm back. I know I'm here. I know. No, why would I? Like if he were that, he'd go, why would I miss time? Listen, unless I fall down a flight of stairs and I'm in a body cast, I'm here every day. He didn't answer it that way. I'm telling you. Go ahead.
Craig in Wixom says, tell Mike to just do the show from the jury box. That would be entertaining.
No, that would be a contempt of court, and then I would never be here again.
Oh, you would have permission from the court. I guarantee you can get that.
But listen.
Those live reads would be electric. This jury box brought to you by FanDuel.
Hey, tell the bailiff to shut up. And let Marambuke GMC. Could you imagine? I have no idea what's going to happen. I got to start calling, a few weeks from now, and we'll see. What do you want me to do? I don't want to miss work, but I'm 45 years old. It's my civic duty. What can I say? I don't think anyone's hyped up to do. I'm not against it. I'm kind of fascinated by it, but I don't know. Oh God, please do not take Club Rossini away from me. If this story, David, if she appears on one of these national things and does her side of the story, if I'm not here the next day, that's the true crime.
She has to
That's
do one.
the crime.
She has to do one.
Oh, it's going to happen.
She's trying to get a job again, and I thought
It's going to happen, David. It's going to happen. The exclusive, and she'll make bank.
Oh, yes, for sure. Exclusive on NFL Network. Someone says, boats and hoes? Brandon in a car?
No, come on.
No, not that. Jury can't take phones inside the courtroom, so you cannot do the show from the jury box.
What about a Comrex, huh?
That is not a phone.
That's not a phone.
You're right.
May I approach the bench? Chambers, Comrex. Stop it. Stop it. Ridiculous.
Someone else says you guys are sounding real TMZ-ish today.
No, because it's Friday and we're having fun. Just take it easy, will you please?
I don't think it's TMZ-ish. It's just
I don't think
connecting
he
the
answered the
dots.
question appropriately.
That's it.
Let me go to Aaron. He's got a theory. May I, real quick? Aaron, go ahead, buddy. What's going on?
So, hey, good Friday, fellas. Here's my theory on the whole Mike Vrabel thing. If this PR hit piece that Rossini's going to put out is as bad as everyone's thinking it is, there's two things that he said that he's probably got in his back of his mind. One, the NFL may be looking at him for contract, or even the Patriots, really. contract detrimental to the team, fine him, suspend him, something. Maybe he violated some sort of policy within the coaching ranks. Or B, Robert Kraft told him, hey, you go on a 5-game skid, your butt's out of here.
All right, so if memory serves me, Aaron, I thought the NFL said they weren't investigating yet. I think if she comes out and what she says is bad, it won't take the NFL long. Don't you worry.
No, it'll take a week, maybe 2 days max.
The Patriot part, they're not going to act unless they have to. And it just felt like with him up there at that podium, they're all waiting for the other shoe to drop. Also, it is pretty hilarious. Captain Happy Ending lecturing anybody else about off-field behavior. But again, he's a billionaire, and, well, Vrabel's a millionaire. You know who wins that battle.
And you are correct. Currently, according to what the NFL released, they will not investigate New England's Patriots Vrabel under its personal conduct policy. Again, that's currently, but as other things come out.
Right now it would be a team issue.
Yes.
And again, the Sultan of the Spa is not going to suspend his coach yet.
Love that.
I mean, it's amazing. It's absolutely electric.
That is so good.
Man, do not let me be on jury duty for this story. Oh, my God. Okay, just carry on.
Someone else says, you absolutely have to get out of it. Just press the code red or something if it happens, Mike.
There's nothing.
Code red.
First of all, there's nothing you can do. I will answer the questions honestly. What do you want me to say? I don't have some game plan. But it's federal jury duty. No one gets out of that. If they call my number, I gotta go.
Well, that's what someone else texted. They will not call your number. Relax, Mike. You'll be fine. You'll be in here just in time to do Club Rossini again.
Let me ask you a question. What if I brought in strobe lights? Like if she does, what if we did a disco? Like I called Jim and we do disco lights for the day that story breaks. Oh, man.
Yeah, you can just grab the ones that are outside of the studio.
Just turn those on and it'll be perfect.
I'm telling you. Dude, how about this? Do you at least grant me this? She's talking before training camp.
I think so. Just based on the way his demeanor in those questions, I think so. He knows that he might not know what it is, but he knows something's coming out.
Well, it's been a month since he spoke, and then a picture came. So it'll be something will be needed, and it will be her.
Well, and for maximum PR effect, it has to happen in proximity of camp.
Correct.
The story doesn't. Remember, the first thing people are going to talk about was Vrabel's offseason, not the team making the Super Bowl. So camp is where you get maximum impact. And if she's got something to say, look, I have no idea what the hell her side of it is. What do you want me to say? Because I'll flip the script. You're in your third trimester. What are you doing on a boat with a guy who's not your husband? What are we doing here? Forget about the pictures of them at the casino, the restaurant, the bar, the makeout sessions, the whole thing. Forget about all that. Let's just talk about the boat.
Let's just go down the list. That was a lot to forget about.
Don't tell me you were out there, catching sea bass. Cut it out. Now, what were you doing? My God. All right, David, one more and we'll keep it moving.
Someone says, you're not TMZ-ish at all. I love it, especially because we don't have to talk about the Tigers.
That's it. I didn't want people upset 75 and sunny. I gave you 2 hours of Tiger talk earlier. I'm out. I'm done. We'll have some fun next. It's yes or no, 97.1. All right. This has become a tradition because people continue to demand it. It's shocking, but we deliver. This is yes or no. A game with completely made-up rules that are completely at the discretion of Kenny Cott. Kenny, take it away.
All right, boys. The game is yes or no. I ask you all yes or no questions. You answer yes or no and explain your reasoning, and I will assign points based on your answer. Is everybody ready to play?
Yes.
Kind of.
Say yes.
Yes.
No.
5 points for Mike, -5 points to Evan and David. Also, Mike, you have earned an additional 5 points based on you were setting up a topic earlier in the show, the Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy. How did you phrase that?
The Cedar Point thing.
It was the Kyler McCarthy.
Oh,
so now we have a new
Kyler
job for you.
VJJ.
So that's an additional 5 points for you.
And also...
All right. The categories are...
This is wild.
We haven't even started yet.
This is fantastic.
All right.
This is what people want. They don't care about the sports takes.
Talk more about Scooble. Nobody cares. All right. The categories are Tigers, events, NBA, NCAA, and a new addition to the pool, Rico's not here to defend himself.
I'd like Rico's not here to defend himself for 400, Alex.
All right. So usually before seasons, we ask Rico a series of predictive questions on how he thinks his Spartans are going to do. And usually we walk away stunned by his optimism level. Do you believe him when he gives you those optimistic takes? Yes or no? Evan Jenkins, we'll start with you.
Oh, I get to start it. You only called the category. I'm going to say yes, he believes all those cool glasses that he has are actually green, and so that is how he sees the world. He does believe what he is saying with Michigan State.
Now, Mike, you know him better than anybody here.
Oh, no, he believes it. He believes it. I mean, and I believe half the time he's on crack cocaine. He believes it.
David Hall.
I want to say no.
But you know in your heart.
Right. In my heart is yes.
That'll be 7 points to each of you because I also think, for some unknown reason, he does believe his takes to be correct. All right, let's go over to exactly.
Oh, my.
Let's go over to Evan. You pick a category. We got Tigers, events, NBA, NCAA, and we still have another. Rico's not here to defend himself.
I will take events, please.
Events. Now, an event is coming up this weekend. It's not for me. A ton of people love it. It's the Grand Prix in Detroit. Not my cup of tea. What is a popular event that everyone seems to like? Do you have a popular event that everyone seems to like that you just don't understand why? Yes or no?
Evan Jenkins.
Oh, goodness. I'm not a huge fan of all the festivities around opening day. I know that's not a positive around here, but I don't drink, so it has no attraction to me whatsoever.
Michael.
In the theme of Rico's not here to defend himself while answering a question about events, I give you Comic-Con, or as I like to call it, the Nerd Virgin Super Bowl. No interest. I don't understand it. I don't know why we're lining up to get fake autographs from fake people.
Those are real people
they
signing
are
those
not
autographs.
Real people.
It's not somebody in a Mickey Mouse costume sitting there signing Mickey.
Whatever. It's all nonsense.
It's Brad Pitt. He's sitting there.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Comic-Con. Nonsense. Immediate jail.
David.
I don't even know if I have to say anything after they both said that one. I'll jump on board with opening day. I just don't get it.
He also doesn't drink.
What are you, a communist?
That's true.
It's opening day.
I don't drink.
It's
Maybe
Americana.
It's the party surrounding it that isn't our cup of tea.
That's fine.
That's all we're saying. Now, Comic-Con, that is a great event.
Yeah, if you're a loser.
Call me what you
my God,
may.
it's the Human Torch, you loser.
So that'll be that'll be 5 points away from Evan and David. because working here, I actually never got to experience opening day, and I still would like to. That'll be 7 points away from Michael for putting people in jail and stealing from another category, which is expressly against the rules that I've just now made up. And now it is David's turn to select a category.
I'm going to go NCAA.
NCAA. The recent playoff expansion headlines will be worse for the soul of college football than the boats and hoes hired guns that we've been discussing from weeks prior.
No, I actually think no. Kurt Cignetti actually spoke on the NIL. The money it's ridiculous. It can't keep going that way. I think that's why that's going to be worse. It can't keep going up the way it's going. Can't.
Evan?
By the time this is done, we're going to have 100 teams in the college football playoff, and it is going to be so much worse than players getting paid, in my opinion. I mean, Michigan State could make the college football playoff with how this is going.
Oh, okay, Rico.
With 100 teams, they better make it.
Here, I'll one-up you for my answer. I want to answer the question, though, because that's a requirement of this. I will say, yes, it will be more destructive because what I think is going to happen is there's only going to be 64 Division I teams. And I think half of them are going to make the playoff. You can't keep going this way financially. Teams can't afford to exist.
That will be minus 1 point from David and Evan, because I don't like the way you answered. I actually fully agree with what Mike just said.
Dude, you have kissed his ass so much.
I just lost 12 points the last question.
I don't remember that. I live in the present.
And so that'll be one giant gabagool. That'll be a giant gabagool-sized amount of points for Mike.
How do we define Tony Soprano's gabagool?
And the next,
okay.
Evan, it is your turn to pick a category.
NBA, the National Basketball Association.
No, Rico slander.
Yeah, that can be your question.
You can do that one next, Mike.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right.
NBA, some meaningful form of change will be made this offseason to address foul baiting / flopping.
No, absolutely not. Why would it? The history of the NBA, the best players have gotten to the free throw line. How do they get there? They create those fouls on their own. Why change it now? My favorite player, Michael Jordan. Go look at all the times he went to the free throw line. LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, all these guys. But now we're going to change it because we don't like Shea.
I'll agree with it. I'll say no. And the reason is fans don't want to watch hand checking. In order to stop that, you'd have to stop offensive players having the advantage. You'd have to let defenders get their hands on people the way it was pre-Jordan rules. I'm going to say no. They're not going to do that.
I'm going to say yes because it's based on the MVP. I think they're tired of SGA winning it, so they will change the rules.
They only won it twice.
They will change the rules because Wemby is the next guy they want sitting on that throne.
Yeah, but he gets as many foul calls as the next guy.
He also gets physically assaulted.
He does. But he embraces it. I got to give him credit.
So that'll be points for Dave. That'll be 5 points for Dave because I want him to be right, and I really do. I hope he's right for sure. Evan, that'll be minus 10 points. 5 points for I don't like what you said. And B, you called me a kiss ass. So that's minus 10 points from you.
I gotten a single
and then
point.
minus 5 points for Mike for the same reason. All right, Mike, do you want to do the...
I'll take Rico's a bum for 600.
Rico's a bum for 600.
Whatever the category's called.
Oh, this one you're going to like. Rico's alien / UFO conspiracy theories are more real than his made-up high school, yes or no?
I'm going to say no. I think he's an absolute lunatic with his Neil Tyson DeGrasse UFO fantasies. His high school... I know he went to a high school. I can't say he's ever boarded a UFO. So while the name of his high school that we call Bishop Sycamore might not be real, we know he went to high school. He has never been to Venus.
Could have got a GED. We don't know.
David, are you kidding me? The guy tells you every day he got into Harvard.
Yeah, I mean, I graduated high school. I don't go around telling people that.
That's because you did not, in fact, get into Harvard.
I've been to Harvard. I actually have been there. We went a couple summers ago.
Super.
But I think the aliens are more real. I'm seeing stuff on X every day. And have you seen this Disclosure movie that's coming out with Spielberg? Come on now. Go watch that trailer.
David.
I don't know where this high school is. I don't know where it was. I don't ever see pictures. I don't see a building currently.
Area 51 exists.
I'm going with
That's
the
where Rico
aliens.
went to high school.
Yes.
Area 51 Lutheran. Tech.
We come in peace.
That's minus 10 points from Mike because I agree with David and Evan Moore. Let's go Team Aliens. 10 points for each of you. We'll do one last one. This is from the category.
Rico's a bum for 1,000.
We're out of Rico's a bum. We can do Rico's a bum next week, even more if you like. Things you can't win with. This is the Mike Valenti category. Okay. I'm handpicking it. Coach is wearing capri pants.
It's proof. Can't do it. Look at Mike McDaniel.
Those are joggers, man.
Those are not joggers. They're capris. Got to be riding a bike with a French loaf of bread in the front basket. No way, man. That's super Euro capris. No way. Can't do it. Put on some pants or you're not winning games.
I believe Phil Jackson used to wear capris.
That's a lie. You're making things up.
I don't think so.
Fun note, Phil Jackson fell asleep on the subway one time and was photographed.
Oh, that's amazing. Probably a rough night.
Yeah, he was coaching the Knicks.
Yeah, Knicks legend, man.
Carry on.
David?
Yeah, the only coach I can remember that wore capris is McDaniel.
Those are joggers,
They're
man.
not joggers. They're capri pants.
He sucked. So I'm going to go with, you're correct, Mike. You cannot win with them.
Thank you.
That'll be 50 points for each of you, tying you all of your scores together. And so you all tie with a medium-sized gabagool amount of points. That has been, yes.
Area 51 High School.
97-1.
All right. David, some texts. Wojo and Rieger are shot out of a cannon, so buckle up for this one. I'll tell you, these two are. And by the way, I'm 99% sure Wojo's wearing the same shirt he wore yesterday. I mean, I hate to make that accusation, but I'm 99% sure.
I think you may be close. I think you're right.
I mean, that move might work in like high school. I don't know, man. Kenny, get on the microphone. I got to ask you a question. Because it's kind of, it's salacious. I'm 99% sure Wojo's wearing the same shirt he wore yesterday.
Stop.
All right, let's go. David, a couple of...
Well, the official soundtrack of Club Rossini include Two Live Crew.
Look, come on, man. Just keep it moving, please.
I love everything about these. Someone says, good job, Kenny, on... yes or no this week. Very entertaining. Rico's question segment was nice.
Rico's a bleep hole for 200.
I mean, what a category.
Oh, man. Someone else says, I truly enjoyed the question about the high school versus the alien.
I did too.
That was great.
The fact that Rico went to Area 51 Lutheran Polytech.
Why do you pick on his little high school?
Because it's not real.
Oh, that's fair then.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh, yeah.
You've lived here your whole adult life, right?
Never heard of it.
Thank you. That's my whole point.
Is that like that high school team that high school was
Bishop
made
Sycamore.
up? Yeah.
He went to Bishop Sycamore.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, yeah. Southwest Lutheran Technological Panthers. Dude, you're lying. You were homeschooled. Whoa.
What was that?
I think he was homeschooled. And I just don't think he wants to say it.
Wait, are we saying Rico doesn't have a high school diploma?
No, I'm saying he has one, but he was homeschooled.
Oh.
Yeah. It was written out by his parents.
I don't believe he went to the one high school nobody remembers.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
No, it's not possible.
Has he had a reunion?
No.
Okay.
Notice he never wears his high school gear. He always wears his founder's gear.
Yeah, I've known Rico for a very long time.
Same.
I've never... Yeah, I guess I'd never asked.
Because it's not real. If you walk around and be like, hey, do you remember Southwest Tech Lutheran A&M? People are like, what?
What's the school? What's the legitimate school? That's the school?
No, it's like Southwest Detroit Lutheran Science Factory or something.
Shouldn't there be an investigation into this of some sort? Wow.
Yes. Well, I mean, don't you need to graduate high school to go to Michigan State? And he did go to Michigan State.
Look, I think he was homeschooled.
That question is for Valenti, not for me.
No, please. I mean, you keep a plant eligible. I don't care. They could burn the whole school down, especially after this week. I feel bad for him. He still cares.
Oh, yeah.
Your poor president. President Gus.
How bad do you got to hate a place to take an $800,000 pay cut just to get the hell away from the boobs on the BOT?
Do you buy that Jay Bad is next leaving?
Hell yeah. Why the hell would I stay around?
I mean, I do wonder about that. There's rumors that he's looking at
care. Have
West
Fitzgerald
Virginia
leave.
Tech or something.
Have Fitz leave too. I don't care.
Leaves before he coaches a game.
Burn the whole place down. It doesn't matter. It's all a folly.
I miss the old Mike.
Yeah.
I miss the old Mike coming in on a Friday all fired up.
But there's nothing I can do. The sport moved on without me. What do you want me to say?
Do you remember those fun days?
I do.
Where, you had your car packed.
Yeah, ready to roll.
And it was always a different tailgate
I miss it.
for every week.
I'm not sad because it's over. I'm
happy
it
that
happened.
That's like what you say when a pet dies.
Don't you miss like
MSU died
during the D'Antonio years? Would all fall long when a Wolverine would call. Yeah, wait till we kick your ass in October, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Keep talking.
That was it.
And it actually came true fairly often.
I know. Was that a highlight of your sports life? Was there
What?
anything better
than the D'Antonio?
Than D'Antonio kicking the crap out of Michigan year after year?
No, there wasn't.
What was?
Well,
the Giants winning a Super Bowl?
Being at Lambeau Field 07 NFC title game and taking my dad and like knowing you're going to a Super Bowl, that's pretty awesome.
That sounds pretty good.
I actually...
I suppose.
Well, what is that like?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I had a couple, but we'll move forward.
No, what else you got?
No, I'm not going to do some power ranking.
Would you?
I could.
What else is on the
I think
list?
he's
Go ahead.
lying. I think the D'Antonio years are number
I
one.
think it's right up there.
No,
Going to the Rose Bowl?
It can't be years. There have to be specific moments.
Okay, so you and your pops.
No, I'll give you one of the best sports moments. 2013 Big Ten championship game. The moment Jeremy Langford split the safeties and you knew you were going to the Rose Bowl, that moment is better than the Rose Bowl itself.
That was Ohio State you beat, right? Yep.
Yeah. And he split the safeties and kind of
35-21,
high-stepped it in.
Urban Meyer on the golf cart. Okay.
That would qualify. There's a lot.
Yeah.
But no, look, it doesn't matter. It's
At least you have something that you lived for.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's
good.
right.
I'm not sure what you have left now, but that's okay.
It's all dead.
Nothing.
It's all dead.
Sports-wise, nothing.
To this job.
I live to serve. I just come in. I do what I got to do. From a personal standpoint, man, honestly, if it ain't on 4 legs, I got nothing for you.
Oh, my God. You and the damn horses.
Yeah.
At least they're honest, unlike most of these scumbag athletes.
And they don't give lame post-game interviews
I
either.
tell you what, they don't pimp their Instagram 5 times post-game.
Who does that?
How are horse racing broadcasters? Are they a little shilly like some local
No.
broadcasters?
Oh, no. You'll watch a broadcast, they'll firebomb a horse. This thing stinks.
They go after the horse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Poor thing can't even talk
damn
back.
horse.
Maybe the horse beat writers will cape up for
Well,
him.
I hope that horse is glue soon.
Every time they ask the horse for an interview, he said, nay.
That's a great place to stop. We'll see you Monday, 97.1. Distracted driving's becoming